Chapter 1935 Hitch a Ride. Eternal chaotic world was boundless. However, 99% of it was boundless dark void. In one of the dark voids, an ancient silver spaceship was traveling forward slowly. There was a total of 4 people on the spaceship. The 4 people were Jian Wushuang, Jian Yi, maidservant Xiuyu, and an elderly in green. The elderly in green was King of Venomous Worms. Although King of Venomous Worms was a plenilune living in the ancient god body, he could also take the form of a human when his power reached a certain level. They were returning from Holy Kingdom of Demon Heart. As they were rushing their journey in the dark void, boredom was inevitable. King of Venomous Worms took form of a human, and he could drink and play chess with Jian Wushuang. Then, he wouldn't feel as lonely. King of Venomous Worms, when will my power of 7 stars recover? Jian Wushuang asked. In a long while. Back then, you only broke 6 stars. I went all out, and it took 7,000 years until you fully recovered. Now that it's the power of 7 stars, even with my assistance, it will require a long time. Of course, if you were to return to your hometown, with the abundant spiritual influence of heaven and earth, the recovery speed will increase tremendously, King of Venomous Worms said. Go back to my hometown? Jian Wushuang was happy at the thought of it. Although everything in Lineage of Star has settled down, the dark sides in Eternal Chaotic World still aren't peaceful. However, with great emperors as higher-ups, I can't help much either. I'll go back after a while. To Jian Wushuang, Green Fire World was not only his hometown, but also a place that contained great opportunities. The attraction of the ancient battlefield in Green Fire World was much greater than ancient Mystery Land. Back when he wandered for 6,000 years in ancient battlefield, he had reaped great harvest. Then, as everything settled down and he had received the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill, he really wanted to return to his hometown to cultivate so that he could break through and become an almighty sooner. I wonder if Emperor 13 is still on the battlefield, Jian Wushuang muttered. About the mysterious ancient expert, Emperor 13, had asked Jian Yi before if he had heard of the name, but Jian Yi didn't know. Hence, even then, Jian Wushuang had no idea about Emperor 13 at all. He only knew that he was from ancient times, and he was powerful. Just as Jian Wushuang was casually chatting with Jian Yi and King of Venomous Worms. In the void in front of the ancient silver spaceship, there were a dozen figures shuttling in the dark void. These people weren't in a spaceship, but merely flying with their power. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The dozen figures stopped simultaneously. The blue-haired lady who seemed to be the leader took out a star map. We should be here, in this location. There is still a great distance to the territory of Holy Kingdom of South Plume. With our traveling speed, we need at least another 100 years until we get there, the blue-haired lady said. 100 years? The surrounding people looked cold. 100 years was nothing normally. But, forget about 100 years, even dozens of years or a few years would be torturous to them. Their lives would be threatened anytime. Just then, at the far end, there was an ancient silver spaceship plunging over. That is, the blue-haired lady was thrilled at the sight. Such a fast-traveling spaceship, much faster than the one we were in before. It definitely must be a peak expert who could drive such spaceship. The blue-haired lady squinted her eyes, and then she turned to order, "Wait for me here." Then, the blue-haired lady flew towards the silver spaceship. On the silver spaceship, Jian Wushuang and the others had already noticed the blue-haired lady and her troops. When they saw the blue-haired lady fly over, Jian Wushuang stopped the spaceship as well. "Xiuyu, head out and take a look," Jian Wushuang commanded. Yes, Xiuyu nodded and immediately walked out of the cabin. What's the matter? Xiuyu floated in the void and looked in the direction of the blue-haired lady. May I know if the spaceship is flying towards Holy Kingdom of South Plume? The blue-haired lady asked humbly. Holy Kingdom of South Plume? Yeah, we would pass by Holy Kingdom of South Plume, Xiuyu answered. That's great. The blue-haired lady was happy and she immediately offered, I wonder if we could hitch a ride. I'm willing to pay a high price. High price? There was suddenly a cold voice. Jian Wushuang had already walked out from the cabin as well. He looked at the blue-haired lady with a smile. At the same time, he also noticed the dozen people in the void. He smiled, How much are you willing to pay? The blue-haired lady looked at Jian Wushuang. She could feel the real god aura from Jian Wushuang, but she couldn't sense if it was void real god or eternal real god, or even chaotic real god. She hesitated for a while, and she waved to take out a Qian Kung ring. Please take a look. Jian Wushuang swept his soul power over the Qian Kuan ring, and he was surprised. There were many resources and treasures in the Qian Kuan ring. He reckoned that it would cost up to 1,000 doctrine gems in total. To a real god, it was definitely not a small sum. She was merely hitching a ride, but the blue-haired lady took out such great sum that it shocked Jian Wushuang. The resources and treasure in the Qian Kuan ring is just a deposit. If you were to send us into the territory of Holy Kingdom of South Plume safely, I would thank you with great prices, the blue-haired lady said again. Oh, it seems that you have quite a bit of treasure on hand? Aren't you worried that I would have evil thoughts at the sight of the riches and kill you straightway? Then, the Qian Kuan ring and every treasure on you would be mine. Jian Wushuang smiled. You might not know. All my treasures are in the Qian Kuan ring. As for the remaining price, I could only realize them when we reach Holy Kingdom of South Plume safely. If you kill me now, you will not get the greater price at the end, the blue-haired lady said. You're right. If so, come on board. Jian Wushuang waved. Thank you. The blue-haired lady was happy. She immediately let the dozen figures that were waiting far away rush over. Very soon, these people entered the cabin of the spaceship. Mister, look at these people. They seem to be on the run. We might have trouble if we were to take them, Qiuyu said. I know, Jian Wushuang nodded. He could tell long ago. If they weren't on the run and in a desperate situation, why would the blue-haired lady, who was only a real god, offer and promise such a great deal to hide them to escort? I reckon that they saw that my spaceship's travel speed was extremely fast and knew that we are powerful. Hence, they came to look for us, Jian Wushuang smiled. We have no need to do anything. Let them hitch a ride and we can earn some doctrine gems. Jian Yi and King of Venomous Worms smiled. Chapter 1936 The Luo Royal Family. To Jian Wushuang and the others, they really would pass by Holy Kingdom of South Plume. Hence, letting them hitch a ride was as easy as lifting their hands. As for the so-called trouble, it could bring them some fun and joy on their way. So why not? Everyone, although I agreed to let you hitch a ride, you have to clarify the trouble that you are in to us, Jian Wushuang smiled. The blue-haired lady and the surrounding few people exchanged a look and nodded faintly. Well, the blue-haired lady immediately started telling them the ins and outs. Jian Wushuang was listening too. Very quickly, he understood the entire story. At the same time, he also found out the identity of the people in front of him. The dozen people had great backgrounds. They were the royal disciples from Holy Kingdom of Sky Luo, a holy kingdom from the surrounding. Yes, royal family. Their tribe master was also the monarch of Holy Kingdom of Sky Luo. Originally, they were supremes in Holy Kingdom of Sky Luo. They were a definite symbol of power. However, not too long ago, Holy Kingdom of Sky Luo had gone through a drastic change. There was a major force, Soul-Snatching Palace, that had attacked the royal family. Soul-Snatching Palace was originally not as powerful as the royal family. No one knew where they had gotten the assistance. There were more than 1,000 royal disciples that had escaped who were all outstanding geniuses. However, as Soul-Snatching Palace continued to chase after them, the number of royal disciples dwindled to a dozen after a few fights. Among the dozen people, the strongest was the blue-haired lady, Luo Feng. But she was only a void real god. As for the others, they were only universe gods. They intended to flee to Holy Kingdom of South Plume then. Holy Kingdom of South Plume and Holy Kingdom of Sky Luo allied through marriages over generations. The monarch of Holy Kingdom of South Plume was also the monarch of Holy Kingdom of Sky Luo's best friends. He naturally would take them with him. Of course, only on the prerequisite that they could reach Holy Kingdom of South Plume alive. Soul-Snatching Palace is determined to exterminate we Luo family. Although it isn't too far away, we might be attacked by them. You have to be prepared, Luo Feng said. Soul-Snatching Palace? Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded, but he obviously didn't care much. Luo Feng and a purple-haired youth by her side saw the sight and their eyes fixed on him. Soul-snatching palace is impressive. You'd better not be careless. The purple-haired youth couldn't help but add. Is it? Jian Wushuang didn't say much, but he looked at the purple-haired youth in shock. He could tell that the purple-haired youth wasn't very old, but his gaze was deep. Plus, Jian Wushuang could see a hidden hatred in the depth of his eyes. The hatred should be derived from the extermination of Luo family. Young man, what's your name? Jian Wushuang looked at the purple-haired youth. Luo Tianhong. The purple-haired youth replied coldly, That's a good name. Don't worry. They'll dismiss Soul-snatching palace for you. Jian Wushuang smiled. The purple-haired youth, Luo Tianhong, didn't say much after that. For the remaining time, the ancient silver spaceship continued forward. In the cabin, Jian Wushuang and King of Venomous Worms were playing chess while Jian Yi and Qiu Yu watched in respect. As for the disciples from Luo royal family, they were gathered there too, but they didn't talk to Jian Wushuang and the others much. Brother Tianhong, do you think we can reach Holy Kingdom of South Plume alive? A maiden in green asked timidly. The other disciples from Luo royal family couldn't help but look at the purple-haired youth Luo Tianhong. Although the purple-haired youth wasn't the oldest among the disciples, his power and talent were the strongest. Plus, he had been through the most. Hence, he was the most mature one. The disciples from Luo royal family had always viewed Luo Tianhong as their leader. Don't worry. We will definitely survive. Luo Tianhong comforted the disciples at his side, and he smiled. I believe in Brother Tianhong. The timid maiden nodded faintly. After comforting the disciples, Luo Tianhong came next to the blue-haired lady, Luo Feng. Tianhong, what do you think of these few people? Luo Feng pointed at Jian Wushuang and the others who were around the chess set. Although I can't see through them, I can feel that they should be quite powerful, Luo Tianhong replied. How is it so? Luo Feng asked. Firstly, the spaceship is unusual. They could drive such a spaceship and it shows their power. Plus, they know that Soul-snatching palace is powerful and could wipe out Luo royal family directly, but they didn't seem to care much about Soul-snatching palace in their speech. I believe the experts who could drive such a spaceship definitely wouldn't be idiots that were blind. Hence, they definitely have reliance, Luo Tianhong analyzed. I thought so too, Luo Feng smiled. Actually, regardless of if these people are capable, we are in a desperate situation. We could only bet on this and pray that we bet on the right one. Luo Tianhong nodded heavily. They were really cornered in a desperate situation. There were originally 1,000 disciples, but they were chased after by Soul-snatching palace. There were only a dozen of them left out of the 1,000 royal disciples. Luo Feng was the only real god expert that was escorting them thought their journey. With the remaining fighting power, they would definitely die if they were to come across Soul-snatching palace. Hence, they had no other ways. Helplessly, when they saw that Jian Wushuang and the others were on the spaceship, they decided to try their luck. As for the result, it was up to their destiny. On the other side, Jian Wushuang was playing chess with King of Venomous Worms. However, they were also chatting casually while playing chess. Of course, they had already sealed off the surrounding space-time. Hence, the Luo royal disciples wouldn't hear whatever they said. Jian Wushuang, I probed earlier. Among these people, there were some who had a special mark left on them. If not mistaken, it should be marked by Soul-snatching palace. King of Venomous Worms smiled. I know. Jian Wushuang nodded faintly. The master of the mark shouldn't be powerful, but should only be a real god. Jian Wushuang naturally could see the mark easily. Do you need me to remove the mark? King of Venomous Worms asked. There's no need to. Jian Wushuang shook his head and smiled. There's finally some fun. How could we just let it slip? Plus, the mark is unusual. I'd like to verify who left the mark. Let's go with the flow. Chapter 1937 Recommendation. In the blink of an eye, a year flew past. In the past 1 year, Jian Wushuang and the troop hadn't come across any hindrance, and the people from Soul-snatching palace hadn't barged in either. In the dark void, the ancient silver spaceship continued to travel forward. On the deck of the silver spaceship, a purple-haired youth wielded a saber. Quang, 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 quang. There were saber lights that swung out from his hand continuously. The saber lights were extremely brilliant, and they brought along boundless hatred. Every single stroke contained extreme hatred. Die, die, die. The purple-haired youth had billowing murderous intention. The saber skills that he performed were definitely massacre-worthy. It brought about billowing hatred that would stop at nothing. Just as he was performing a saber skill, the entire void was engulfed in utter murderous intention and hatred. His saber skills were ferocious. The realm was shocking. The young man named Luo Tianhong is pretty good. In the cabin, King of Venomous Worms commented casually. He's not bad. Jian Wushang nodded faintly as well. For the past 1 year, although he hadn't spoken much with Luo Tianhong, he had seen the hard work that he had put in for the past 1 year. Different to the other disciples of Luo royal family, Luo Tianhong took painstaking efforts to cultivate and constantly developed his saber skills and improve his power. At any time, he would be thinking about improving his power and taking revenge, using boundless hatred as motivation, just like when I was young, Jian Wushuang muttered. Plus, what shocked Jian Wushuang was that not only was Luo Tianhong hardworking, he was also extremely talented. Not only was his talent displayed with saber skills, it was also shown in his comprehension level. A universe god in the third heaven, and he should have just passed the third god's test not too long ago, but he is already at the beginner level of massacre doctrine and his comprehension is ridiculously high. He has already reached the second level of Doctrine Palace. Jian Wushuang was surprised. The second level of Doctrine Palace. Even among the top 10 in Universe God ranking list, there were very few who achieved that. Luo Tianhong's talent was much stronger than many geniuses that Jian Wushuang had met before. Jian Wushuang, even though his lineal disciple, He Xian, was slightly weaker than him in terms of comprehension. It's a pity that Luo Tianhong isn't good at swords. Otherwise, maybe you could take him in as a disciple. Jian looked at Jian Wushuang. Disciple? Jian Wushuang shook his head. If it wasn't necessary or he didn't truly favor one, he wouldn't take on a disciple easily. Although Luo Tianhong was talented, and he might even be more talented than He Xiu, Jian Wushuang wouldn't take him as his disciples even if he was good at swords. Although I wouldn't take him on as my disciple, I could recommend him to a good master. Jian Wushuang flashed a strange smile. Then, he took out a communication token. Duan Lingfeng, long time no see. How have you been? Oh, the infamous Sword Emperor? What reminds you of me? Duan Lingfeng replied very soon, and he made fun in his reply. Haha, be asterisk starred. Jian Wushuang smiled. Duan Lingfeng was Jian Wushuang's best friend, a brother that was hard to come by. Back in real God Wu Bai's cave dwelling, Duan Lingfeng and he had gone through trials and tribulations together. Plus, their powers were similar then, and they were known as the top experts. The two of them were best friends, also an opponent that was hard to come by. They had been competing with one another all this while. However, ever since Jian Wushuang had broken through and become a real god, his power had instantly increased tremendously because of the advantage of being an inverse cultivator. Naturally, Duan Lingfeng was left far behind him. Then, Jian Wushuang was already at the top of Eternal Chaotic World, the 17th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, right below the Great Emperors and Underworld God. Such power wasn't one that Duan Lingfeng could compare to favorably. After all, Duan Lingfeng had yet to break through and become an almighty. However, although he didn't become an almighty, Duan Lingdeng had already broken through to chaotic real god level. With his gifted talent and saber skills, he was listed as the first place in real god ranking list, and there was no other arguable match. That itself was impressive. Duan Lingfeng, I found you a great disciple. Would you like to come and see? Jian Wushuang asked. Disciple? Duan Lingfeng shook his head directly. My goal now is to break through soon and become an almighty, to stand side by side with you. I am not in the mood to take in any disciple. Don't refuse so soon. Come here and take a look at him. Maybe he's suitable for you? Jian Wushuang smiled. All right. Where are you now? He'll come over now, Duan Lingfeng said. He'll arrive at Holy Kingdom of South Plume soon. Hurry up, Jian Wushuang replied. Don't worry. He'll take a space-time wormhole. He'll arrive in 10 years' time, Duan Lingfeng said. After he talked to Duan Lingfeng, Jian Wushuang lifted the corners of his lips and revealed an interesting smile. The purple-haired youth, Luo Tianhong, was extremely talented from Jian Wushuang's point of view. Plus, he was good at saber skills, and his talent with massacre doctrine was unbelievably high. As for Duan Lingfeng, he happened to be good at saber and had comprehended massacre doctrine as well. In addition to Luo Tianhong's hard-working character and his temperament, Jian Wushuang believed that Duan Lingfeng should appreciate him too. If he were to miss the disciple, it might be difficult to find such outstanding disciple in the future. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang suddenly moved, and he immediately revealed a playful mocking smile. They're finally here? Right before the spaceship that Jian Wushuang and his troops were in, there were dozens of figures standing there in silence. The dozens of figures were all in black robes, and their aura were fierce. There were more than 10 real gods. The remaining members of Luo royal family is in front? A red-headed, elderly squinted his eyes, and he looked, hee, these rats are good at running, but no matter how they run, it'll be useless. There's a unique mark that I left on their bodies which they don't know about. From today onwards, Luo royal family will finally be wiped out. Next to the red-headed elder, there were a few figures in black ferocious masks. The few of them with masks had a cold aura, and there were faint massacre auras spreading from their bodies. Hearing what the red-headed elder said, the leader of the masked men said coldly, "Don't be too confident. Ever since the remaining members of Luo royal members fled, we have been after them for tens of years and attacked them multiple times, but we couldn't wipe them out. I hope there won't be anyone who escapes this time. Don't worry. Previously, there were too many of them. The moment the massacre happens, they will flee in all directions. It is inevitable to have a few escape. However, it is different this time. Luo royal family only has a dozen of them left. There is definitely no possibility of escaping," the red-headed elder insisted. "Save the bullshit and attack," the masked man said in a deep voice. Chapter 1938, The Kruer Formation. On the silver spaceship, saber lights continued to sweep across. Revenge. I want to take revenge. Power. I am not powerful enough. The purple-haired youth, Luo Tianhong, had billowing hatred in his eyes. Just then, a crowd of figures in black robes swarmed over. Luo Tianhong immediately noticed, and his eyes dilated in shock. Then, he immediately went into the cabin. "Soul-snatching palace's men are here." Luo Tianhong's voice was cold. The disciples of Luo royal family and Luo Feng immediately stood up. Their faces grew extremely solemn, and there was boundless hatred shimmering in their eyes. "Everyone." Luo Feng turned to look at Jian Wushuang and the others with a pleading gaze. "Don't worry, I will protect all of you," Jian Wushuang smiled. "Master, why don't I take action and dismiss them?" Jian said. "It's okay." Jian Wushuang shook his head. "I'd like to verify something." Then, Jian Wushuang waved and a brawny figure in bronze armor appeared before everyone. The brawny figure was naturally a Dao soldier. Jian Wushuang had many Dao soldiers on hand. Although most of them were left in lineage of Star, he kept a few with him just in case he needed them. For instance, he wanted to send the Dao soldier into action then. The ancient silver spaceship had already stopped, and among the dozen men in black outside the spaceship, their eyes grew solemn when they saw the spaceship. This spaceship seems unusual. One is definitely an expert to be able to drive such a spaceship. The masked man who was the leader pressed down his voice. Could it be the monarch of Holy Kingdom of South Plume? Humph. So what if he is the monarch of Holy Kingdom of South Plume? We can wipe out Luo royal family. So why are we afraid of Holy Kingdom of South Plume? The red-headed elder smirked in disdain. Then, from the ancient spaceship, there was a brawny figure in bronze armor that suddenly burst out. The Dao soldier in bronze armor didn't speak, but straightaway attacked the experts from Soul-Snatching Palace. Minute. How dare he? The people from Soul-Snatching Palace instantly raged, and the red-headed elder even let out an angry bellow. Destroy it! Hong, 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 hong. A few fierce auras exploded simultaneously. There was a total of 4 figures, including the red-headed elder, that greeted the bronze-armored Tao soldiers at the first instance. The four people were all real gods. The red-headed elder who was the leader was an eternal real god. When the four of them teamed up, as long as their opponent wasn't a chaotic real god, they could match evenly under normal circumstances. It happened to be among holy kingdoms, but not 10 cultivation sanctuary. What were the odds of meeting a chaotic real god? They wouldn't believe that they would run into a chaotic real god by luck. Plus, the brawny figure in bronze armor before them was obviously just a war puppet. Just how strong could a war puppet be? They couldn't be bothered. However, when both parties were in a fight, the bronze-armored Tao soldier didn't know any massacre skills, only simple punches. However, the punches contained power that could compare to Sir Gods favorably. The moment the power exploded, the four real gods that barged in, including the red-headed elder, immediately stared. There was unprecedented fear from the bottoms of their hearts. They regretted it. But then, it was obviously too late. No matter how regretful they felt, the fierce power exploded. With one punch, the four real gods didn't even have the space to struggle, but instantly turned into blood fog from the punch. The four real gods died instantly. What? Those from Soul-Snatching Palace who stood on the spot and saw the scene were terrified. Even the 5 mysterious masked men, their faces beneath the masks were covered in terror. However, the bronze-armored Tao soldiers charged to them without hesitation after he had killed the four real gods. Humph! The masked man, who was the leader, harumphed, and a chaotic real god aura instantly exploded. The masked man took a stride forward and appeared in front of the bronze-armored Tao soldier. Then, he punched. The bronze-armored Tao soldier punched as well. Both parties collided. It let out a loud bang. The masked man's body shook vigorously, and there was blood flowing down from underneath the mask. War puppet at almighty level? The masked man was terrified, and he instantly looked at the other four make men. Let's fight together. Use that move. The four of them nodded. Then, the 5 masked men instantly had blood fog churning from their bodies. The blood god concentrated and instantly formed a blood giant. The blood giant was about 3 meters tall, and there was billowing flame. He roared and charged at the bronze-armored Tao soldier. The blood giant and bronze-armored Tao soldiers fought. Both parties' powers clashed, and it was obvious that the bronze-armored Tao soldier had the upper hand. However, the advantageous position wasn't obvious. In the silver spaceship, Jian Wushuang and his troops saw the scene outside. When Jian Wushuang saw the 5 masked men let out blood fog and formed a blood giant, there was a chilly gleam in Jian Wushuang's eyes. As expected, Jian Wushuang's gaze became extremely cold. Previously, Jian Wushuang had felt a strange blood aura from the unique mark that was left on the disciple of Luo royal family. The blood aura didn't belong to anyone. However, the blood aura couldn't certify anything. However, when he saw the blood giant that the 5 masked men performed, Jian Wushuang's speculation was verified. The Kruer Formation, it is the Kruer Formation exclusively owned by Holocaust sect. These few, Humph, king of venomous worms, humphed coldly, and he had obviously recognized the few people's origins. Holocaust sect. That's right. The 5 masked men were no doubt experts from Holocaust sect. Although they were only 5 chaotic real gods, and they weren't considered the highest positioned, there was no doubt about their identity. The assistance that Soul-Snatching Palace got was men from Holocaust sect? Jian Wushuang was soaring with rage. His willpower moved, and there was a resplendent golden light that soared up in the air. Under Jian Wushuang's manipulation, the golden light burst out. On the battlefield outside the spaceship, the 5 masked men already gave their all to perform the Kruer Formation. However, the blood giant that they formed could barely withstand the bronze-armored Tao soldiers' attack. Suddenly, a golden light flew over. These masked men who were merely real gods, and also the remaining cultivators of Soul-Snatching Palace, didn't manage to respond at all. Pest, 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 pest. There were deep noises that resounded. In the blink of an eye, the numerous figures in black floating outside were pierced by the golden light. The last remaining person, the masked man who was the leader, was left standing there alive. A huge hand appeared from nowhere and took the masked man into the spaceship. Chapter 1939 Abnormal. In the ancient silver spaceship, it was dead silent. The disciples of the Luo royal family were astonished. Even Luo Feng and Luo Tianhong, who were the two leading figures, were shocked. Although they were in the cabin, they could see what happened outside clearly. At first, they knew that the people who could drive such a spaceship were definitely experts. However, they were fighting against soul-snatching Palace, especially the five masked men. Back then, the five masked men had attacked and wiped out the Luo royal family. Hence, they were terrified. But in the end, everyone else from soul-snatching Palace had been killed besides the masked man, who appeared to be the leader. He was captured alive. Even Jin Wushuang and the rest had yet to reveal themselves. Merely a war puppet and a golden light. It took care of everything easily. They? Who are they? It stirred up a great commotion in the hearts of the Luo royal family members. However, Jin Wushuang didn't care about them. His eyes were cold as he looked at the masked man in the black robe in front of him. Although the masked man in the black robe was covered by the mask, he could tell from his eyes that he was extremely terrified. The golden light is too scary. Chaotic real gods didn't even stand a chance to struggle before they were instantly killed. The person who performed the golden light is definitely an almighty. The masked man in the black robe shivered in fear. He had never expected that he would come across an almighty when he was after the remaining members of the Luo royal family. Tell me, what's the relationship between Holocaust sect and soul-snatching Palace? Jin Wushuang asked in a peaceful tone. The masked man in the black robe felt his heart skip a beat. He replied without many expressions, I offended Mr. by accident. Please forgive me. As for the Holocaust sect that Mr. mentioned, I have no idea what you are talking about. No idea? Jin Wushuang sneered. It was the Kruer formation by Holocaust sect. Do you think I don't recognize it? The masked man in the black robe quivered and didn't dare to quibble further. The Kruer formation was exclusively owned by Holocaust sect. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see through the formation. Even out of almighties, only those who were more knowledgeable could recognize it. The masked man in the black robe had trusted in luck and thought Jin Wushuang might not know the origins of the formation. But then, however, as his identity was recognized, the masked man in the black robe didn't intend to say much. You don't want to say? It's okay. Jin Wushuang smiled faintly and suddenly lifted his head. Look at me. The masked man in the black robe looked at Jin Wushuang subconsciously. Just as his gaze met Jin Wushuang's Virum, there was a boundless soul power that surged. The soul power instantly immersed itself into the masked man's head and violated his consciousness. Soul control. Jin Wushuang was going to soul control him. With his current soul power, it wasn't difficult to soul control a real god. The masked man in the black robe struggled for a while, but he resumed tranquility very quickly. Master, the masked man in the black robe bowed to Jin Wushuang politely, and there was passion in his eyes. I'll ask you something, Jin Wushuang immediately questioned. The masked man in the black robe was soul-controlled, and he naturally wouldn't keep any secrets from Jin Wushuang. Very soon, Jin Wushuang had got the answers that he wanted. Soul-snatching Palace is really involved with Holocaust sect, Jin Wushuang muttered. According to the masked man in the black robe's information, Soul-snatching Palace had managed to wipe out Luo royal family and conquered the entire Holy Kingdom of Sky Luo thanks to full support from Holocaust sect. Then, Holy Kingdom of Sky Luo looked as though they were ruled by Soul-snatching Palace. But in actual fact, Holocaust sect was fully controlled by Holocaust sect. In Soul-snatching Palace's old lair, there were many experts from Holocaust sect. Among them, not only were there real god experts in masks, there were even people of Blood Demon level from Holocaust sect. Blood Demon from Holocaust sect was only a title. It represented experts of Sir God level. In Soul-snatching Palace, there were Sir Gods from Holocaust sect, more than one of them. Of course, the masked man in the black robe that Jin Wushuang had soul-controlled couldn't be considered a higher-up of Holocaust sect. Hence, he didn't know how many experts from Holocaust sect were in Soul-snatching Palace. That's strange. Holocaust sect has been in the dark all this while. Even though they control many forces in the dark, they have been extremely careful in their actions. Even if they need to refine treasures and improve their power to massacre, they would massacre the entire territory with thunderous measures and leave immediately. But now, Holocaust sect has helped soul-snatching palace in action and conquered the Holy Kingdom? Although they are still careful and never reveal their identity as Holocaust sect, they obviously came into the light after all. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. He found the behavior of Holocaust sect fishy. Regardless, as Holy Kingdom of Celestial Fountain is controlled by Holocaust sect, I can't just ignore it, Jian Wushuang muttered and immediately took out a token. The token belonged to Purple Moon Emperor. Jian Wushuang sent Purple Moon Emperor a message directly. Jian Wushuang, you said that you met people from Holocaust sect and Holy Kingdom of Sky Luo who were already conquered by Holocaust sect? Purple Moon Emperor was shocked. Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded. I find this fishy, Purple Moon Emperor muttered. Hold on for a while. Jian Wushuang waited. Then, Purple Moon Emperor sent another message soon after. Jian Wushuang, I just spoke to Ancestor Tianchen. He also thought that Holocaust sect behaved unusually this time. Sanctuary Alliance has been dealing with Holocaust sect for so many years, and they have never been so high profile. There is definitely a reason behind it, Purple Moon Emperor said. I thought so too, Jian Wushuang said. Ancestor Tianchen said that you were also one of the members from Sanctuary Alliance. As you happen to come across this affair, he wishes for you to clarify this and wipe off all experts from Holocaust sect, Purple Moon Emperor said. Sure, Jian Wushuang nodded and agreed straight away. Holocaust sect and Acheron Palace, the two dark forces were Sanctuary Alliance's biggest enemies. Jian Wushuang was also a member from Sanctuary Alliance. He naturally wouldn't refuse. Plus, as for the reason why Jian Wushuang agreed so heartily, besides the fact that he was a member of Sanctuary Alliance, there was also another reason. It was Lung Ruxue. Lung Ruxue, Lord Long, was also a member of Holocaust sect. He wanted to know the whereabouts of Lung Ruxue. It would be best to start with the experts in Holocaust sect. He happened to run into one, and he naturally wouldn't miss it. If you were to run into any problem or trouble, drop me a message. And, be careful. Holocaust isn't an easy opponent. Purple Moon Emperor exhorted, and then cut off their communication. Chapter 1940 Duan Lingfeng's Arrival. Master, what should we do next? Jenny looked. Let's send the disciples of the Luo royal family to Holy Kingdom of South Plume first. Then, let's head back to Holy Kingdom of South Plume and make a trip to Soul Snatching Palace, Jian Wushuang said. How about him? King of Venomous Worms pointed at the masked man in black robe that Jian Wushuang had soul-controlled. Keep him for now. Jian Wushuang's face was cold. Holocaust sect has always been very careful. We will keep him to stay in touch with Holocaust sect. Don't let Holocaust sect get suspicious and flee ahead of time. Let's continue our journey. Jian Wushuang's willpower moved, and the ancient silver spaceship started traveling forward again. The remaining journey was rather smooth. Very soon, everyone arrived at the territory of Holy Kingdom of South Plume. Just as they arrived in the territory, a large crowd surrounding a middle-aged man in a purple robe came forward. It's the monarch of Holy Kingdom of South Plume. Monarch came personally. Let's go. Hurry up and head out too. The disciples of the Luo royal family immediately walked out of the spaceship to greet. Very soon, they met each other, and the exchange of conventional greetings was inevitable. Bother Luo's juniors, only a few of you left? The monarch of Holy Kingdom of South Plume looked at the dozen of disciples of the Luo royal family as he sighed emotionally. Then, the monarch of Holy Kingdom of South Plume looked at Jian Wushuang and the other few on the spaceship from afar. Just as he saw Jian Wushuang, the monarch of Holy Kingdom of South Plume gawked. Swoosh! The monarch of Holy Kingdom of South Plume moved and appeared in front of the spaceship. Excuse me, are you Sword Emperor, Mr. Jian Wushuang? The monarch of Holy Kingdom of South Plume sounded fearful. You know me? Jian Wushuang glanced at the monarch of Holy Kingdom of South Plume. The monarch of Holy Kingdom of South Plume immediately knelt before Jian Wushuang. Greetings, Sword Emperor. Mister, I just met a good friend of mine not too long ago. My good friend came from 10 cultivation sanctuaries, and he had a copy of the mirror image where Sword Emperor performed the shocking stroke in the galaxy. I saw the scene where you killed the experts from Almighty's Alliance. I recognized you from the mirror image and also Mr. Jianyi next to you. Oh, I see. Jian Wushuang nodded coldly. However, the experts from Holy Kingdom of South Plume that came with the monarch of Holy Kingdom of South Plume and the disciples of the Luo royal family were shocked. They had never expected that the monarch of a holy kingdom would kneel and kowtow before so many of them without caring about his identity. He kowtowed. As a chaotic real god, a monarch of a holy kingdom, he was on eminent position. One who could make him kowtow would be D*MN. Just what kind of an existence did we come across on the way here? The blue-haired lady, Luo Feng, was thrilled. As for the other disciples of the Luo royal family, they were astonished too. Previously, when they had seen Jian Wushuang killing people from Soul-Snatching Palace with ease, they had already known that he was extraordinary. However, they had never expected that Jian Wushuang had the power to make a monarch of a holy kingdom kowtow. Get up! Jian Wushuang waved his sleeve, and the monarch of Holy Kingdom of South Plume couldn't help but stand up uncontrollably. Then, Jian Wushuang had looked at the Luo royal family members. I already escorted you here safely. Now, I am going to make a trip to Soul-Snatching Palace. Would any of you like to follow me? To Soul-Snatching Palace? The disciples of the Luo royal family were stunned. Forgive me for the intrusion. What are you heading to Soul-Snatching Palace for? The purple-haired youth, Luo Tianhong, asked. You'll know when we get there. Jian Wushuang didn't explain much. The disciples of the Luo royal family exchanged a look. Then, Luo Tianhong took a step forward. Mister, I will follow you. Sure. Jia Wushuang nodded faintly. Brother Tianhong? The other disciples looked worried. Don't worry. I am merely making a trip with this mister. I will return very soon. Luo Tianhong comforted the other disciples. The monarch of Holy Kingdom of South Plume exhorted softly. No matter what this mister tells you to do it without hesitation. Do you understand? Hearing what the monarch of Holy Kingdom of South Plume had said, Luo Tianhong nodded heavily. Looking at the sight, Jian Wushuang smiled. He had no other intention when he brought Luo Tianhong. He merely wanted to recommend him to his best friend. Mister, when do we go? Luo Tianhong asked softly. We're not in a hurry. Just wait for a bit, Jian Wushuang replied coldly. A huge silver spaceship waited in the void. As for the troops from Holy Kingdom of South Plume, they waited in silence too. Jian Wushuang didn't leave, and the monarch of Holy Kingdom of South Plume didn't dare to leave either. Very soon, a figure appeared at the far end. He's here. Jian Wushuang revealed a smile, and he moved to greet him in the void. Haha, Duan Lingfeng, you're finally here? Jian Wushuang let out a hearty laugh. After I received your message, I took the space-time wormhole to rush over at the first instant. I already came here with my fastest speed possible. Don't complain that I'm slow. Duan Lingfeng in a white robe and carrying a saber looked cold, but there was gentleness in his eyes. Jian Wushuang and he had been through trials and tribulations together. When Jian Wushuang had been in danger, he had stood up for him. Back when he had been cornered by Four Symbol Mansion, Jian Wushuang had rushed there to resolve his dangerous situation too. They were sworn friends in life and death. Jian Wushuang didn't put on airs when he was talking to his friend. Duan Lingfeng was a cold man normally, but when he was talking to Jian Wushuang, he was much friendlier. Let go to the spaceship and talk, Jian Wushuang smiled. Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng immediately returned to the silver spaceship. Then, the silver spaceship immediately plunged towards the direction of Holy Kingdom of Sky Luo. Farewell, mister. The monarch of Holy Kingdom of South Plume watched as the silver spaceship departed. In the boundless dark void, the silver spaceship plunged at a high speed. In the cabin, Jian Wushuang, Duan Lingfeng, and King of Venomous Worms sat together while Jian Yi and Qiu Yu stood by them in reverence. As for the purple-haired youth, Luo Tianhong, he stayed outside the cabin and continued to practice his saber skill. Luo Tianhong didn't know that the purpose of Jian Wushuang's trip was to wipe out Soul-Snatching Palace. He was filled with boundless hatred, and he wanted to increase his power with all his might so that he could take revenge on behalf of the Luo royal family. The scene was naturally in the sight of Jian Wushuang and the others. The young man outside is the disciple that you want to recommend to me? Duan Lingfeng looked at Jian Wushuang as he held the wine glass. Yes, what do you think? Jian Wushuang smiled. He is very talented. His saber skill and comprehension of massacre doctrine is similar to mine. But talent and power aren't enough to become my disciple. Even if he is suitable to become my disciple, I must be willing to take him as my disciple, Jian Wushuang said coldly. His thoughts were all about how to break through and become an almighty. He had never thought about taking disciples. Hee, don't be in a hurry. Let's watch and see, Jian Wushuang smiled. Chapter 1941, Barging into Soul-Snatching Palace. On the huge land that was floating. The floating land was where the imperial city of Holy Kingdom of Sky Luo was located. But then, Luo royal family was exterminated, and the imperial city fell into the hands of Soul-Snatching Palace. The lair of Soul-Snatching Palace was set up there as well in order to take control of the entire Holy Kingdom of Sky Luo. Although I have no idea what the goal of Holocaust sect was, regardless, they'll just exterminate them straight away. Jian Wushuang overlooked the huge floating land as his eyes glowed with a chilly gleam. Duan Lingfeng, you go first, Jian Wushuang said. No problem. Duan Lingfeng didn't hesitate as he moved towards the huge floating land. Rumble. There was an extremely fierce real god aura that swept out. The real god aura was almost unbelievable among real gods. Who is it? Stop! Someone shouted, and there were suddenly a few figures that burst out. Hearing the shouts, Duan Lingfeng didn't stop his footsteps. Courting death. Someone shouted again. There were a bunch of figures that burst out from soul-snatching soul and let out fierce auras. There were as many as 6 real gods. In the void afar, Jian Wushuang and the few others stood there and watched quietly. Mister, will we just watch as Mr. Duan barge into soul-snatching palace alone? The purple-haired youth, Luo Tianhong, creased his eyebrows. He already knew what Jian Wushuang's plan was. He was there to exterminate Soul-Snatching Palace. However, Soul-Snatching Palace was a dangerous spot. Mr. Duan had barged in alone. Wouldn't it be extremely dangerous? Don't worry, just watch. Jian Wushuang looked calm. On the floating land, there was an explosion of war. Duan Lingfeng, who was in a white robe, held his saber in one hand, and he looked as though he had transformed into a demon. With a billowing massacre aura, the boundless massacre doctrine formed a massacre realm that covered the entire universe. In terms of comprehension of massacre doctrine, Dean Lingfeng had obviously reached the standard of the 7th level of Doctrine Palace. It was already the standard of an almighty. His saber skill was even scarier. No matter how great the number of real god and universe god were there from Soul-Snatching Palace, they were just clay chickens and pottery dogs, completely useless. He had massacred and left behind a sea of blood. There was no one who could withstand his saber lights that he performed with ease. With his power alone, he had barged into the lair of Soul-Snatching Palace and massacred rampantly. Luo Tianhong was dumbfounded at the sight. He was shocked at the power displayed by Duan Lingfeng. He's so powerful. Mr. Duan is so powerful. They are real gods, but one casual slash of his saber could kill 3 of them. The higher-ups from Soul-Snatching Palace teamed up and formed a formation to block, but he broke them apart with one slash. He is that powerful? It stirred a great commotion in Luo Tianhong's heart. He had always stayed in Holy Kingdom of Sky Luo. He had only wandered in a few other holy kingdoms nearby. Although he had some experience, he wasn't as knowledgeable and experienced. In his eyes, real gods were already high above, especially those who were eternal real gods and chaotic real gods. Especially chaotic real gods. In a normal situation, a chaotic real god could take over a holy kingdom and become a ruler easily. For instance, the strongest person in Luo royal family, monarch of Sky Luo, was only a chaotic real god. He was also the strongest person Luo Tianhong had ever seen. But then, Duan Lingfeng's rampant massacre and the power he displayed had exceeded Luo Tianhong's imagination. Those black-robed masked men appeared. Luo Tianhong's heart clenched. He saw that there were dozens of black-robed figures with savage masks who had appeared on the battlefield. Those black-robed masked men were all powerful. The weakest of them was a top eternal real god. Most of them were chaotic real gods. The dozens of them teamed up to hem Duan Lingfeng in. Mr. Duan is in danger. Luo Tianhong was worried. But in the end, Virum. A cold saber light swept, and more than half of the dozens of black-robed masked men were wiped out by the merciless blade light. Then, Duan Lingfeng casually swung his saber at the remaining few. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of black-robed masked men were wiped out. This is too scary. Luo Tianhong stared. Jian Wushuang next to him wasn't surprised at such an outcome. Luo Tianhong, what do you think of my best friend's power? Jian Wushuang suddenly asked. Mr. Duan is the strongest person I have ever seen in saber skill and comprehension of massacre doctrine, Luo Tianhong said in a serious tone. Of course, he is widely acknowledged as the #1 real god in eternal chaotic world. Jian Wushuang smiled and said, #1 real god in eternal world? Luo Tianhong stunned. Although he had never been to 10 cultivation sanctuaries, he knew just how impressive it was to be a #1 real god in eternal world. Of course, they had said that Duan Lingfeng was the #1 real god in eternal world, without taking Jian Wushuang into consideration. Because in eternal chaotic world, there was no one who treated Jian Wushuang as a real god anymore. Luo Tianhong, you are also good at saber skills and you are also comprehending massacre doctrine. Don't you want to be his disciple? Jian Wushuang casually asked. Be formally apprenticed to Mr. Duan? Luo Tianhong was stunned and his eyes immediately shimmered. I, of course, want to be formally apprenticed to him. I wonder if Mr. Duan is willing to take me as his disciple. You can give it a try, Jian Wushuang smiled. Jian Wushuang looked as though he was casually speaking, but Luo Tianhong took his advice seriously. He looked at Duan Lingfeng, who was massacring rampantly, and he made up his mind. Just then there was a fierce divine might that suddenly soared. The divine might was high and above, and it instantly engulfed the universe. On the floating land, the cultivators were shivering in fear under such divine might. Some even knelt down straight away. This is... Luo Tianhong looked terrified. There was a malicious smile that spread across Jian Wushuang's face. The cold-looking elder in a black robe was the one who gave out the divine might. When Jian Wushuang saw the cold-looking elder, his gaze was fixed. Someone familiar. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. He wondered if it was a coincidence. He had met the cold-looking elder once. It was many years ago. Back when Jian Wushuang was just a Stage 2 ultimate real god, it was too difficult for him to accumulate ultimate divine power in his body. Hence, he went to Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning that was controlled by Sir God Luo Shas under the lead of Sir God Mad Dog. When Jian Wushuang was taking in the power of Absolute Beginning in Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning, the experts from Holocaust Sect happened to barge in. Then, there were 4 Sir Gods who came. The cold-looking elder was one of them. In the end, Jian Wushuang, Sir God Mad Dog, and Sir God Luo Sha had teamed up to fight off the other 4 Sir Gods. They had even killed His Highness Mu Hong. Now, he had crossed paths with the cold-looking elder again. Chapter 1942, The Seventh Palace Master. Hong. On the battlefield, Duan Lingfeng was already fighting with the cold-looking elder. Although the cold-looking elder was a Sir God, Duan Lingfeng was #1 on Real God ranking list. He was powerful enough to fight with him. He would definitely not be defeated in a short period of time. Mister, you said that Mr. Duan is the #1 real god in Eternal World. The person that is fighting with him now seems to be slightly stronger than him. Could he be the legendary Almighty? Luo Tianhong couldn't help but ask. Yes, an Almighty, Jian Wushuang answered. He really is, Luo Tianhong gasped. To cultivators who stayed in their holy kingdoms all year round, an Almighty was definitely like a figure from the legend. Mr. Duan, who is only a real god, can fight with a legendary Almighty like that. He lives up to his reputation as the #1 real god in Eternal World, Luo Tianhong complimented. Jian Wushuang, let's fight. Otherwise, your best friend might not be able to endure for long, King of Venomous Worms said. Jian Wushuang nodded faintly. King of Venomous Worms immediately moved and returned to Jian Wushuang's body. Qiuyu, stay on the spaceship with this young man, Jian Wushuang exhorted. Yes, Qiuyu nodded. Then, Jian Wushuang and Jianyi flew to the huge floating land. Just as they landed on the land, rumble. A terrifying divine might flowed out of Jian Wushuang's body. The power of the divine might was stronger by tens of folds than the full divine might shown by the cold-looking elder. The divine might was like a prison as it engulfed the entire land. The cultivators on the land, including the men from Soul-Snatching Palace, were terrified. With such terrifying divine might, it finally startled the expert who was hidden in the deepest place of the land. Then, there were fierce auras that burst out from the depth of the land, also known as the old lair of Soul-Snatching Palace. A few figures appeared one after another. They gathered with the cold-looking elder. There was a total of 7 figures floating in the air, just like 7 gods. So many of them? Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. He knew that there were experts from Holocaust sect within Soul-Snatching Palace, and there might even be almighties. However, he had never expected that in Soul-Snatching Palace itself, they hid a total of 7 almighties. Most importantly, among the 7 almighties, there were not only Sir Gods. There were only 4 Sir Gods, and the other 3 were Emperor Gods. 3 Emperor Gods and 4 Sir Gods, that was the powerful team formation in front of Jian Wushuang. Among the 3 Emperor Gods, the one leading was a golden-robed man with a crimson monstrous mask. The golden-robed masked man stood there and pressed down on Jian Wushuang with pressure. Without a doubt, the golden-robed masked man was a true peak Emperor God. Interesting. Such a minor force like Soul-Snatching Palace is impressive enough to contain 7 gods. There's even a peak Emperor Gods, Jian Wushuang smiled. His smile was cold like a blade. The 7 almighties stared at Jian Wushuang. The pair of eerie golden eyes that were revealed by the golden-robed masked men were looking at Jian Wushuang as he let out boundless resentment. You are Jian Wushuang. The golden-robed man sounded cold and the air froze in an instant. You know me? It seems that I am quite famous in Holocaust sect. Jian Wushuang rubbed his nose. I am the 7th Palace Master of Holocaust sect. The golden-robed masked man stared at Jian Wushuang as murderous intention swept out. Jian Wushuang, I finally found you. Give me my son back. Jian Wushuang was stunned. Your son? Could it be His Highness Mu Hong? Although Jian Wushuang had crossed paths with Holocaust sect multiple times, the only expert from Holocaust sect that died had at his hand was His Highness Mu Hong. Plus, Jian Wushuang had always thought that His Highness Mu Hong had a background. From what it seemed, he should be his father, the golden-robed masked man before him. With a peak Emperor God as his father, no wonder His Highness Mu Hong would be so arrogant, Jian Wushuang sneered. Save your nonsense. I will take revenge on my son's behalf today. Die. The golden-robed masked man bellowed, and his peak Emperor God aura instantly locked onto Jian Wushuang as his target. His body immediately increased tremendously in size to 10 zhang tall. His golden robe turned into boundless golden clouds. Rumble. A huge golden mountain appeared in the sky above. The golden mountain continuously magnified and pressed down on everything in the universe. That very moment, it pressed down on Jian Wushuang. Looking at the golden mountain above him, Jian Wushuang's eyes dilated in shock. As the golden mountain pressed on him, he could clearly feel a suppressing power. If not mistaken, the golden mountain should be a suppressing treasure that was rare. Plus, the power had reached the level of chaotic divine treasure. Chaotic divine treasure is rare to begin with. A suppressing chaotic divine treasure is even harder to come by, Jian Wushuang muttered. Even he felt danger approaching when he was under the golden mountain. My 7 stars are all broken. My power of ancient tribe bloodline has just recovered by a slight bit, and my power isn't at its peak. I am at a disadvantage when I am fighting with the 7th Palace Master who has suppressing chaotic divine treasure. Jian Wushuang thought, and immediately looked at Jianyi next to him. Take care of this person. Kill him. Jian Wushuang commanded. Yes, Jian Yi nodded politely, and there was immediately a crimson cloud churning on his body. There was crimson fog that gathered in the sky and instantly formed a crimson ocean to engulf the entire huge golden mountain. The golden mountain displayed its power that was fierce. However, when it hit the crimson ocean, it is as though it had hit a ball of cotton. What? The golden masked man, also the seventh palace master, couldn't help but steal a glance at Jian Yi. However, Jian Yi didn't stop and his figure grew illusionary and charged towards the seventh palace master. Humph! The seventh palace master humphed coldly. When Jian Yi got closer, he took out a huge seal with a flip of his wrist. On the huge seal, there was a golden dragon that carried a powerful aura. It was an extremely unique chaotic divine treasure. As the seventh palace master patted the seal let out an intense golden glow. The golden dragon on the seal instantly became alive. Roar! A terrifying dragon roar reverberated in the universe. The golden dragon suddenly became tens of thousands of zhang in length. It contained boundless imposing power as it charged at Jian Yi. The golden dragon gave Jian Wushuang a feeling that it could match evenly with an ordinary peak emperor god. This seventh palace master has so many treasures on hand? Jian Wushuang was shocked. Chapter 1943. Unaware of the aureole behind. From the golden mountain to the golden dragon seal, the seventh palace master took out 2 golden spears. The 2 golden spears carried extraordinary aura as well. They were also chaotic divine treasure. He really had a lot of treasure with him. Treasures are great, but in terms of his power, he is only an emperor god after all. He would at most be similar to Palace Wu Luo from Abysmal Palace. Even with the assistance of the treasure, he definitely wasn't Jian Yi's match. Jian Wushuang sneered when he looked at the other 6 almighties nearby. Jian Yi could take care of the seventh palace master, but these other 6, die. There was a flash of murderous intention in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Then, 4 Hong-Yung golden swords soared up at the same time. They instantly became 4 resplendent golden lights. The 4 golden lights were unbelievably fast as they flew at the 6 almighties. Die! Kill him! The 6 almighties were soaring with murderous intention. There was no fear in them. They immediately let their power into full play and fought with Jian Wushuang. Although the 6 of them had teamed up, their powers were vastly different from Jian Wushuang's. Jian Wushuang only drove the 4 Hong-Jun golden swords to attack rampantly, and he killed 4 Sir gods at lightning speed. As for the remaining 2 emperor gods who had ordinary fighting powers, they didn't last long either before they were killed by Jian Wushuang. Swoosh! Jian Wushuang's body floated in the void, and the 4 Hong-Jun golden sword returned to his sides as he looked down at the 6 dead bodies on the ground. However, he was shocked. One should know that the 6 almighties were obviously not his match. They would totally be suppressed if they fought with him. However, the 6 almighties had no intention to retreat even though they knew so. There was only madness that wanted to kill him. Almighties, every single one of that went through so much. They should look highly upon their lives. However, the 6 of them seem to have put their lives aside. What is going on? Jian Wushuang muttered. Not only the 6 almighties, but Jian Wushuang also noticed that the 7th palace master who was fighting with Jian Yi was the same. He had played all his trump cards, and he was still suppressed by Jian Yi. Theoretically, at such a crucial moment, he should run for his life. But in actual fact, he had no intention to flee. Just then, humph! The 7th palace master suddenly humphed coldly, and the aura on his body suddenly increased at a terrifying speed. This is soul ignition. Jian Wushuang's face suddenly changed. He wasn't unfamiliar with soul ignition. Back when he had invited Colored Glaze Emperor God and Emperor God Jiuyin to Deluge Fortress, when they had besieged Fortress Master Hong Tian, he had been cornered into a desperate situation and he performed soul ignition and swore to counterattack. But in the end, Jian Wushuang and his troops had killed him. Once one soul was ignited, his overall power would increase tremendously in a short period of time. However, the price to pay was definite death. Only an expert who was above peak Emperor God could pull off that move. If one wasn't at a final desperate situation, no one would do so. Then, although the seventh palace master was cornered by Jian Yi, he would stand no chance to flee with all the treasures and trump cards that he had. But his soul ignited to counterattack without hesitation? He's mad, Jian Wushuang exclaimed. Jian Wushuang, I want you dead. The mask on the seventh palace master shattered and revealed an old, ugly face. The face was then distorted and ferocious-looking. Because of soul ignition, the power that he let out had reached a brand new level. In collaboration with the treasures he had, his fighting power was extraordinary. Jian Yi, block him, Jian Wushuang roared. Jian Yi naturally wouldn't hesitate to go forward and fight a fierce battle. Plus, he put his full power on display. Bang, 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 bang. There was continuous explosions that resounded in the universe. The sky was filled with divine power, and the floating land quivered madly. Luckily, there were countless cultivators on the land that fled far away. Otherwise, the battle could destroy everything on land. Hong. There was another explosion, and the floating land shattered into pieces entirely. Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang. An angry roar reverberated in the universe. The hysterical roar brought about boundless madness and unwillingness. This man, Jian Wushuang, fixed his gaze at the seventh palace master solemnly as his face grew distressed. He felt glad that he had brought Jian Yi with him. The seventh palace master couldn't break through Jian Yi's guard and come before him even if he soul ignited. But if he was alone, his power of 7-star had yet to recover. There were many trump cards that he had yet to perform. If he were to fight against the seventh palace master at such a crucial moment, he might really be in danger. Time flew past. After a while, the seventh palace master's consciousness started fleeing along with his ignited soul. They started to disperse. After a while, the seventh palace master's aura finally vanished into thin air and he died. Is he dead? Jian Wushuang let out a breath of relief. Oh yeah, his treasure. Jian Wushuang's eyes glowed. The seventh palace master had many treasures. He immediately wanted to go forward. Suddenly, just as he approached the seventh palace master's dead body, the surrounding dark void suddenly shattered. Then, a ghostly figure leaped out from the broken void. Then, she waved and took the seventh palace master's dead body along with his Qian Kuan ring and his treasures. Courting death. Jian Wushuang grew distressed, and the 4 Jun golden sword burst out. Jian Yi, who was near to the seventh palace master's dead body, plunged forward as well. The ghostly figure smirked coldly and dodged. Her body moved to somewhere far away. The 4 Jun golden swords and Jian Yi's attack missed. Sword Emperor, don't be angry. There was a soft voice. The person steadied herself, and it was an old lady in black robe. Although she was only a Sir God, she gave Jian Wushuang a strange feeling. Forget about the others. The old lady in the black robe had been hiding in the surrounding dark void for so long, but both Jian Wushuang and Jian Yi didn't notice her at all. She shouldn't be belittled by that factor alone. Who are you? Jian Wushuang's gaze was cold as he looked at the old lady in the black robe. It doesn't matter who I am. Sword Emperor, you only need to know that I come at my master's command. My master's surname is Long. Sword Emperor should know her. The old lady in black robe smiled as she spoke. Jian Wushuang's body stiffened at her speech. Surname Long? Lord Long? Jian Wushuang's gaze was turned cold. Lord Long? No, no. My master is no longer the Lord, but Holocaust Sect Master. Chapter 1944, Holocaust Sect Master. Sect Master? Jian Wushuang's face grew in distress. He heard from Emperor Bai earlier that Holocaust Sect had gone through a drastic change. Someone united them using thunderous measures. However, he had never expected the one who united Holocaust Sect would be Lung Rushua. Speaking of which, Holocaust Sect has to thank Sword Emperor for helping Holocaust Sect to take care of these betrayers. Otherwise, Holocaust Sect has to use time and effort to deal with them. The old lady in black robes smiled. Jian Wushuang glanced at the few Almighty's dead bodies around him, and he understood then. No wonder the experts from Holocaust Sect had decided to maintain high profile. They didn't even flee when they saw him coming, but opted to fight a life-and-death battle. From what it seemed, these people already betrayed Holocaust sect, and they were eyed by Lung Rushue. If he wasn't not mistaken, there should have been marks on their bodies long ago. They had never fled. In other words, they were actually dead for sure. They were only waiting for Holocaust sect to kill them. It was just that Holocaust sect had yet to take action, but they had met Jian Wushuang. Sword Emperor, for what happened today, I thank you on behalf of my master. Farewell. The old lady in black robe smiled maliciously as her figure suddenly became blurry. Wanna leave? Jian Wushuang's gaze turned cold, and there was a purple bead in his hand. Under Jian Wushuang's manipulation of his will, vroom! Boundless purple light covered the light. In an instant, it formed a formation that covered a range of few millions miles. One realm pearl became formation at one's will. You can't run away. Jian Wushuang's voice resounded in the air. He, I knew Sword Emperor has a treasure that turned into formation at your will. As I dare to take away the treasures in front of you, I naturally am well prepared. The old lady in the black robe smiled faintly. She flipped her hand and took out a token. The token broke and instantly shattered the void. There was a space tunnel that appeared from nowhere. What? Jian Wushuang was surprised. The formation that one realm pearl formed covered the entire space-time. But the token that he had taken out could ignore the space-time and form a space tunnel that connected to the outside world in such situation. Humph! Jian Wushuang let out a cold humph, and the divine power in his body flowed. At the same time, there was also minor power of ancient tribe bloodline that King of Venomous Worms barely recovered. Although his power of ancient tribe bloodline had only recovered by a slight bit, it was barely enough. Moon-picking skill. There was soaring divine power. Rumble. The space-time that the old lady in the black robe was in immediately faced unprecedented pressure. The space-time tunnel that appeared in the air started to distort from the pressure. *T. The old lady in the black robe's face grew grave. Just then, from the space-time tunnel that was distorted, Kwang, there was a lily-white hand that extended. The lily-white hand was clean without any flaw. At the same time, there was a cold aura that spread out from the other side of space-time tunnel that Jian Wushuang could never forget in his lifetime. Jian Wushuang's eyes glowed when he sensed the aura. Lung Rushue. Jian Wushuang glared at the space-time tunnel. The lily-white hand that extended from the space-time tunnel only moved casually, and the space-time that had been pressured earlier instantly settled down, and the space-time tunnel resumed normal. The old lady in the black robe seized the chance to enter the space-time tunnel and disappeared. The space-time tunnel then started to close gradually. Right before the space-time tunnel disappeared, there was suddenly a voice. Jian Wushuang, I never expected you to have the chance to reach where you are now. It's a pity that you are still far from saving her. Very far. Ha. There was a taint of disdain in her voice, and it reverberated in Jian Wushuang's ears. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands and watched the space-time tunnel disappear. His body quivered faintly. He felt extremely solemn from the bottom of his heart. Very far. What she said repeatedly rang in his head. With my power now, is it still not enough? Jian Wushuang clenched his teeth. Ever since he had left Green Fire World until then, it had been tens of thousands of years. He had been trying his best to increase his power and find ways to make himself stronger. No matter what kind of danger he faced, he would fight for a string of hope with his all. He did all that so that he could find Lung Rushue one day and save her wife Lung Rushuang. After so many years, he had, though his improvement speed was shocking enough. Especially then, when he already stood on the peak of eternal chaotic world. Even the great emperors held scruples with him. However, he realized then that he was still not powerful enough. He was far from enough. Holocaust sect is a hidden dark force that could match evenly with Sanctuary Alliance. Its overall power might not win over Sanctuary Alliance, but they shouldn't be too far apart. But she could unite Holocaust sect and become Holocaust sect master with thunderous measure. Such power. Jian Wushuang's face grew solemn. Besides, the lily-white hand that extended from the space-time tunnel earlier must have been Lung Ruxue's. However, from the lily-white hand alone, Although Jian Wushuang couldn't determine her true power, he was determined that Long Ruxue must have reached the stage on par with Great Emperor. How could she improve so quickly? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. Although a primordial great sinner has advantage in cultivation, she shouldn't have reached the level of Great Emperor in only tens of thousands of years. From what I see, she definitely received an impressive opportunity. King of Venomous Worm's voice rang in Jian Wushuang's head. Jian Wushuang nodded in silence. He obviously thought it was the only explanation as well. Jian Wushuang, don't be in a hurry. She received a great opportunity and became a great emperor in a short time. You are not too shabby yourself. Plus, you already received the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill. You only need some time until you leap to the 7th step. By then, you should be able to fight with her. You are definitely not far from possessing power enough to suppress her, King of Venomous Worms reassured. Jian Wushuang nodded heavily, and he was confident too. Swoosh, swoosh. There were 2 figures that appeared next to Jian Wushuang. Master! Jian looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, are you okay? Duan Lingfeng asked. I'm okay. Jian Wushuang shook his head. The Almighties from Holocaust sect are wiped out. The remaining are just some real gods and some people from Soul-Snatching Palace. Kill them all. Jian Wushuang was boiling with murderous intention. He waved and 4 bronze-armored Dao soldiers appeared simultaneously. In addition to Duan Lingfeng, Jian Yi, and himself, they massacred the experts from Soul-Snatching Palace mercilessly. Chapter 1945, Taking in a Disciple. Without Almighties, the remaining experts from Holocaust Sect and Soul-Snatching Palace naturally had no space to struggle when they were fighting against Jian Wushuang and his troop. In a short while, the entire Soul-Snatching Palace was exterminated. Only some extremely weak disciples managed to escape. In the vast void, your name is Luo Tianhong, right? Duan Lingfeng's gaze was cold as he stared at the purple-haired young man in front of him. Yes, Luo Tianhong nodded solemnly as his eyes filled with enthusiasm. I arranged an opponent for you. If you can defeat him, I will take you in as a registered disciple. However, if you can't kill your opponent, you can only blame yourself. I will not help you, Duan Lingfeng said coldly. Registered disciple? Luo Tianhong licked his lips. He had already seen Duan Lingdeng's power. Although he wasn't as scary as Jian Wushuang, he was still a superb existence that made him passionate. To be able to be formally apprenticed to a superb existence, even though he was just a registered disciple, it was worthy for Luo Tianhong to fight for it. He is my opponent? Luo Tianhong looked at the brawny man in front of him. The brawny man's face was like a grave, covered in hopelessness. However, the aura he carried reached the level of a peak void real god. A universe god had to fight with a top void real god and had to kill him. That was quite challenging. However, for a true top genius, it was doable. Forget about the others. At least Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng could do that when they were universe gods. Listen up, Duan Lingfeng looked at the brawny man. They'll give you a string of hope. Fight with your all. As long as you can kill your opponent, you can live. If not, die. The brawny man from Soul-Snatching Palace originally felt hopeless. However, when he heard what Duan Lingfeng had said, his eyes glowed. He stared at Luo Tianhong, and an unprecedented murderous intention and hope of life soared. The power that a person had during his final crucial moment was the scariest. Let's begin, Duan Lingfeng said coldly. The 2 of them immediately fought in the void. One of them wanted to be formally apprenticed to Duan Lingfeng. The other merely wanted to survive. Both exploded their strongest fighting power. At the border of the battlefield, Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng stood side by side. To have this young man fight with a top void real god, and the match will be called with life and death. Only you could think of such an idea, Jian Wushuang said. He wants to be my disciple. How could it be so simple? Plus, the opponent that I assigned to him is evenly matched after all. It couldn't be considered as unfair, Duan Lingfeng said coldly. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows but didn't say much. After all, it was Duan Lingfeng picking his disciple, not him. In the void, The battle between a universe god and a real god lasted for very long. Both parties have firm beliefs and were extremely mad in the fight. In the end, it became a competition of willpower and endurance. Finally, the outcome of the match was out. The one who survived until the end was Luo Tianhong. He stood in the void as his figure quivered. He was covered in blood and his face was pale, but his eyes were shimmering with joy. In front of him was the dead body of the brawny man. I won. Luo Tianhong was excited. The blood in his body was boiling too. The battle could be considered as a transformation to this young man. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly as he watched. Not too shabby, Duan Lingfeng nodded faintly. Luo Tianhong defeated his opponent. According to what Duan Lingfeng had said earlier, he had taken him in as his registered disciple. Then, Luo Tianhong left with Duan Lingfeng. As for Jian Wushuang and his troop, they left Holy Kingdom of Sky Luo as well. On their way out, Jian Wushuang sent a message to Purple Moon Emperor and informed him about the ins and outs. Jian Wushuang didn't intend to hide anything, but he kept the relationship between himself and the Holocaust sect master, Lung Rushue, a secret. It seems that the news that Sanctuary Alliance got isn't false, Purple Moon Emperor exclaimed, not long ago. Although Holocaust sect master united Holocaust sect using thunderous measures, there are still many within Holocaust sect that aren't willing to follow their sect master's command. They are considered betrayers. Holocaust sect has been wiping out these traitors all this while. As for the 7th Palace Master, Sanctuary Alliance knew about him. Previously, Holocaust sect held great power and an eminent position. It's a pity that he wasn't on the same side with Holocaust sect master. Hence, after Holocaust sect master attacked, he brought a bunch of experts and fled. At the same time, he seemed to have brought along some treasures that Holocaust sect collected. It's a pity that these treasures didn't fall into your hands, but were taken away by Holocaust sect master. Jian Wushuang clearly understood when he heard that. Jian Wushuang, eternal chaotic world isn't peaceful. Holocaust sect and Acheron Palace are preparing to launch an attack. I reckon it wouldn't be long until they make a big movement again. Before that, you have to focus on cultivation and seize the time to break through and become an almighty. You are an inverse cultivator. As soon as you become an almighty, you will be compared to a great emperor favorably. By then, you can be one of the highest fighting powers of Sanctuary Alliance. This is the most important task for you now, Purple Moon Emperor said. I understand, Jian Wushuang nodded. He also knew what was most important to him then. To step foot on the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill, breakthrough, and become an almighty should be the most important task on hand. Return to Green Fire World. The spiritual power is the most intense there. I will get the best result if I cultivate there, Jian Wushuang decided. An ancient silver spaceship immediately flew in the direction of Green Fire World. They passed through some space-time wormholes along the way. Jian Wushuang then arrived at Green Fire World in no time. Jian Wushuang had only left Green Fire World for a few thousand years. But in the few thousand years, there had been a drastic change in Green Fire World. Firstly, the spiritual influence of heaven and earth. A few thousand years ago, before Jian Wushuang left, the spiritual influence of heaven and earth in Green Fire World already far beyond 10 cultivation sanctuaries. Then, after a few thousand years of evolution, the spiritual influence of heaven and earth in Green Fire World and the overall cultivation environment was at least tens of times stronger than 10 cultivation sanctuaries. It was merely a conservative estimation that Jian Wushuang did. Jian Wushuang even thought the cultivation environment in Green Fire World could compare favorably with the first era. Even though there was a distance, it wasn't big. In such an outstanding cultivation environment, Green Fire World's cultivators naturally improved rather quickly under Jian Wushuang's guidance. Then, the number of universe gods in Green Fire World had more than tens of thousands of people. There was even more than 10 real gods. Chapter 1946, 12,000 years? It has only been a few thousand years? Jian Wushuang exclaimed in surprise. In the small Green Fire World, the number of cultivators was far less than in other worlds. However, the experts in Green Fire World were about the same compared to an ordinary Holy Kingdom. Plus, Green Fire World continued to evolve, and it was improving at a shocking speed. Especially when Jian Wushuang came, he had brought complete guidance from real God to almighty level, in all aspects and a variety of them. He had brought back enormous resources. Jian Wushuang prepared all of that for Green Fire World when he was in Lineage of Star. If the guidance in Green Fire World was only to reach real God level, at most it could give birth to real God. Then, Green Fire World possessed the ability to give birth to an almighty. Not only Sir Gods, but also Emperor Gods. Green Fire World could give birth to them, but they needed time. Besides, after Jian Wushuang returned from Lineage of Star, he improved Wushuang City at the first instant. Then, he left behind richer resources and opportunities in Wushuang City. After that, Wushuang City became a true land of opportunity. As long as one was powerful and lucky enough, they would receive great opportunity in Wushuang City. I have prepared whatever I have to prepare. I tried my best to perfect the cultivation environment in Green Fire World. Now, it depends on how hardworking the juniors in Green Fire World are. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. He foresaw that in another few thousand years or tens of thousands of years, Green Fire World would be well developed and there would be countless experts sparring. Previously, Jian Wushuang had thought that Green Fire World would only possess the potential of becoming a new sanctuary in Eternal Chaotic World. However, from what it seemed, it wasn't just that. After that, Jian Wushuang started cultivating in seclusion in Wushuang City as well. In the secret room, Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged. King of Venomous Worms, for the rest of this time, I have veto depend on you. Jian Wushuang smiled. He'll take care of it. King of Venomous Worms nodded. The environment in Green Fire World is outstanding. It will be easier to recover your power of ancient tribe bloodline. With my ability, I should be able to fully recover your power of ancient tribe bloodline in 5,000 years. 5,000 years? Jian Wushuang was very contented with that. One should know that when his 6 stars broke, King of Venomous Worms had taken almost 7,000 years to fix it. Then, he only needed 5,000 years, which was much shorter comparatively. The power of ancient tribe bloodline would be passed to King of Venomous Worms, while Jian Wushuang fully concentrated on studying the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill. The 7th step of inverse cultivation skill was also the level of an almighty. In ancient times, it was called Chaotic Realm. As an inverse cultivator, the current stage was known as Chaotic Supreme. The realm was similar, but the disposition was different. Every single step an inverse cultivator took was different from the others. Every single step taken was entirely different from an ordinary cultivator's. For instance, at real God level, just how scary was an inverse cultivator as ultimate real God? Jian Wushuang had been gifted with divine power and a divine body that were comparable favorably with an emperor god at his 3rd stage ultimate real God level. Hence, he could perform such terrifying fighting power at real God level. The 7th step of an inverse cultivator, Chaotic Supreme, was different from Chaotic Realm of an ordinary cultivator. There was naturally a huge difference. As for where the difference was, Jian Wushuang had never reached that level. So, he didn't know. I have reached the extreme limit of ultimate real God. My substantive soul has formed and my comprehension of doctrine has reached the requirements. In other words, I have fulfilled all prerequisites to break through from real God to almighty. Next, the only thing left is an opportunity. Let's begin. Jian Wushuang closed his eyes and started cultivating. He didn't know how long he needed to break through, but he couldn't be in a hurry. He had to wait patiently. For the rest of the time, Jian Wushuang had been cultivating. Time was merciless, and it flew past. In the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang had cultivated for 12,000 years in Wushuang City. 12,000 years wasn't long to many almighties in Eternal Chaotic World. On the contrary, it was a fairly short time. There were many immortals who cultivated in seclusion for at least 100,000 years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. However, to Jian Wushuang, 12,000 years was the longest period he had cultivated for. Although it had been man-years, he didn't intend to exit seclusion. During the 12,000 years, regardless of if it was Lineage of Star or Green Fire World, it was very peaceful. Lineage of Star had gained a steady footing as the #1 force in Sanctuary Alliance. With Jian Wushuang serving as a deterrent force, All forces in Sanctuary Alliance didn't seem to have anyone who dared to challenge Lineage of Star. With such a position, Lineage of Star developed extremely quickly. Their overall power had been stronger, and their foundation became firmer too. As for Green Fire World, just like Jin Wushuang had expected, the speed of growth was terrifying. In merely 12,000 years, Green Fire World's overall power already reached a brand new level. There were more than 100 real gods, and there were countless universe gods. It was a pity that there had yet to be any almighties. Jin Wushuang also knew that with the assistance of an outstanding environment and abundant resources, it wouldn't be difficult for Green Fire World to give birth to Universe God and Real God, or even Chaotic Real God could be nurtured much easier. However, for Almighty was different from Real God after all. Green Fire World had the ability to nurture an Almighty. However, to give birth to an Almighty in a short period of time, it was still quite impossible. He reckoned that it would at least require continuous nurturing for 20,000 years until Green Fire World give birth to an Almighty. In 100,000 years, Green Fire World should be barely comparable with a sanctuary in Eternal Chaotic World. However, it would be unrealistic if Green Fire World wanted to continue to nurture in peace for another 100,000 years. On the huge ancient battlefield, there was a huge head lying there in silence. The huge head was boundless. Green Fire World was located at the core of the head. It was merely a small on the head. At that very moment, there was a malicious-looking young man who appeared on the head. The malicious-looking young man was Emperor God Xia Xian. Emperor God Xia Xian had arrived at the battlefield over 12,000 years ago through the hidden space gap. Then, he had been wandering in the battlefield. Until then, it was already over 12,000 years. During the 12,000 years, he clearly knew how great the value of the ancient battlefield he was at was. Forget about the rest. In just 12,000 years, he obtained various kinds of opportunities. With the opportunities, his power had increased tremendously. Chapter 1947 Cultivator. So magical. The ancient battlefield is too magical, Emperor God Xia Xian muttered. After he had wandered in the ancient battlefield for over 12,000 years, he knew the place better. There was no doubt that the ancient battlefield was more precious than the ancient mystery land. Not only because it was an ancient battlefield, it was much broader and vast than ancient mystery land. There were more opportunities as well. Most importantly, there was no one else wandering in the ancient battlefield. For instance, the ancient mystery land had opened countless times in the Second Era, let alone the First Era. Countless times of opening and large numbers of experts would search for opportunities each time. Hence, many opportunities had been unearthed. Those that had yet to be revealed should be hard to obtain by others as well. However, the ancient battlefield was entirely different. Boundless opportunities contained were completely on display, and there were too many opportunities around. It's a pity that I am weaker in power and my defense power isn't strong enough. There are many places with great opportunities, but I dare not wander. Otherwise, I could achieve even more. Emperor God Xia Xian clenched his hands. He was very careful, very cautious. Once he noticed that something was not right, he would immediately leave. He'd rather not get the opportunity than taking a bigger risk. Because he was cautious, he had survived for over 12,000 years. Otherwise, the ancient battlefield that contained huge dangers would have killed him many times. Emperor God Xia Xian thought. Just then, Emperor God Xia Xian was surprised. He suddenly noticed the few auras within his soul power's sensory range. These are cultivators? Emperor God Xia Xian was shocked. He thought that there was no one who knew the ancient battlefield, and there was only him alone who had the advantage. But then, he noticed other cultivators on the ancient battlefield, although the few cultivators were not powerful. Let's take a look first. Emperor God Xia Xian squinted his eyes as he moved in the direction of the few cultivators. In the void, there were 4 figures flying forward slowly. There was a mixture of men and women. They looked really young, and they were only giving out Universe God auras. The one leading them was a brown-haired young man who was Universe God in the 3rd heaven. We are reaching Purple Flame Realm soon. Be careful. Remember what Master said. the brown-haired young man urged. The other three people nodded faintly, and there was a tinge of excitement in their eyes. The four of them were from Green Fire World. They were cultivators that came for training in the ancient battlefield. They were also from the same sect. Green Fire World then was different from before. There were many real gods and also universe gods. There were so many cultivators who wandered in the surrounding battlefield looking for opportunity. It was naturally much easier to find opportunities on the battlefield. For instance, on the skull where Green Fire World was located, there was more than half of the territory that Green Fire World had probed and found more mystery land. Purple Flame Realm was one of them. Purple Flame Realm has a total of 3 levels. The danger on the first level is enough to kill many universe gods. As for the second levels, it is simply courting death if a universe god enters. Even when our master enters the second level, he has to be cautious and not reckless. As for the third level of Purple Flame Realm, in the entire Green Fire World, only the legendary Wushuang City Master could go in. Anyone else, including our masters or even our master's master, will definitely die once they enter. The brown-haired young man looked at the other 3 universe gods. The 4 of us can only challenge the first level in Purple Flame Realm at most, and we have to be extremely careful. As for the second level, don't even think about it. Understand? Yes, Senior Qing Hao. The other 3 nodded simultaneously. The 4 of them were chatting casually, but they didn't know that their conversation was being eavesdropped on by Emperor God Xia Exine, who was hidden in the dark. 4 universe gods from the same sect? In their conversation earlier, they brought up about Purple Flame Realm and also Green Fire World. Emperor God Xia Exine had creased his eyebrows earlier. He had heard, and he instantly knew that Purple Flame Realm would be a unique place in the surrounding battlefield. The 4 universe gods should be wandering in Purple Flame Realm. However, Green Fire World, Emperor God Xia Exine didn't understand. Regardless, they'll know when I ask. Emperor God Xia Exine smirked coldly and immediately walked forward. The 4 universe gods went in the direction where Purple Flame Realm was, under the brown-haired young man's lead. But suddenly, Emperor God Xia Exine, who was malicious-looking, blocked their way. The 4 universe gods immediately stopped and 4 pairs of eyes fixed upon Emperor God Xia Exine. This person, the brown-haired young man's eyes dilated in shock. Although Emperor God Xia Exine before him didn't give out much aura, the brown-haired young man still felt extremely pressured. The pressure was much stronger than when he faced his own master. The brown-haired young man took a deep breath and immediately bowed. Greetings, Senior. I am Junior Qing Hao. The brown-haired young man beckoned and bowed at Emperor God Xia Exine. Immortal Palace was one of the top 9 major forces in Green Fire World. They were very famous. The brown-haired young man, Qing Hao, should be a big figure in Immortal Palace. Theoretically, as long as the other person was experienced in Green Fire World, they should have heard of his name. However, Emperor God Xia Exine blinked and seemed confused. He had been in Eternal Chaotic World for so long, but he had never heard of a sect named Immortal Palace. I have something I'd like to ask you. Emperor God Xia Exine looked at the 4 of them in front of him. Yes, Senior. The 4 of us will tell you everything we know. Qing Hao seemed rather calm. I heard your conversation earlier, and you talked about Green Fire World and also Immortal Palace that you brought up yourself. I wonder if you could tell me in detail? Emperor God Xia Exine smiled and asked, Senior, you don't know about Green Fire World or Immortal Palace? Qing Hao stared and has suddenly put his guard up. The other 3 disciples from Immortal Palace looked terrified as well. If the other party didn't know about Immortal Palace, it might be understandable. After all, Immortal Palace was established after the drastic change in Green Fire World. It had only been less than 20,000 years. Those who cultivate in seclusion most of the time during the year, it was normal if they didn't know about them. However, he didn't even know about Green Fire World. Obviously, he wasn't an expert from Green Fire World. Master, I met a mysterious expert on the ancient battlefield. He is from outside Green Fire World. Qing Hao didn't move, but he sent a message to his master in secret. Chapter 1948. Emperor God Xia Exine rejoiced with wild excitement. Qing Hao responded at the first instant. However, When he tried to send a message, what happened? My message can't go through? Qing Hao was shocked. Then, Emperor God Xiaoxian had already seen through Qing Hao's actions. He sneered, "Young man, don't even think about sending messages. It's useless. I have already sealed off this space-time. With just 4 universe gods, you can't possibly break it. Don't even think about running away either." Then, there was pressing stress soaring from Emperor Xiaozin's body. Putong, 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 Putong. The 4 disciples from Immortal Palace, including the brown-haired young man, Qing Hao, knelt down straight away. Their heads were buzzing, and they couldn't come back to reality for quite some time. Finally, Qing Hao was the first one who recovered. He clenched his teeth as he glared at Emperor God Xiaoxian. He understood that the opponent was far beyond their match. Forget about themselves, even their masters or masters' masters weren't his match. In other words, it was true when the opponent said that the 4 of them couldn't escape. "The 4 of you, answer my questions. I may let you go," Emperor God Xiaoxian smiled maliciously. "Dream on." Qing Hao humphed coldly. He knew that the opponent was from outside Green Fire World, and he had wicked ideas in his mind. He naturally wasn't willing to cooperate. "Hee, a person of integrity," Emperor God Xiaoxian scoffed and pointed casually with his fingertip. There was a light that burst out and instantly pierced the head of the favored one from Immortal Palace. Then, his aura vanished into thin air. "Brother Qing Hao." The other 3 next to him looked distressed. "As your senior has died, it's your turn now. Answer my questions honestly, or die like your senior did. Make your own choice." Emperor God Xiaozin's voice was cold. With his measure of an Emperor God expert, 3 universe gods who were inexperienced naturally couldn't withstand it. They immediately gave him all the answers that he wanted on a silver platter. Green Fire World is a big world? After finding out about Green Fire World, even Emperor God Xiaoxian was shocked. The ancient battlefield that he was in had never had any other cultivators but him alone wandering there. But then, he had realized that there was a big world in the ancient battlefield, and the big world seemed to be nurtured from the battlefield. A big world that was nurtured from the ancient battlefield. Just how terrifyingly valuable was the world? "That's not right," Emperor God Xiaoxian shook his head. "The spiritual influence of heaven and earth here in the ancient battlefield is so much more intense. The cultivation environment was much more outstanding than the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. On top of that, the ancient battlefield is a land of opportunities. Just how strong were the experts from Green Fire World?" Emperor God Xiaoxian became alert at the first instant. With such outstanding cultivation environment, the overall power of a cultivator shouldn't be any weaker. Who is the strongest person in Green Fire World? How strong is he? Emperor God Xiaoxian asked straightforwardly. One of the disciples from Immortal Palace answered, "The strongest person in Green Fire World is naturally the Wushuang City Master. He built Wushuang City himself, and it is no doubt the #1 sanctuary. Countless experts fought to cultivate in Wushuang City. However, rules applied. Although Green Fire World has 9 top forces, none of the 9 top forces dare to go against Wushuang City Master's command. He is widely acknowledged as the strongest one. As for Wushuang City Master's power, no one knew. We only knew that our masters, or even our master's master, said that they aren't Wushuang Master's match. At which level are your master and your master's master at?" Emperor God Xiaoxian continued to question them. "Our master is a void real god. As for our master's master, the master of Immortal Palace, he was an eternal real god, the top eternal real god." The disciple from Immortal Palace answered honestly. Emperor God Xiaoxian heard the disciple from Immortal Palace's answer, and he was surprised. The palace master of one of the 9 top forces is only an eternal real god? How could he be so weak? Emperor God Xiaoxian was confused, but then he finally understood after a round of questions. "Haha, I see. It turned out that Green Fire World had only started evolving in the past 10,000 years. The cultivation environment here was terrible. They didn't even have any universe gods. Then, somehow or other, the spiritual influence of heaven and earth became more intense. On top of that, the expert from Green Fire World somehow received some cultivation guidance. Hence, the experts in Green Fire World slowly grew. No wonder. In such an outstanding cultivation environment, the palace master of one of the 9 forces is only an eternal real god. Emperor God Xie Xian smiled, and his smile looked malicious. There was boundless surprise in his eyes too. Great, that's great. Even heaven is helping me. Previously, I found the ancient battlefield that was totally sealed off from eternal chaotic world. Then, I found another big world that possesses great potential. An Emperor God Xie Xian naturally could tell the value of Green Fire World. Although Green Fire World had yet to develop, it was like a newborn baby. It required time to slowly grow. Once it was fully grown, it was simply unimaginable how great of a level it would reach. Emperor God Xie Xian found out about the situation of Green Fire World and instantly had many wicked ideas pop into his head. Conquer Green Fire World and make Green Fire World into his private backyard. Let's go. Let's head to Green Fire World. Emperor God Xie Xian immediately forced the 3 disciples from Immortal Palace to lead the way to Green Fire World. In the beginning, he was worried about the standard of the experts in Green Fire World. But now, he didn't care much. Even Palace Master from the 9 strongest forces was merely eternal real god level. The so-called Supreme Wushuang City Master couldn't be that powerful. From Emperor God Xie Xin's point of view, Wushuang City Master would at most be a chaotic real god. He reckoned that he shouldn't be the top among chaotic real gods as well. As for Almighty, Emperor God Xie Xian didn't consider that at all. There weren't many Almighties from eternal chaotic world. It wasn't a level that one could easily achieve. Even if Wushuang City Master had already broken through and become an Almighty, he wouldn't care. One should know that he was an Emperor God. Plus, as he had wandered in the ancient battlefield for over 12,000 years, he was very powerful. Hence, he didn't bother much. Just a Green Fire World, he could overtake it easily alone. Very soon, Emperor God had reached the entrance of Green Fire World and Green Fire Palace under the lead of the disciples from Immortal Palace. Chapter 1949. Outsider in Wushuang City. In the secret room, Jin Wushuang sat alone with his eyes closed. He had been cultivating in seclusion for the past 12,000 years. He broke 7 stars previously, and they was all recovered. His power had resumed its peak. Not only that, his comprehension of doctrine improved tremendously as well. Both space-time doctrine and reincarnation doctrine had already reached the extreme limit of the 8th level in Doctrine Palace. In terms of sword principle, he had also had a breakthrough. The current me has improved tremendously in my overall power, but it is a pity that I will never step out to the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill, Chaotic Supreme. Since he had received the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill, he had been studying it. He had been figuring out ways to break through. He had already put in painstaking effort, but he felt that he was just slightly away from breakthrough. The slight bit was just like a layer of window paper. With just one poke, it would break. However, the window paper required a great opportunity. Hence, Jin Wushuang tried to keep himself composed. Just then, Jin Wushuang was surprised and he opened his eyes. His figure moved and he left the secret room. In the lofty discussion hall in Wushuang City, V-room, Jin Wushuang's body appeared on the highest throne out of nowhere. Father, Brother Wang Yuan, 4th brother, what's the matter? Why are you in a hurry to see me? Jin Wushuang looked at the 3 of them next to him. He said before he had started cultivating in seclusion. Unless it was something very urgent, one shouldn't interrupt him when he cultivated. There's something urgent. Jin Nanshan's face grew grave. Let me break this to you, Wang Yuan said directly. 3rd brother, there's an outsider in Green Fire World. Outsider? Jin Wushuang immediately looked distressed. Green Fire World and the entire ancient battlefield was under the cover of the Great Formation. Without the permission of the higher-ups in Green Fire Palace, no one could barge in as they wished. In such a situation, there were outsiders in Green Fire World? Either he is an expert in a deep sleep in the ancient battlefield, or he is an expert from Eternal Chaotic World who came to the battlefield through the space gap in ancient Mysteryland by luck. Just like King Gutong back then, Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. How's the power of this outsider? Jian Wushuang asked. Very powerful. Terrifyingly powerful, Wang Yuan said solemnly. Green Fire World grew over the years and our power is way beyond what it was in the past. There are many cultivators who have already reached the level of a real god. However, the outsider just stood there and many of our real gods didn't even have the guts to fight back. If I am not mistaken, he should have reached the almighty level that you mentioned. Almighty? Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. The outsider seems to have understood the history of Green Fire World. He came and attacked Green Fire Palace with thunderous measures. Green Fire Palace couldn't resist at all. We sent out the few Dao soldiers that you left behind. However, with the few Dao soldiers joining forces, he still defeated them with ease, Wang Yuan said. Oh! Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. The few Dao soldiers that he left in Green Fire Palace were merely ordinary bronze-armored Dao soldiers. Theoretically, the few Dao soldiers joining forces could easily match a Sir God evenly. In the end, they were defeated with ease. The enemy was at least a top Sir God or Emperor God. Do you have any mirror image of him fighting with the Dao soldiers? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, I ordered someone to record them. Su Ro stood up and took out a token. Su Ro waved and a huge mirror image immediately appeared in the void. In the mirror image, the outsider fought with the few Dao soldiers. A total of 4 Dao soldiers were fighting all out, but in the end, the malicious-looking young man only attacked casually and suppressed the 4 Dao soldiers easily. When Jian Wushuang saw the malicious-looking young man in the image, his eyes dilated in shock. It's him. Jian Wushuang recognized the malicious-looking young man. There were many experts in Eternal Chaotic World. There were many almighties among them. Any almighty who was famous, Jian Wushuang paid attention to them. The malicious-looking young man in the image was an emperor god. Jian Wushuang naturally knew him. Emperor God Xia Xian. He came to Green Fire World? Jian Wushuang's gaze was cold. Emperor God Xia Xian had been wandering in the ancient mystery land. As he appeared there, no doubt, he had definitely come through the space gap in ancient mystery land. Luckily, it was only an emperor god who barged in unintentionally, and he isn't that powerful. He is well within my power to deal with. If it was really an ancient experts, it'd be real trouble. Jian Wushuang let out a breath of relief. Emperor God Xiazin's power was ordinary, so Jian Wushuang could deal with him. If it were to be an ancient expert who had woken up from the ancient battlefield, that would be true trouble. An ancient expert, even the weakest one, wouldn't be one that Jian Wushuang could easily deal with once he resumed his peak fighting power. Third brother, you know this outsider? Wang Yuan asked. Never met him, but I know his background. So, what happened after? Jian Wushuang asked again. The outsider's intention is obviously to conquer Green Fire World. Hence, after he defeated the few Dao soldiers and revealed his power, he didn't massacre the higher-ups in Green Fire World, but he left a message. He said that he would give us 1 month's time to consider. 1 month later, if Green Fire World and the 9 top forces in Green Fire World do not yield to him, he will kill all of us one by one. Besides, he even brought up you, third brother. Wang Yuan looked at Jian Wushuang. Oh? What did he say? Jian Wushuang looked cold. He knows that third brother, Wushuang City Master, is widely acknowledged as the strongest person and your word carries great weight. Hence, he said to let you go and see him, Wang Yuan said. For me to see him? He. Emperor God Xia Xian has guts. Jian Wushuang sneered, but he understood. I reckon Emperor God Xia Xian doesn't know my identity. Jian Wushuang knew just how famous he was in Eternal Chaotic World. Even Great Emperor had scruples, let alone just Emperor God Xia Xian. However, Emperor God Xia Xian didn't care about him but had relayed a message for Wushuang City Master to see him personally. He definitely didn't know Wushuang City Master's true identity. Emperor God Xia Xian probably only knew that the strongest person in Green Fire World was Wushuang City Master, but he didn't know the true name of the Wushuang City Master. If Emperor God Xia Xian knew, forget about his mad behavior, he would have run away from Green Fire World long ago. Where's this outsider now? Jian Wushuang asked. He's in the palace floating outside Green Fire Palace. Wang Yuan answered. Chapter 1950. Wushuang City Master arrived. Very well. Jin Wushuang nodded faintly while he put on a playful smile. Third brother, what are you going to do? Wang Yuan looked at him. What to do? Hee, as Emperor God Xiaxan wants me to go and see him, I shall grant his wish. Jin Wushuang sneered, but his smile was as cold as a blade. On that very day, Jin Wushuang departed from Wushuang City and came before the palaces floating outside Green Fire Palace. In the palace right in the middle of the palaces, the malicious-looking Emperor God Xiaxan was sitting on a grand throne casually while the cultivator from Green Fire World stood below in reverence. Most of the cultivators from Green Fire World had reached real god level. Then, there were a few real gods who were nodding and bowing with ingratiating smiles on their faces. Previously, when Emperor God Xiaxan had barged into Green Fire Palace, he had suppressed the entire Green Fire Palace alone and also the 9 top forces in Green Fire World. The news had spread like wildfire. Naturally, it caught the attention of the experts who were suppressed by Green Fire Palace and the 9 top forces. They had approached him to seek his backing. Then, there were a bunch of people gathered under the command of Emperor God Xiaxan. Mr. Emperor God, according to the news that I've gotten, the higher-ups of the top 9 forces are gathered at Green Fire Palace. I reckon they are thinking of countermeasures. Besides, there were experts from Green Fire Palace who requested Wushuang City Master to get involved. A purple-haired elder reported politely. Hee, Mr. Emperor God, you don't have to go through the trouble. You can totally wipe out Green Fire Palace directly, as well as the top 9 forces. Then, build another brand new force to unite Green Fire World. Wouldn't that be easier? Yeah, Green Fire Palace and the 9 top forces, although they could agree to yield to you because of fear towards I reckon it would only be temporary. They are not trustworthy. The few of them started commenting. No matter if it was within an ordinary sect or force, there would be some traitors, let alone when they were in a big world. The few real gods at the scene were traitors of Green Fire World. They knew that Emperor God Xiaxan was an outsider, but they revolted and went to his side without hesitation for their own benefit. Plus, they had been urging Emperor God Xiaxan to wipe out Green Fire Palace and the 9 top forces, because the few of them most likely had been suppressed by Green Fire Palace and the 9 top forces once. On the highest throne, Emperor God Xiaxan tapped the armrest with a malicious smile plastered across his face. I want a complete Green Fire World. Just like how the current structure with Green Fire Palace and 9 top forces are great. There's no need to wipe them out. What I want to do now is to replace Wushuang City Master so that the cultivators in Green Fire World take me as the strongest person, treat me as a god. That'll be enough. Of course, if they don't act wisely, they can't blame me. The few real gods were unhappy but didn't talk anymore. Then, a figure in a black robe walked in and bowed at Emperor God Xiaxan. Mr. Emperor God, Wushuang City Master is here. Oh. Emperor God Xiaxan raised his eyebrows. Wushuang City Master. The few real gods gasped a breath of cold air. They were born in Green Fire World. They knew the legends about Wushuang City Master. Wushuang City Master was totally a legend in Green Fire World. Any single person couldn't help but reveal reverence and worship when they bring up Wushuang City Master. Although the few real gods had already switched allegiance to Emperor God Xiaxan, they were still fearful of the legendary Wushuang City Master from the bottom of their hearts. However, the moment they recalled Emperor God Xiaxan's power, the few real gods felt reassured. Humph, at least Wushuang City Master is smart enough. Of course, no matter how high his position is in Green Fire World, he is just a real god after all. How could he be compared to an Emperor God favorably? From what I can see, Wushuang City Master is definitely panicking. He must be afraid that Mr. Emperor God will kill him later. What Wushuang City Master? He's nothing before Mr. Emperor God. The few real gods continued to praise him. Emperor God Xiaxan sneered. Wushuang City Master ain't that dumb. Let him wait outside for a bit. Yes, the man in the black robe who came to send the message turned to leave. Outside the palaces, there were a few figures standing side by side. In Green Fire Palace that was not too far away, There were many higher-ups from Green Fire World who were paying attention. The higher-ups from the 9 top forces were standing there as they watched too. Most of them were anxious. Although Jin Wushuang had saved Green Fire World more than once, and there was no doubt about his power, the cultivators in Green Fire World weren't like before. They could tell that Jin Wushuang was only a real god. However, the outsider Emperor God Xie Xian was the legendary Almighty. It was said that the top of the pyramid in the outside world. Between real gods and almighties, the difference was ridiculously huge. Hence, although they were absolutely obliged to Jin Wushuang, they were still extremely worried. Mr. Emperor God, tell you to wait here. The man in a black robe who had come to send the message was arrogant. He was unprecedentedly excited too because he knew that those standing before him were the expert higher-ups from Green Fire World and also the legendary Wushuang City Master. To block Wushuang City Master outside the door and make him wait, he had never thought about it before. He wants us to wait here? The B** starred. Wang Yuan immediately cursed with anger. No hurry. As he wants to put on airs, I will let him do it. I wonder how is he going to end this later? Jin Wushuang smiled faintly but didn't care much. Xiao Yu, who was next to Jin Wushuang, shook her head slightly. She started to pity Emperor God Xie Xian, who didn't know how high the sky was. Jin Wushuang didn't wait for long. There was finally movement among the palaces. Emperor God Xie Xian flew over with a few real gods surrounding him. Rumble. There was vast divine might spreading out from Emperor God Xie Xian as he pressed the earth. He had yet to arrive, but his voice reverberated through the universe. Among you, who is Wushuang City Master? Emperor God Xie Zin's voice was cold with a tinge of a high and mighty aura. He put his hands behind his back as he stood in the void above. He surveyed everyone beneath him. He came before Jin Wushuang, but he didn't bother to look at Jin Wushuang. He heard from the real god under his command that Wushuang City Master was only a real god. Just a real god wasn't worth him taking a look at. Chapter 1951. Misunderstanding Rumble. The divine might of an emperor god pressed the scene so mightily. The experts from Green Fire World at the scene revealed an expression of terror and reverence. Before an emperor god, their strongest cultivator was only a real god. They didn't even have the guts to attack. The purple-haired elder next to Emperor God Xie Xian was like a fox borrowing the awe of a tiger and roared. Mr. Emperor God came personally. Why aren't you on your knees yet? Knees? Jin Wushuang's gaze turned cold as he glanced at Emperor God Xie Xian, who was high above. He lifted the corners of his lips into a unique curve. You told me to come and see you personally. When I came, you made me wait for a while. Now, you want me to kneel before you? Hee, Emperor God Xie Xian. I really wonder who gave you the courage to do such things? Jin Wushuang's voice had a tinge of disdain as it resounded in the universe. Emperor God Xie Xian, who stood arrogantly above with his hands behind him, was shocked. Since he had come to Green Fire World, although he put his power in display, he had never announced his name. For instance, the real gods who sought his patronage only referred to him as Emperor God, but no one knew his name. However, the person could call him by his name. You are, Emperor God Xie Xian looked down slightly. Only then, he finally looked at Jin Wushuang. It was the first time he had looked at Jin Wushuang after he had walked out of the palace. With one glance, he saw Jin Wushuang's appearance and felt the unique aura clearly. Emperor God Xie Xian was stunned. Not only his gaze but his expression stiffened. Even his heart seemed to have stopped beating then. The entire space-time paused. Only Emperor God Xie Xian was looking at Jin Wushuang in shock. After a while, Virum, Emperor God Xie Xian quivered, and he could feel as though his scalp had exploded. You are Sword Emperor? Emperor God Xie Xian stared at Jin Wushuang. His expression was as though he had seen a ghost. He really thought he had seen a ghost. A sword emperor who was famous for his bad name in eternal chaotic world. He, of course, could recognize him. Emperor God Xie Xian was extremely fearful of Sword Emperor. If he were to come across Jin Wushuang in eternal chaotic world, he definitely would take another route without hesitation and didn't dare to offend him. But then, He saw Sword Emperor in Green Fire World? How is this possible? How could it be? How could Sword Emperor be here? Emperor God Xie Xian was in disbelief. The ancient battlefield where Green Fire World was so secretive. After over 12,000 years of wandering, Emperor God Xie Xian was sure that the ancient battlefield had almost never been wandered before. It was totally sealed off from eternal chaotic world. Hence, Green Fire World on the ancient battlefield was naturally sealed off from the world as well. He had never expected himself to come across any experts from eternal chaotic world there, let alone the infamous Sword Emperor. Before he had taken action against Green Fire World, he had found out about Green Fire World, and he also knew Wushuang City Master. He also knew that Wushuang City Master was only a real god. The truth was as such, he was only a real god. However, he had never expected Wushuang City Master to be Jian Wushuang. Wushuang City Master? Jian Wushuang? Emperor God Xie Xian felt bitter. Judging by the name itself, Wushuang City Master did carry the name Wushuang. However, there were so many people with the same name. Who would associate Wushuang City Master with Jian Wushuang? Emperor God Xie Xian. Emperor God Xie Xian was still astonished, terrorized, and in disbelief when Jian Wushuang spoke again. You haven't replied to my question. I'd like to know who gave you such courage? Emperor God Xie Xian was stunned, and he had yet to reply. The purple-robed elder, who was like a fox borrowing the awe of a tiger, bellowed, "How dare you speak to Mr. Emperor God like that? Wushuang City Master, are you sick of living?" The moment he said that, Jian Wushuang's face grew grave. However, Emperor God Xie Xian was covered in a cold sweat. He stole a glance at the purple-robed elder, and he was still smiling in disdain. Hong. Emperor God Xie Xian slapped. The purple-robed elder had yet to respond, but bang. He had already become a cloud of bloody fog. The sight shocked the surrounding people, especially the few real gods who sought the patronage of Emperor God Xie Xian. Before they managed to ask, they saw Emperor God Xie Xian attacked again. Bang, 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 bang. There were a few continuous bangs. The few real gods who sought patronage from Emperor God Xie Xian turned into clouds of bloody fog and died. After that, Emperor God Xie Xian then let out a breath of relief. Then, he looked at Jian Wushuang. On his malicious face, there was an awkward smile. Sword Emperor, this is a misunderstanding, a great misunderstanding. A misunderstanding, a great misunderstanding. It reverberated through the universe, and all cultivators in Green Fire World were astonished. A misunderstanding? Jian Wushuang's gaze was cold. I don't think so, Emperor God Xie Xian. You wanted me to see you and I came. You wanted me to wait for you and I waited. Now, should I listen to the person from earlier and bow to you? No, no. How dare I? Sword Emperor, this is a misunderstanding. Emperor God Xie Xian shook his head and took out a Qian Kuan ring. Sword Emperor, I crossed the line this time. This Qian Kuan ring has all the resources that I have gathered all my life. Take this as an apology to you, Sword Emperor. I hope Sword Emperor doesn't record a demerit. I will leave immediately and never step foot in Green Fire World ever again. Leave now? Jian Wushuang said coldly. There's no hurry. As we have met, I happen to have things to ask you, Emperor God Xie Xian. For example, how did you come to this battlefield? Besides you, who else knows about this battlefield? This is simple. I can answer you right now. Emperor God Xie Xian smiled faintly and looked as though he was more than happy to answer Jian Wushuang's question. But in the next moment, run. Swoosh. Emperor God Xie Xian turned into a shrill black, flowing light as he plunged to the vast battlefield behind. Without hesitation and extremely decisively, he knew the surrounding battlefield clearly and also the value of Green Fire World. As he had found out about the battlefield and Green Fire World, according to Sword Emperor's bad name and his conduct, he absolutely wouldn't let him leave alive. Absolutely not. Hence, he had to run. The experts from Green Fire World were dumbfounded at the sight. Chapter 1952 Killing. The cultivators from Green Fire World previously thought that Wushuang's city master was only a real god, and he couldn't match Emperor God Xia Xian evenly. However, then, Jian Wushuang had yet to attack, and he only stood there, but Emperor God Xia Xian had already started running for his life without hesitation. That is Wushuang's city master, the legend of our Green Fire World. Many experts from Green Fire World clenched their fists as their eyes shimmered with adoration. On the other hand, Jian Wushuang's face changed the moment he saw Emperor God Xia Xian started running away. At first, he had wanted to ask a few questions before he killed Emperor God Xia Xian. He had never expected Emperor God Xia Xian to be so determined to run away. Humph! Can you escape? Jian Wushuang's cold voice reverberated in the universe. The moment his voice resounded, a vast purple light soared up and instantly covered a range of few million miles. One realm pearl turned into a formation at one's will. *T. Emperor God Xia Xian looked at the formation around him and his face grew grave. Not only that, he also realized that the moment the formation took shape, the surrounding space-time would be sealed off. He couldn't even send a message to the outside world, even if he wanted to. Sword Emperor, I have no intention to offend you. I can swear that I will never tell anyone else about this battlefield and Green Fire World. Let me go. Emperor God Xia Xian roared. He regretted it. He regretted coming to Green Fire World. He had never expected to meet Sword Emperor there. Humph. So what if you swear? Secrets will only be safe with a dead person. Jian Wushuang was soaring with murderous intention. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. For resplendent golden lights suddenly soared up and instantly burst out. That is, looking at the four golden lights, Emperor God Xia Xin's eyes dilated in shock. He also knew about Jian Wushuang. He knew that the scariest thing about Jian Wushuang was his four golden swords. The four golden swords possessed the power of a peak emperor god each. With four, even Palace Master Wu Luo, who was a peak emperor god, would be suppressed. Go away. At such a crucial moment, Emperor God Xia Xian took out a huge axe. The huge axe was billowing with imposing aura. It was a chaotic divine treasure. Emperor God Xia Xian wielded the axe in his hand. Dang, 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 dang. There were four continuous low thuds and Emperor God Xia Xian suddenly retreated. However, the four Hong Jun golden swords burst out in a different direction from the impact. Huh. Jian Wushuang was shocked. From what he knew, Emperor God Xia Xian was only an ordinary emperor god, and probably at the bottom of the tier. He didn't even have any skills that he was good at. Theoretically, such an emperor god should be killed by his Hong Jun golden swords with one attack. However, he had blocked the four Hong Jun golden swords and wasn't injured. It seems that I belittled you. Jian Wushuang's face was cold and Blood Mountain sword was suddenly drawn out from the scabbard. Under the sword intention, he took a stride forward and plunged out. Not good. Emperor God Xia Xian quaked with terror. The rumors said that Sword Emperor not only had the four golden swords, his close-body combat was terrifying too. If both collaborated flawlessly, he could easily kill a peak emperor god. I definitely can't fight him head-on. Emperor God Xia Xian knew his limitations. He had wandered at the surrounding ancient battlefield for over 12,000 years. Because of the opportunities obtained, his power had increased tremendously. He could barely be considered to be one with fighting power of a peak emperor god. However, with such fighting power, he absolutely didn't stand a chance before the infamous Sword Emperor. Looking at Jian Wushuang approaching him, Emperor God Xia Xian suddenly flicked his wrist and took out a bronze mirror that gave out mysterious aura. He gripped the bronze mirror tight as he concentrated his divine power. Virum, Virum. Two boundless auras soared up from the bronze mirror. The two auras were as cold as if they were from Acheron. In an instant, the two auras substantiated in the void and became two black shadows. The two shadows were like ordinary human cultivators, but they were greater in size. They were more than 3 meters tall. There wasn't real eyeballs in their eye sockets, only a ball of black flame, just like ghost fire. Hold him back. Emperor God Xia Xian commanded, and the two black shadows suddenly charged at Jian Wushuang. The two cold yet fierce auras locked onto Jian Wushuang. What's that? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. He could feel that the two black shadows were fierce in fighting power. They had brought about pressure that wouldn't be weaker than an ordinary peak emperor god's. Plus, there were two shadows that joined forces which equaled to two peak emperor gods. Humph, you think you can stop me with these two shadows? Then, you can escape? Jian Wushuang humphed coldly. Jian Yi. Swoosh. A figure suddenly appeared in the void, became engulfed in the formation, and instantly turned into flowing light. He moved to Emperor God Xie Xian at a terrifyingly fast speed. Although Jian Wushuang didn't care about Emperor God Xie Xian in the beginning, there were too many associated matters after all. In order to prevent the uncertainties, he let Jian Yi rush over. Just as he was held back by the two shadows, Jian Yi took action. A minute. Emperor God Xie Xian grew distressed, but he wasn't hopeless. Then, he had already reached the border of the formation that was transformed with one realm pearl. Jian Yi was slightly further away from him. He totally stood a chance to flee. He flicked his wrist again and took out a stone rod. The stone rod was only half a rod left. The stone rod was a unique treasure that he had found during the 12,000 years he had wandered around the surrounding battlefield. It was extremely useful. It was originally complete. However, he had come across danger previously, and he had broken half of it. In a life-and-death situation, I can't think so much. Emperor God Xiezin's gaze was cold, as he gripped his palm tight. Bang! The remaining stone rod exploded. After it exploded, there was a billowing power that flooded. The strength of the power had yet to reach the level of a great emperor, but it was already extremely close to one. Plus, the power concentrated in one spot as it exploded. Hong! There was a loud bang on the purple formation that was made by one realm pearl. Then, in the place where the power swept out, there was a huge opening. I managed to escape. Emperor God Xie Xian was filled with excitement. However, just as he smiled, he stiffened, because he had realized that Jian Yi was right behind him, and there was a scary palm which seized his throat. How could he be so fast? Emperor God Xie Xian stared, and his face was in terror. This is Great Emperor? With astonishment, Emperor God Xiezin's head had already shattered into pieces. Chapter 1953, 5 Fire, Godly Spirit Mirror. Rumble. The moment Emperor God Xie Xian died, the two black shadows that were holding Jian Wushuang back vanished into thin air, and the universe resumed tranquility. Jian Wushuang moved and appeared next to Emperor God Xie Xian. Looking at Emperor God Xiezin's dead body, Jian Wushuang looked solemn. Master, Jian Yi is useless. Jian Yi stood next to him in reverence. I can't blame you for this. I was too careless as I belittled Emperor God Xie Xian, Jian Wushuang said in a low voice. At first, though Emperor God Xie Xian was only an emperor god at the bottom of the tier and shouldn't be able to stir up any commotion in my hands, I thought I could ask him about how he got onto this battlefield in detail before I killed him. But I never expected that Emperor God Xie Xian would be so decisive and start running for his life. Plus, his power has increased tremendously since before. From what Jian Wushuang knew, Emperor God Xie Xian was only an ordinary emperor god, and he didn't have any special skill. However, Emperor God Xie Xian had put his power and skill on display and shocked Jian Wushuang. If I'm not mistaken, Emperor God Xie Xian should have stayed on the battlefield for a long time, and he has received many opportunities. Hence, his power has improved so tremendously, and he has so many unique treasures. With the aid of the treasures, he nearly escaped. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. If Emperor God Xie Xian were to flee successfully, they would be in big trouble. However, although Jian Yi had killed Emperor God Xie Xian, he had broken an opening on the formation from one realm pearl earlier. Even though Jian Yi had killed him immediately, Emperor God Xie Xian could totally have sent out a message in that short time frame. From the moment I saw Emperor God Xie Xian, I sealed off the surrounding space-time to make sure he couldn't send out any messages. But then, when he broke the formation of one realm pearl, the space-time was sealed off too. I didn't know if he sent anyone any messages. If he did, we will be in big trouble, Jian Wushuang muttered. He was most worried that the ancient battlefield and green fire world were exposed. By then, it would attract not just one or two experts. Experts from all over eternal chaotic world would flood in. The reason why he had killed Emperor God Xia Xian was to shut him up. The most troublesome thing was that he didn't know if Emperor Xia Xian had told anyone else about the ancient battlefield when he had been wandering there. If he really did tell the others, and there was someone who knew he had died, the person would most likely expose the news to the public. By then, Emperor God Xia Xian didn't seem to have a best friend with who could go through thick and thin together. And the ancient battlefield has such great opportunities, he shouldn't have told anyone but kept it all to himself, Jian Wushuang muttered. Of course, he was only guessing. He couldn't determine what exactly had gone on. Regardless of if there was a second person who knew of the ancient battlefield, I couldn't be bothered so much. It's best that I focus on improving myself. Jian Wushuang clenched his hand, and he then looked at the Qian Kuren ring in Emperor God Xia Xin's hand. Emperor God Xia Xian had been wandering in the surrounding battlefield for so many years, he should have received many opportunities. Forget about the rest. Just the bronze mirror that he took out and the half-stone rod that he had broken were unusual. Jian Wushuang immediately started inspecting. After a while, when Jian Wushuang flipped his hand, there was a bronze mirror that gave out a strange aura appeared in his hand. The bronze mirror, Jian Wushuang could feel how extraordinary the bronze mirror was, and he immediately started refining it. After a while, he found out the name and the function of the bronze mirror. 5-Fire Godly Spirit Mirror contains 5 godly spirits and is fed by divine power. It could explode with terrifying fighting power. Jian Wushuang's eyes were shimmering with joy. He knew that the 2 black shadows that popped out of the 5-Fire Godly Spirit Mirror were 2 godly spirits from the realm. In 5-Fire Godly Spirit Mirror, there were 5 godly spirits. The 5 godly spirits were the creator of the 5-Fire Godly Spirit Mirror. He removed the consciousness of 5 experts using thunderous measures, then refined the 5 expert spirits into the mirror. He fed the 5 godly spirits using divine power and woke them up when he was in a fight. As for the strength of the 5 godly spirits, it depended on the level of divine power fed. Remove experts' consciousness and refine their spirit into godly spirit. Such a cruel measure, Jian Wushuang complimented. He could tell that the refinery method of the 5-Fire Godly Spirit Mirror was extremely cruel. The treasure could be considered a ruffian treasure. However, like the saying, in this world, there was not wicked treasure, only wicked treasure users. The more divine power it's fed and the purer it is, the stronger the fighting power of the godly spirits will be, Jian Wushuang muttered. He could feel that the 5 godly spirits in the 5-Fire Godly Spirit Mirror were starving. It was obvious that the 5 godly spirits' power had been drained long ago, as they had stayed in the ancient battlefield for so many years without divine power. It wouldn't be long until Emperor God Xia Xian had obtained the 5-Fire Godly Spirit Mirror. Although he had been feeding them with divine power, he was an ordinary Emperor God after all. Even after he fed them, he could merely wake 2 godly spirits up to fight. Plus, the fighting power of the 2 godly spirits could only reach the level of an ordinary peak Emperor God, according to his divine power strength. They weren't exactly strong. However, if the 5-Fire Godly Spirit Mirror were to be in Jian Wushuang's hand, that'd be entirely different. Jian Wushuang was an inverse cultivator. Although he had yet to step foot on the 7th step of inverse cultivation, his divine power strength was absolutely comparable to an Emperor God's. In collaboration with the power of ancient tribe bloodline, he would be far beyond an ordinary Emperor God. Plus, his divine power was far beyond an ordinary Emperor God's, much vaster. If he were to feed the 5 godly spirits with his all, there's no hurry. I'll try after I return to the secret room, Jian Wushuang muttered. Besides the 5-Fire Godly Spirit Mirror, Emperor God Xia Xian had many treasures in his Qian Kuan ring. Most of them were chaotic divine treasure. As for the defense armor itself, there were a total of 3 pieces, just like the one Emperor God Xia Xian was wearing. It was also extremely powerful armor. No wonder when I attacked with 4 Hongjun golden swords earlier, he could withstand it so easily. It turns out that not only his power has reached the level of a peak Emperor God, most importantly, he has a powerful defense armor. It seems that he has wandered in the surrounding ancient battlefield for many years, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. He briefly went through his treasure and Jian Wushuang was quite satisfied. It was a pity that there was no other useful treasure for Jian Wushuang besides the 5-fire godly spirit mirror. Chapter 1954 Sir God Shui Dao, Shuang Heir. Third brother. Jian Nantian, Wang Yuan, Su Rou, and the others came next to Jian Wushuang. They looked at Emperor God Xie Xin's dead body and everyone sighed. He is an almighty, Wang Yuan couldn't help but compliment. He's an almighty and he isn't weak. It's a pity that I killed countless Almagites when I was wandering in eternal chaotic world. Emperor God Xie Xian is nothing, Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. He was telling the truth. Back then, during the war in Lineage of Star, he wiped out the entire Almighty's alliance with one stroke. He had literally killed more than 100 Almighties in one breath. Compared to that, Emperor God Xie Xian was nothing. Emperor God Xie Xian had died, and the real gods who sought patronage from him were wiped out too. The forces in Green Fire World naturally cheered with excitement. At the same time, the reverence they held for their Wushuang City Master became stronger too. It turned out that although Wushuang City Master was only a real god, he could kill an almighty easily. After Jian Wushuang had killed Emperor God Xie Xian, he returned to the secret room in Wushuang City. Before him, the ancient bronze mirror floated in the air in silence. The bronze mirror gave out a unique aura. 5 godly spirits. I wonder what kind of fighting power they could display under the My Divine Power. There was anticipation in Jian Wushuang's eyes. He immediately churned his divine power along with the power of ancient tribe bloodline. Then, he poured them into the 5-fire godly spirit mirror. These divine powers and the power of ancient tribe bloodlines were absorbed by the 5 godly spirits in the bronze mirror. The 5 godly spirits became stronger after Jian Wushuang fed them with his divine power. Jian Wushuang went back to cultivation and seclusion, but he didn't know that when he killed Emperor God Xie Xian, in a void within the surrounding ancient battlefield but far from Green Fire World. V-Room. A crimson flowing light that was originally flying at high speed suddenly stopped. The crimson light dispersed and revealed a young man with crimson hair and a crimson robe. Behind the young man was a crimson saber. His body was soaring with raging aura. His aura revealed that he had already reached the level of Sir God. One should know that, besides Jian Wushuang and his sword servant, Jian Yi, there was no other almighty in Green Fire World. The man with crimson hair and the crimson robe was obviously not someone from Green Fire World. Dead. Brother, he's dead? The man with crimson hair stared as he stood there with anger. He was Sir God Shui Dao, a Sir God expert who recently broke through and became Sir God, and had just came to prominence in Eternal Chaotic World. At the same time, he had another identity, which was Emperor God Xie Xin's Jr. Of course, there was almost no one who knew his identity in Eternal Chaotic World. Just like what Jian Wushuang knew, Emperor God Xie Xian didn't have any friends that could go with him through thick and thin. Just like the battlefield with such major opportunities could be known as a big treasure. Even if there were to be someone he was close to, he might not be willing to share. But he was extremely close to his one and only junior. He had only told one person about the location of the ancient battlefield, which was his junior, Sir God Shui Dao. When Emperor God Xie Xian came to wander in the ancient battlefield, Sir God Shui Dao came to the battlefield under the lead of Emperor God Xie Xian. However, they didn't take any action together, but they parted ways to look for their own opportunities. Previously, when Emperor God Xie Xian had found out about Green Fire World, he had immediately sent a message to Sir God Shui Dao for him to rush over. It was a pity that Emperor God Xie Xian had been killed by Jian Wushuang before Sir God Shui Dao had managed to get there. Before Emperor God Xie Xian died, he had broken the space-time seal that Jian Wushuang put up, and he sent a message to Sir God Shui Dao. Sword Emperor is in Green Fire World. Green Fire World was Sword Emperor's old lair. Don't come here ever. After the message, Emperor God Xiezin's token didn't respond anymore. It was obvious that he had died. Sword Emperor? Sir God Shuedao's face grew in distress. Although he had just broken through and became a Sir God not too long ago, he had heard of Sword Emperor's bad name too. He was one of the experts on the top of the pyramid in Eternal Chaotic World, and he was widely recognized as the #1 genius. He was only a real god, but his fighting power was beyond a peak Emperor god. He could be known as terrifying. Sword Emperor is in this ancient battlefield? Green Fire World is his old lair? Sir God Shuedao looked horrified. At the same time, he was surprised. I know now. I have finally understood why Sword Emperor is so powerful and why he could improve so quickly. It turns out that he has been keeping these opportunities all to himself. He has been keeping this vast, ancient battlefield to himself. He possesses large resources that no one else in Eternal Chaotic World has. A person conquering such a vast ancient battlefield alone, taking all opportunities and treasures. If it were me, I reckon I wouldn't be much weaker than him. Sir God Shuedao roared as his gaze turned crimson. The crimson gaze not only showed that he was envious and jealous of Jian Wushuang, he also carried boundless hatred. Emperor God Xie and him were brothers in martial arts, and they were very close, ever closer than blood brothers. Emperor God Xie could be said to be his only relative in the world. Then, Emperor God Xie died. No doubt, he had definitely died in the hands of Sword Emperor. Revenge. Must take revenge. I have to take revenge on behalf of my brother. Sword Emperor. Sir God Shuedao's face became red. He wanted to take revenge for Emperor God Xie. However, he clearly knew about his difference in power with Sword Emperor. It would be impossible if he wanted to take revenge on his own, even when he could receive opportunities in the ancient battlefield. Jian Wushuang was also improving. Plus, Jian Wushuang was only a real god then. No matter how he improved himself, it would be impossible if he wanted to catch up with Jian Wushuang. Hence, he could only rely on the others if he wanted to take revenge. Humph, you conquered such a vast, ancient battlefield and enormous resources alone. Aren't you a little too greedy? Sir God Shuedao looked cold as he thought to himself. Before long, he had made up his mind. That day itself, Sir God Shuedao returned on the original route where he came from. From ancient Mysteryland to the surrounding battlefield in Green Fireland, it was connected via a space gap. One could reach the battlefield through the space gap in ancient Mysteryland. Similarly, the battlefield could reach the ancient Mysteryland through the space gap. Sir God Shuedao remembered the location of the space gap very clearly. Through the space gap, he returned to Eternal Chaotic World very quickly. Chapter 1955 Spread. In the dark void, Sir God Shuedao's figure towered. His appearance was vague. There were dozens of people standing before him in reverence. Most of the people were real gods. There were some universe gods as well. They were taken by Sir God Shuedao before them. At that moment, dozens of people were shivering in fear. They didn't know who the person was before them and why he had caught them, but they knew that the person before them was a true almighty. I brought you here for you to do something for me. Sir God Shuedao overlooked the dozens of people before him. He immediately took out a bunch of tokens. The tokens here, all of you take one each. Then, head to Vientiane Tower, Abysmal Palace, Soaring Heaven King Palace, Triple X, Century Phoenix Tower, Skyblade Group. Sir God Shuedao listed the names of the forces. Some of the forces were major sects, and some were intelligence assassin groups. Just like Vientiane Tower, they were widely acknowledged as the #1s in Eternal Chaotic World. Abysmal Palace and Soaring Heaven King Palace were the #1 major force. Sir God Shuedao then read out a dozen forces' names. After you get to the sects and forces, pass them the tokens. Don't speak a word after that. Sir God Shuedao's voice was cold. Then, he took out a bunch of Qian Kuren rings. In these Qian Kuren rings, there are 1,000 doctrine gems each. They are your rewards. Besides, I have already left a special mark on each of your bodies. It'll be fine if you were to complete the task as I have instructed. Whoever doesn't send the tokens to the sects or forces within 100 years I will take action directly and kill you. Understand? Sir God Shue Dao looked at the people around him with a cold gaze. Don't worry, sir. We will definitely send these token within 100 years. There was a real God that answered. The others nodded their heads simultaneously. They never doubted the ability of the Almighty before them. He could kill them at any time, so they naturally didn't dare to go against him. On top of that, the reward that the Almighty offer could make them go crazy. Go ahead, Sir God Shue Dao said. Then, the people immediately moved to their assigned sects and forces. In the void, there was only Sir God Shue Dao left. He slowly revealed his face, and he looked extremely ferocious. Sword Emperor, humph. You can totally kill my brother alone. But now, all experts from Eternal Chaotic World are going to find out about the ancient battlefield. I'd like to see if you are capable enough to kill all experts from Eternal Chaotic World. In no time, the top forces in Eternal Chaotic World and the major sects were going to receive a token. The token contained information and also a mirror image. In the mirror image, there wasn't any fierce fight nor any cultivators, only a battlefield. An ancient yet vast battlefield. The mirror image showed a small region of the ancient battlefield. The top experts from Eternal Chaotic World could easily recognize from the small region that it was an ancient battlefield. Plus, it was one that everyone was unfamiliar with. It was even different to the ancient battlefield in ancient Mystery Land. There was no doubt that it was an entirely new ancient battlefield that no one had discovered. As for the information given, it was rather simple. It was the location of the hidden space gap in ancient Mystery Land. After the tokens reached the hands of the forces and sects, the experts were instantly astonished. It instantly stirred up an unprecedentedly great commotion in the entire Eternal Chaotic World. Such commotion was much greater than when ancient Mystery Land had never closed. One should know that it was a brand new ancient battlefield. One should know that there were many experts in ancient times, and it was a period of great prosperity. After ancient times, the cultivators in the universe continued to grow weaker in power, and they had never reached brilliance in ancient times. Naturally, the ancient battlefield had become a place which all cultivators continuously explored. Ever since the Second Era, there were two well-known ancient battlefields, the First Lair and Ancient Mystery Land. The two ancient battlefields had contained great opportunity. However, the first one was too dangerous while the second one was almost out of opportunities after so many years of exploration. Hence, although the two ancient battlefields were still attractive to many experts in Eternal Chaotic World, it wasn't too strong of an attraction. However, a brand new ancient battlefield would be entirely different. A brand new ancient battlefield contained complete opportunities. Enthusiastic. Madness. The Almighties on top of the pyramid in Eternal Chaotic World went crazy. Although Almighties were already high and above, and there weren't many things in the universe that could catch their attention. However, a brand new ancient battlefield that no one had ever found and contained boundless opportunities, it was enough to make the Almighties go crazy. Forget about the ordinary Almighties. Even those great emperors on the top wouldn't be able to stay composed after they found out about the news. On Thunderbolt Island, on Sanctuary Mountain, the two great emperors who had stayed on Thunderbolt Island all this while as they took care of all affairs in Sanctuary Alliance, Ancestor Tianqian and East Royal Emperor, they met up. The two of their faces looked extremely solemn. Who spread the news exactly? Is it verified? Ancestor Tianqian asked in a deep voice. At the moment, we don't know who spread it. The tokens were sent to various forces and sect by some real gods and universe gods. They only know that it was an Almighty that instructed them to do so, but they didn't know who the Almighty was. As for the validity of the mirror image and the information contained in the token, it has yet to be verified, East Royal Emperor said. Tokens sent to various forces and sections. It is obviously spread with intention, and he purposely hid his identity. Could it be a trap set up by Holocaust Sect or Acheron Palace? Ancestor Tianqian creased his eyebrows and made a guess. Shouldn't be. Although the news has yet to be verified, judging from the mirror image, it should really be an ancient battlefield, and it was only partial of the ancient battlefield. The battlefield should be rather huge. With such a huge ancient battlefield unearthed, Holocaust sect and Acheron Palace could definitely conquer it in secret if they were to find it. Why would they spread the news to us? East Royal Emperor said. Besides, even if the two dark forces wanted to scheme against us in Sanctuary Alliance, they would only have the guts to scheme against a few of our experts. They wouldn't stand a chance to scheme against the entire Sanctuary Alliance or the entire Eternal Chaotic World. Chapter 1956 Enthusiastic Madness Part 1 That's true, but we'd better be extra cautious. Ancestor Tianchun didn't dare to act recklessly but asked, how did the forces, sects, and also solo experts in Sanctuary Alliance respond to it? How else? They're mad. East Royal Emperor said directly, it is a brand new ancient battlefield. It is different from the one in Ancient Mystery Land. The Ancient Mystery Land was found in the First Era, and the experts in First Era already searched through it once. When it comes to the Second Era, many of our experts are still enthusiastic about it. However, this is a brand new ancient battlefield. Its value is far more precious than Ancient Mystery Land by 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. Forget about the experts and forces in Sanctuary Alliance, even I. If it isn't because the two dark forces are at the verge of action and Sanctuary Alliance needs to take charge of the overall situation, I would have been on my way to the brand new ancient battlefield. East Royal Emperor absolutely didn't exaggerate. A brand new ancient battlefield was far more valuable than Ancient Mystery Land by 100 or 1,000 times. If you feel so, I think the other few couldn't sit still either, Ancestor Tianchun sighed. Of course they can't. I already heard that Red Dragon King, Abysmal Sanctuary, Colored Glaze Emperor, Purple Moon Emperor have already departed. I reckon the others will leave soon as well. As for the forces and experts under Sanctuary Alliance, most of them have already received the news and prepared to depart. As for those forces and sects that received the news first, I think a large number of experts have already reached the space gap located in the Ancient Mystery Land. Besides, the people that Sanctuary Alliance arranged among the special tribes sent updates too. The higher-ups and experts among the special tribe seem to have received the news too. They are getting ready to. Even the special tribes are taking action? Ancestor Tianchun was surprised. Eternal Chaotic World was huge. Besides human cultivators, there were many special tribes, including ancient gods. The special tribes lived in different territories, and they had hardly crossed paths with human cultivators. However, it didn't mean that they weren't well informed. Once a major incident took place in Eternal Chaotic World, or when there was huge opportunity, not only human cultivators but special tribes would be startled. It is the first time we have experienced the birth of a brand new ancient battlefield in the Second Era. It would be impossible for it to not stir any commotion. However, the ancient battlefield didn't appear earlier nor later, but right now. It appeared at the most unstable times in Eternal Chaotic World. I wonder if it's a blessing or disaster, Ancestor Tianchun muttered. The birth of a brand new ancient battlefield would signify a major transformation and opportunity to countless cultivators in Eternal Chaotic World. However, Ancestor Tianchun was very worried. Oh yeah, does Emperor Bai know about this yet? East Royal Emperor asked. I already sent a message to report to him. He simply asked a few questions but didn't comment much, Ancestor Tianchun said. Will he be heading over to the brand new ancient battlefield? East Royal Emperor was curious. I have no idea, but I think so, Ancestor Tianchun made a wild guess. The experts from various forces in Eternal Chaotic World went crazy just as East Royal Emperor had expected. The birth of a brand new ancient battlefield was too attractive to many almighties. There was no one who could resist such temptation. Naturally, there were countless experts preparing to depart to the ancient battlefield. Abysmal Palace. Sanctuary Master. Palace Master Wu Luo's face was fixed on Abysmal Saint Master, who was engulfed in darkness in front of him. 12,000 years ago, in the war with Lineage of Star, Abysmal Saint Master had been severely injured by a mysterious Emperor 13 with one stroke. He had nearly lost his life. Although he had spent the past 12,000 years in recovery, Abysmal Saint Master had gotten better, but he still looked rather pale. The birth of a new ancient battlefield was a huge land of opportunities. Abysmal Palace, can't miss it. Get ready now and depart soon. We'll make a move first, Abysmal Saint Master said in a deep voice. Yes. Palace Master Wu Luo immediately took the order and went to get ready immediately. After Palace Master Wu Luo left, Abysmal Saint Master flipped his hand and took out an elixir. The elixir was of an extremely high standard, and it was from the ancient battlefield. Abysmal Saint Master swallowed the elixir and his face became rosy after a while. I already took 7 of the elixirs. I only have a total of 9. However, I have recovered less than 70%. Abysmal Saint Master's gaze turned gloomy as hatred filled his heart. The birth of a new ancient battlefield is a chance hard to come by. As long as I receive a huge opportunity, I will have a chance to match evenly with Emperor 13 and Emperor Bai, or even be above them. Emperor 13, Emperor Bai, just you wait. Abysmal Saint Master immediately departed. Soaring Heaven King Palace. In the lofty hall, Soaring Heaven King Palace's 2 founders, Emperor God Tianling and Emperor God Tian Shao, sat side by side. As for the bottom, there were a few almighties left from Soaring Heaven King Palace, but there were only 6 of them. Among them, there were 2 whose Soaring Heaven King Palace had paid a great price to pull them in. The birth of a brand new ancient battlefield is really a huge opportunity. However, the ancient battlefield has yet to be verified, and no one is certain that that ancient battlefield will not have great danger. Just in case, I will make a trip to the ancient battlefield alone. Emperor Tianling's cold voice resounded. Tian Shao, you stay put at Soaring Heaven Land and wait for my update. Wait until the ancient battlefield is verified. Then, send the experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace. Yes, brother, Emperor God Tian Shao nodded and reminded. The brand new ancient battlefield has great opportunities but carries danger too. You'd better be careful. Don't worry. I know my limits, Emperor God Tianling nodded faintly. Then, Emperor God Tianling went to the space gap in ancient Mystery Land alone. As for the other experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace, no one had moved yet. Real Martial Arts Divine Church. Since the war in Lineage of Star, Real Martial Arts Divine Church had suffered a great loss. Their master had been killed in the war as well. Hence, their overall power had diminished. Then, with all almighties in Real Martial Arts Divine Church added up, there were only 50% left, and there was only one Emperor God left. Then, the Emperor God's eyes were showing joy as he looked at the surrounding 4 Sir Gods. We, Real Martial Arts Divine Church, suffered great losses after the war with Lineage of Star. On top of that, Lineage of Star has been cornering us over the years, and we are in a desperate situation. If this continues, we of Real Martial Arts Divine Church will be wiped out by Lineage of Star one day and become history. Chapter 1957, Enthusiastic Madness. Part 2. The 4 Sir Gods from Real Martial Arts Divine Church couldn't help but clench their hands. They weren't in a favorable situation. One should know that Star Extermination Alliance, who had barged into Lineage of Star first back then, were almost wiped out. The 5 major forces experienced unprecedented damage. However, for the other 4 forces, although many of their almighties had passed away, their leader, their strongest representative, didn't die. With them attending garrison duty personally, even though they had lesser almighties, they still had deterrent forces. But only Real Martial Arts Divine Church had their one and only peak Emperor God killed. They had lost their greatest deterrent force. Real Martial Arts Divine Church was just like Lineage of Star back then when they had lost the Master of Star Palace. Real Martial Arts Divine Church also had many enemies. Previously, they had had scruples because of the Master of Real Martial Arts Divine Church, because of Real Martial Arts Divine Church's overall power. However, it was different now. On top of that, Lineage of Star has been seizing every chance to fight with them. Real Martial Arts Divine Church was really on the brink of collapse. It is the biggest danger we Real Martial Arts Divine Church are experiencing since the establishment of the sect. But God shows sympathy and gave us Real Martial Arts Divine Church another chance to glory again. This time, at the birth of this new ancient battlefield, We have to seize the chance and obtain major opportunities from it. The Emperor God clenched his hands as he bellowed. The 4 Sir Gods next to him nodded heavily. The brand new ancient battlefield was their last chance. Let's go. The 5 remaining Almighties from Real Martial Arts Divine Church immediately departed. There was no Almighty who stayed back. It was obvious that Real Martial Arts Divine Church was betting for the last time, and they placed all their hope on the brand new ancient battlefield that they had just unearthed. Abysmal Palace, Soaring Heaven King Palace, Real Martial Arts Divine Church had already departed. Not only the 3 major sects, but also Divine King Island, Highest Heaven Emperor Mansion, Emperor Sword Palace, and so on. Countless forces moved at the instant they received the news. A large number of experts were moving towards the brand new ancient battlefield simultaneously. Lineage of Star naturally received the news after such great movement. In the boundless void, the 3 Hall Master in Lineage of Star and all guest elders gathered at the hall. From the expressions on the guest elders' faces, they were thrilled with excitement. Same went to Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Nye Yun. Hall Master, there's an update. Almost all of the experts from various sects departed, especially those few who harbor resentment against us. They were especially fast. I heard that Real Martial Arts Divine Church sent all their Almighties to the ancient battlefield, Hall Master Nye Yun said and added, Hall Master Yuan, let's depart immediately too. Hall Master Nye Yun's comment immediately received recognition from all guest elders. Yes, let's depart then. The major opportunities might be gone if we are slow. The birth of a brand new ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield is definitely filled with treasure. The first one there definitely received the most benefits. We have to hurry up. Guest elders exhorted one after another. Don't be in a hurry. Hall Master Yuan waved. Then, Jin Wushuang wasn't in Lineage of Star. Hence, all affairs in Lineage of Star were naturally decided by Hall Master Yuan. What happened was a little strange. Hall Master Yuan creased his eyebrows. What's so strange about it? Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Nye Yun couldn't help but turn to look at Hall Master Yuan. From the information I have gotten, someone intentionally spread it. The way this person spread the news was by arranging real gods and universe gods to deliver a token that contained a mirror image of the ancient battlefield, and also the location to each and every forces and sects, only the major ones. These forces and these sects received the news at the first instant. But don't forget, Lineage of Star is widely acknowledged as the #1 major force in Sanctuary Alliance now. Theoretically, Lineage of Star should be the first to receive news. However, it has already stirred a commotion outside, but there is still no one who delivers us any token. Isn't it strange? Hall Master Yuan said solemnly. They heard what Hall Master Yuan had said, and they were surprised. After listening to Hall Master Yuan's comment, they thought there was really something fishy. Maybe they forgot to send Lineage of Star a message. Or maybe they sent someone but the journey was too far. Or the person who was sending the message ran into danger on the way and was killed. There are all kinds of possibilities. It doesn't mean that the person intentionally didn't send Lineage of Star any message, a guest elder said. It is possible. However, just in case, I have to report it to Palace Master, Hall Master Yuan said. The guest elders nodded. Lineage of Star honored Jian Wushuang as their leader. With such a major event, they naturally needed Jian Wushuang to give command personally. Palace Master, Hall Master Yuan, immediately sent Jian Wushuang a message. Just as the entire eternal chaotic world was enthusiastic and mad because of the newborn ancient battlefield, Jian Wushuang continued to stay in Wushuang City in Greenfire World. In the secret room, Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged while the ancient bronze mirror floated before him in the air. The difference was that the aura that the 5-fire godly spirit gave out was much stronger than before. It was obviously the result of Jian Wushuang feeding the 5 godly spirits with an enormous amount of divine power. Then, the 5 godly spirits had already reached a satisfying situation. Even if he continued to feed them with divine power, the 5 godly spirits' power wouldn't increase anymore. Let's try the 5 godly spirits' power, Jian Wushuang thought. Under his lead, a boundless aura flowed out of the bronze mirror. The aura was extremely eerie as though it was from Acheron. Very soon, The aura substantiated into a black shadow in the secret room. The black shadow was much bigger than the one Emperor God Xia Xian had performed back then. The rage that he gave out was much more terrifying too. Die! Under Jian Wushuang's command, the black shadow immediately took a leap. His right hand formed a fist and punched the void. There was a purple wall in the void in front of it. The purple wall was a formation that Jian Wushuang had used one pearl realm to form. Its defensive power was extremely strong. But then bang! The black shadow's fist hit the purple wall, and the entire one pearl realm formation started quivering at that instant and trembling in balance. There was no doubt that the one pearl realm formation had definitely collapsed in another similar punch. He is so powerful. Jian Wushuang's eyes were shimmering with joy. In terms of power, the godly spirit launched a punch that had definitely reached the extreme limit of an emperor god. He was much stronger than an ordinary peak emperor god. As for the godly spirit, he was originally an expert soul. Although he had lost his consciousness, he possessed some massacre skills that one had before he died. If they were to really be in a fight, even Jian Wushuang would have to go all out to suppress the godly spirit. Chapter 1958 exposed. One godly spirit was already so powerful, but there were 5 of them in 5 fire godly spirit mirror. Plus, when the 5 godly spirits attacked altogether, they could form 5 fire formation. Then, the fighting power that the 5 godly spirits put to play would be even stronger. In terms of power alone, I am far from a great emperor's match. However, with 5 fire godly spirit mirrors, I can be fearless when I run into an ordinary great emperor. Jian Wushuang smiled. With 5 fire godly spirit mirror to hand, Jian Wushuang had an extra trump card. Plus, the trump card was pretty fierce. Jian Wushuang was still filled with excitement, but suddenly, Palace Master, Hall Master Yuan sent a message. Hall Master Yuan, what's the matter? Jian Wushuang asked with a smile. Lineage of Star was just like Green Fire World then. They were both flourishing with prosperity. He had never been worried when he passed Lineage of Star to Hall Master Yuan. There's something, a major thing. Hall Master Yuan briefly shared the news about the brand new ancient battlefield. At first, Jian Wushuang could keep his cool. However, the moment he heard about the brand new ancient battlefield, his face changed. At the very end, his face grew grave. He was extremely upset. You are saying the brand new ancient battlefield is connected through a hidden space gap in ancient Mysteryland? Jian Wushuang asked in a deep voice. Yes, Hall Master Yuan nodded. Jian Wushuang quivered in fear. An ancient battlefield reachable through space gap. No doubt they were talking about the ancient battlefield in Green Fire World. Hall Master Yuan, how did you get the news? Do you know who else knows about the news? Jian Wushuang asked closely. The news spread like wildfire. The entire Sanctuary Alliance, all forces, sects in Eternal Chaotic World, including many solo experts, already know the news. On top of that, a large number of experts have already rushed over to the ancient battlefield. In fact, Lineage of Star received the news relatively late, Hall Master Yuan said. It has spread around? Jian Wushuang clenched his fists. Palace Master, the guest elders in Lineage of Star intend to explore the brand new ancient battlefield as well. What do you? Hall Master Yuan had yet to finish his sentence. Tell them not to head over to the ancient battlefield. Jian Wushuang roared directly. Why? Hall Master Yuan creased his eyebrows. Don't ask why, just follow my instructions. It was inconvenient for Jian Wushuang to say too much. After some thinking, Jian Wushuang said again, Hall Master Yuan, tell the guest elders to get ready. They'll send Hishio back to Lineage of Star and have him bring them to a place. Where? Hall Master Yuan couldn't help but ask. They'll know when they arrive. On top of that, let Hishio bring along those Dao soldiers. Just leave a few of them behind to ensure there is nothing wrong with Lineage of Star, Jian Wushuang said. Okay, I understand. Hall Master Yuan nodded but didn't ask further. After communicating with Jian Wushuang, Hall Master Yuan's gaze quickly redirected to the guest elders. Everyone, Palace Master has commanded all of you to not step foot in the ancient battlefield, Hall Master Yuan announced. What? The guest elders, who were originally enthusiastic and excited, became distressed and immediately burst into an uproar. They questioned Hall Master Yuan as to why this had happened. Hall Master Yuan replied in a deep voice. Palace Master didn't explain the actual reason, but as Palace Master said so, he must have his meaning. Everyone only has to follow his instructions. The guest elders were unhappy, but they didn't argue. However, they were only guest elders of Lineage of Star, and Lineage of Star couldn't really restrict them. Although they didn't say much, it was uncertain if they would follow Jian Wushuang's instructions. Wushuang City, in the secret room. Jian Wushuang sat there, but then his face grew grave. A minute. Jian Wushuang roared, and he couldn't help but clench his right hand into a fist to punch the ground. Although he didn't use his divine power in that punch, merely his strength of divine body caused a huge pit on the ground. The entire secret room almost collapsed. What I worried about the most finally happened. Jian Wushuang muttered. What did he worry about the most? No doubt, it was Green Fire World being exposed to the outsiders. One should know that the battlefield that Green Fire World was located on was a great opportunity and treasure. Green Fire World was at the core of the battlefield, and it was nurtured from the battlefield. On top of that, the ancient battlefield had started to transform over recent years. Just how great was Green Fire World's value? When Emperor God Xie Xian found out about Green Fire World, he immediately wanted to conquer it and charge there straight away. It was because Emperor God Xie Xian didn't know the value of Green Fire World and the ancient battlefield entirely yet. If he were to really know, he believed that even a great emperor would absolutely go crazy as well. Over the years, he had been extremely cautious and worked hard to grow Green Fire World with his all. He himself had been trying hard to cultivate and increase his power. That was because he knew that the secret of Green Fire World would be exposed one day. He hoped that he could be standing on the peak of the universe before the secret was exposed. Then, he would be able to protect Green Fire World so that all forces wouldn't dare to lay a finger on it. But then, although he was extremely close to that step, he was slightly off after all. At such a crucial moment, the secret of Green Fire World exposed. Swoosh. Jian Wushuang moved and left the secret room. At the same time, he sent messages to all higher-ups in Green Fire World, Jin Nantian, Wang Yuan, Su Rou, Palace Master Yun, and so on, to call for a discussion. Very soon, all higher-ups in Green Fire World, including the rulers of the 9 top forces, had gathered together. Jian Wushuang sat in front of these people. Father, how did the probing of the surrounding battlefield by Green Fire World go? Jian Wushuang asked. It's not bad, Jian Nantian reported. As Green Fire World continues to grow, there are more and more experts who wander in the surrounding battlefield. In terms of newly found special places, there are more than a dozen types of them. Among the special places, there are many that still have yet to be explored in depth. You know that Green Fire World is located on a huge skull and right in between the eyebrows of the skull. Over the years, the experts from Green Fire World explored more than half the skull, and they drew a detailed star map. As for the places outside the skull, we have yet to venture in as it is too far away. Jian Wushuang nodded faintly, then he said solemnly, Send down my command. Tell all experts who are wandering in the ancient battlefield to return to Green Fire World. On top of that, prohibit anyone from wandering in the ancient battlefield. Chapter 1959. All experts descended. The moment Jian Wushuang's command was sent down, the surrounding higher-ups of Green Fire World looked shocked. Green Fire World was prospering, and the surrounding ancient battlefield was a great training ground. At such a crucial moment, Jian Wushuang had suddenly sent down a command to prohibit everyone from entering ancient battlefield. The reason behind it, unless... Jian Nanshan's gaze froze as he figured one possibility. You guessed it right. The experts from Eternal Chaotic World has already descended. Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. Everyone looked terrified when they heard that. In the vast ancient battlefield, there were boundless opportunities. Right at the space gap, where it connected to ancient mystery land, Virum, there was a sudden flash of light in the hidden space gap. Then, there were 3 shadows that leaped out. The three of them were almighties, and they came of the same force. The three of them looked around after it appeared. This is the brand new ancient battlefield? It seems that we should be the earliest to reach here. As the three of them were chatting, the space gap behind them had another flash of light again. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. There were a few figures that leapt out of the space gap one after another. They are from Divine King Island. The one leading is number 1 Divine King. The three of them immediately recognized the incomer. However, it was merely the beginning. There were continuous figures that constantly leapt out from the space gap. After a short while, there were already dozens of people who had arrived at the ancient battlefield. They were merely the first batch of experts to arrive in the ancient battlefield. After them, there were many people who swarmed in. The experts who came to the ancient battlefield felt the unusual environment on the ancient battlefield at the first instant. The spiritual influence of heaven and earth is so intense. It's too intense. It's more intense than 10 cultivation sanctuaries by a dozen times. How could it be so intense? They are both ancient battlefield, but the spiritual influence of heaven and earth in the ancient battlefield and ancient mysteryland and here are so far apart. With such intense spiritual influence of heaven and earth, how amazing would it be to cultivate on the ancient battlefield? The other experts complimented, then, let's go. Let's look for an opportunity. The first batch of experts didn't wait any longer, but immediately dispersed to look for opportunities. Then, the second batch, the third batch, and many other experts descended. They wandered in the ancient battlefield and started their search. All experts descended. The ancient battlefield, that had been silent for God knows how many years, finally became bustling. There's no doubt that the ancient battlefield was covered with opportunity and treasure. Previously, no one had searched for them. Previously, Green Fire World had been too weak, and they didn't even have one universe god. Hence, even though they were in the ancient battlefield for so many years, they were not capable enough to obtain the opportunities in the ancient battlefield. Then, Jin Wushuang had suddenly risen and searched for a while. However, he was alone after all. With his effort alone, even if he was given tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, he wouldn't be able to search through too much of an area. Similarly, he wouldn't be able to find too many opportunities. But then, all experts had descended. All almighties in eternal chaotic world were going to search and wander in the ancient battlefield altogether. The probability of finding an opportunity would naturally be far bigger. As they searched, the opportunities would be unearthed one by one. As the experts descended on the battlefield, the cave dwelling left behind by an expert in ancient times were found in 1 month. The cave dwelling left by an expert in ancient times, if it were to be an ancient mystery land, they might not even find one in hundreds of thousands of years. However, on the brand new ancient battlefield, it only took 1 month for the first cave dwelling left by an expert in ancient times to come to light. The cave dwelling was filled with opportunities that many Sir Gods and Emperor Gods would be crazy about. In such a situation, there was naturally a fight. During the fight, there were experts who passed away. Besides, whatever that happened in the ancient battlefield naturally spread to Eternal Chaotic World. In Eternal Chaotic World, there were many forces, sects, and solo experts who had received news of the birth of the brand new ancient battlefield earlier. However, just in case, many forces had only sent a few experts to explore and check on the situation. For instance, Soaring Heaven King Palace had only sent Emperor God Tianling alone. But then, after a month's time, there was news about another discovery from the ancient battlefield. It was obvious that the ancient battlefield contained great opportunities. Hence, the experts who had held back previously and those experts who had been contemplating previously, they didn't hesitate anymore and swarmed into the ancient battlefield. Even the old folks who cultivated in seclusion all year round slowly revealed themselves and rushed to the ancient battlefield. After a few years' time, there were more than 100 almighties who rushed to the ancient battlefield. In addition to experts from the special tribes, there were almost 1,000 of them. It could be said that more than half of the almighties in Eternal Chaotic World had arrived at the battlefield. It was a feast, an unprecedented feast. As the almighties searched madly, the time flew past. In the blink of an eye, 90 years had passed. 90 years were nothing to many almighties. If in ancient mystery land, unless one was extremely lucky, otherwise, 90 years of exploration would come to nothing. However, on the brand new battlefield, there were boundless opportunities in a short 90 years span. Forget about the others. In terms of cave swelling left behind by experts in ancient times, there were 4 in the 90 years span. In the 4 cave dwellings, they contained boundless opportunities. However, the threshold to receive the opportunities were extremely high. The Almighties in eternal chaotic world wandered for 90 years on ancient battlefield and gained more or less. Some who were lucky gained a bountiful harvest that made people green with envy. But even so, the places that the experts searched through were merely a small part of the entire ancient battlefield. In the void above the ancient battlefield, there were 2 Sir Gods flying side by side, and they spread their soul power. But just then, the 2 Sir Gods were surprised. They sensed a huge object in front of them with their soul power. What's that? Judging from the looks of it, it seems to be a big world. The 2 Sir Gods exchanged a look, and they looked astonished. The space gap that connected ancient mystery land wasn't too far away from Green Fire World. Emperor God Xia Xian had only came across Green Fire World after 12,000 years. Then, it had only been 90 years since the experts descended, but there were too many experts who were wandering in the battlefield. Hence, the probability of them finding Green Fire World was naturally much greater. Chapter 1960 Thunderous Extermination. Then, the 2 Sir Gods came before Green Fire World. Big world? On this ancient battlefield, there's a big world? How is it possible? Could there be cultivators on this ancient battlefield? The 2 Sir Gods were terrified. What do you think? Do you want to head in to take a look? A woman in green armor suggested. The ancient battlefield is so unique. After just 90 years, there are countless opportunities that have appeared, even cave dwellings left behind by experts in ancient times. There are as many as 4. Until now, I didn't hear anyone who said that they had found a big world. As we found it, we should, of course, take a look, the other brawny young man replied. The 2 of them made up their minds and immediately flew to Green Fire World. However, before they got close to Green Fire World, swoosh, 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 there were a few figures that flew out from Green Fire World and appeared before 2 Sir Gods. They were led by Jin Nantian and Wang Yuan. Green Fire World was located under the formation. Anyone who wanted to enter Green Fire World had to get permission from Green Fire Palace. Through the formation, Green Fire Palace also noticed the 2 Sir Gods approaching ahead of time. Stop! Jin Nantian stared at the 2 people in front of him with a cold face. There are really cultivators? The brawny young man and the woman in green armor were shocked. Jin Nantian continued to say, Green Fire World doesn't like to deal with outsiders. Please leave now. Green Fire World? The 2 Sir Gods were surprised, but the brawny young man immediately flashed an ingratiating smile. We don't have bad intentions. We only want to rest in Green Fire World. I hope you don't mind us. No way. Leave this instant. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude, Jin Nantian said in a deep voice. Rude? The brawny young man sneered. Only a few real gods. What can you do? A few real gods have guts to block our way. You are courting death. The woman in green armor looked cold. Don't waste time with them. Let's barge in. All right. The brawny young man nodded heavily. They could tell that Green Fire World was unusual. However, a few real gods wanted them to back off. It was obviously not happening. Swoosh, swoosh. The 2 Sir Gods took action straight away. Jin Nantian, Wang Yuan, and the others were shocked at the sight. But just then, as you don't want to leave, you may stay forever. There was suddenly a cold roar that resounded in the air. The voice contained boundless might and soaring murderous intention. The 2 Sir Gods who were originally plunging at full speed suddenly stopped in the void. Whose voice is this? The 2 Sir Gods creased their eyebrows. Suddenly, Virum, there was an intense purple light that soared up and instantly covered the entire region. A purple formation rose in the air from nowhere. The brawny young man and woman in green armor could feel the tenacity of the purple formation. The formation gave them an indestructible feeling. Then, swoosh, 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 swoosh. Four resplendent golden lights suddenly burst out from afar. The four golden lights were too fast. So fast that they were beyond the two Sir Gods' imagination. *T. The two Sir Gods' faces changed when they saw the golden lights. They felt an intense danger soaring up from the bottom of their hearts. Very soon, the four resplendent golden lights appeared in front of him. They were four strange-looking golden swords. The golden swords. The brawny young man stared. He was also good with sword principle. Hence, he knew extremely well about the experts who were good with swords in Eternal Chaotic World. He also knew about the golden sword. Sword Emperor. It's Sword Emperor's golden sword. The brawny young man bellowed. What? The woman in green armor next to him stared. Sword Emperor? The infamous Sword Emperor? His golden swords were there? On top of that, the purple formation around them reminded them of one realm pearl that Jian Wushuang once used. The method where ones will form a formation. Suddenly, they found out who the person who had taken action against them was. No. The two Sir Gods looked terrified. They wanted to resist and counterattack with their all. However, they were trapped while Jian Wushuang's four Hong Jun golden sword possessed the power of a peak emperor god each. They burst out, and the two Sir Gods didn't even stand a chance to struggle. They were instantly killed. Swoosh. Jian Wushuang appeared in the void from nowhere and stood next to the two Sir Gods' dead bodies. Behind him, Jin Nantian and the others came closer as well. It has been 90 years since the experts descended, and there are people here already? Jian Wushuang muttered. He knew that all experts had already descended and Green Fire World would definitely be found. It was only a matter of time. However, it had only been 90 years, and the first batch of experts had come. It was only two Sir Gods and I can easily kill them. They didn't even have time to send out messages. However, if it were to be two Emperor Gods next, or even more powerful experts, I wouldn't have any other way. I can only do what I can do. I can only fight for more time for Green Fire World and also for myself. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. He was at the brink of a breakthrough. Before the forces and experts in Eternal Chaotic World find out about Green Fire World, he would fight for however much time he could. Because every extra year he got, or even an extra day, he would stand a higher chance to break through. After he had retrieved the two Sir Gods' treasure and shattered their dead bodies, Jian Wushuang had returned to Green Fire World to cultivate in seclusion. However, he didn't know that there was a young man with crimson hair in a crimson robe was hiding in the nearby void. The young man with crimson hair in a crimson robe was naturally Sir God Xue Dao. Two top Sir Gods couldn't even send any message out, but were killed by Sword Emperors. Such a nuisance. Wasted my effort to lead them to Green Fire World, Sir God Xue Dao muttered as chilliness filled his eyes. Although he had stayed back in the void, he could see everything that had happened around Green Fire World. Jian Wushuang is so powerful. Even when an ordinary Almighty found Green Fire World, I reckon he would immediately kill the Almighty before the Almighty could expose the news to the public. It looks like I have to instigate this personally. Even if I have to expose myself and be in danger, it will be worth it to get Sword Emperor targeted by all forces. Sir God Xue Dao smirked coldly and took out a token. He sent a message to an expert that he knew. Emperor God Shiryu, I have a favor to ask. Chapter 1961 Instigation. On the ancient battlefield, in a spacious place, Sir God Xue Dao with crimson hair and a crimson robe was standing there quietly. There was a cold-looking middle-aged man next to him. Xue Dao, when we see them later, what should you say, what should you do? You should know pretty well. There's no need for me to teach you, right? The cold-looking middle-aged man, Emperor God Shiryu said. Don't worry. I have prepared, Sir God Xue Dao smiled. The two of them didn't wait for long. Virum. There was a breeze. Then, there was a figure that appeared in front of the two of them. She was taller than 5 meters, and her body was curvy. On her beautiful face, there was an indescribable coldness and elegance. She stood there, and the universe naturally focused on her. "Greetings, Mr. Shuedao," greets Great Emperor Colored Glaze. Looking at the incomer, Sir God Shuedao and Emperor God Yu immediately bowed and greeted. Color Glazed Emperor, the master of Colored Glaze Sanctuary, one of the great emperors in Sanctuary Alliance, in 6th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. Great Emperor Colored Glaze looked cold. Her pair of eyes, which were cold and without any emotion, looked down. "Sir God Shuedao, you should know that I have also been busy searching for opportunities in the ancient battlefield all these years. It is because you are an expert born in Colored Glaze Sanctuary, and because you recommended you, that's why I am seeing you now. I hope whatever that you are going to tell me gives you the privilege to see me." Otherwise, Great Emperor Colored Glaze didn't need to finish her sentence. It was already sufficient to make Sir God Shuedao quiver in fear. A great emperor usually doesn't get angry, but when they do, they could easily kill an emperor god. Let alone him, a not-so-famous Sir God, who just broke through not too long ago. "Shuedao, tell her everything that you know clearly," Emperor God Yu exhorted. Sir God Shuedao took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Great Emperor Colored Glaze, first, I have to tell you something. The person who spread the news about this ancient battlefield to eternal chaotic world was I." "Huh." Great Emperor Colored Glaze's beautiful eyes froze. Emperor God Yu by the side also looked at Sir God Shuedao in shock. He was only in charge of recommending Sir God Shuedao. He didn't know what Sir God Shuedao wanted to tell Great Emperor Colored Glaze. "So what if you are the one who spread the news?" Great Emperor Colored Glaze's eyes remained cold. "If you were to tell me the news at the first instant, but not spread it entirely, I would have rewarded you abundantly. However, now, everyone in the world knows about the ancient battlefield, so it doesn't matter who the person who spread the news was." "Doesn't matter?" No, Great Emperor Colored Glaze. Although I didn't inform you about the ancient battlefield on the first instance, I found you right now naturally because I have absolute confidence in you too. I know where the biggest opportunity in this ancient battlefield lies," Sir God Shuedao said. "Biggest opportunity?" Great Emperor Colored Glaze's eyes dilated in shock. 90 years had not yet passed since the birth of ancient battlefield. There was a large amount of opportunity that had been found, including the 4 cave dwellings left behind by experts in ancient times. Although the 4 cave dwellings were attractive to her, a great emperor, everyone knew that the cave dwellings weren't the biggest opportunity, even though they were pretty impressive. No one would know of the biggest opportunity if one didn't spend a certain amount of time to find and flip the ancient battlefield upside down to search for it. But then, Sir God Shuedao said that he knew of the biggest opportunity in the ancient battlefield? "Tell me then, what is the biggest opportunity?" Great Emperor Colored Glaze looked down at Sir God Shuedao. "Green Fire World." Sir God Shuedao spat 3 words heavily. Great Emperor Colored Glaze and Emperor God you were confused. "Shuedao, what Green Fire World? Tell me clearly," Emperor God you said in a deep voice. Sir God Shuedao smiled faintly and started telling her the ins and outs. Green Fire World is a big world. However, it is located at the core location on the ancient battlefield. It was nurtured by the ancient battlefield over the years. In other words, it's just like a child that the ancient battlefield raised, and it is just like a newborn baby. It has boundless possibilities. Its value is far more precious by a few folds than a sanctuary in eternal chaotic world. Actually, forget about a sanctuary. Even if the 10 sanctuaries were added up, they couldn't even be 1/10 of its value. Whoever can conquer Green Fire World, the person will become the #1 overlord in eternal chaotic world over the years. He could even rely on Green Fire World to constantly give birth to experts and build a brand new sanctuary alliance. Whatever Sir God Shuedao said, some he heard from Emperor God Xiaxian. Some, he took some wild guesses. However, whatever he said clarified the unlimited possibility and value that Green Fire World had. Great Emperor Colored Glaze couldn't stay composed any longer after hearing what he had said. "Shuedao, are you serious? The ancient battlefield really nurtured a big world? And it really has such great potential?" Great Emperor Colored Glaze looked down at him, and her eyes were filled with absolute might. "Yes, Great Emperor. Green Fire World does exist, there is no doubt about it. As for its actual value, although I made the guess myself, I believe you can evaluate for yourself. The ancient battlefield is amazing. So the big world that the ancient battlefield has nurtured, just how amazing could it be? Most importantly, just how intense is the spiritual influence of heaven and earth in this ancient battlefield, and how amazing is this cultivation environment? Plus, Green Fire World is located right at the core, and its cultivation environment would be the best location in the entire battlefield. If someone were to conquer Green Fire World and the cultivators in Green Fire World had resources and guidance, just how great could Green Fire World be if one were to lead them in their cultivation and growth? These points that I stated, are they not realistic? Sir God Shuedao asked solemnly. Great Emperor Colored Glaze kept quiet. She was a Geet Emperor, and there weren't many things that could make her excited and enthusiastic. However, the battlefield was doing it. Then, Green Fire World that Sir God Shuedao was talking about, the big world, if it was really as Sir God Shuedao said, it absolutely had the ability to make her go mad. That's not right. If Green Fire World were to really have that potential, and you were the first who found the ancient battlefield in Green Fire World, you could totally conquer it on your own. Why do you want to expose this ancient battlefield to the public and tell me about Green Fire World? Great Emperor Colored Glaze asked coldly. Great Emperor, to be frank with you, I wasn't the first one who found this ancient battlefield. The first one who found it was my senior, Emperor God Xie Xian. Sir God Shuedao replied politely. Just as you mentioned, Emperor God Xie Xian found out about Green Fire World and he wanted to conquer Green Fire World at the first instant. However, he met a person in Green Fire World. Who? Great Emperor Colored Glaze looked. Sword Emperor, Jin Wushuang. Chapter 1962, Great Emperor Colored Glaze. Sword Emperor, Jin Wushuang. Sir God Shuedao looked ferocious when he read the name, and there was boundless hatred that filled his eyes. Jin Wushuang. Great Emperor Colored Glaze was surprised. Jin Wushuang is in Green Fire World too? Yes, Sir God Shuedao nodded heavily. Jin Wushuang is widely acknowledged as the #1 expert in Green Fire World, and the entirety of Green Fire World is under his control. My senior, Emperor God Xie Xian didn't know about this but charged indirectly. In the end, he died by Jin Wushuang's hand. When I received the news, I knew that I couldn't match Sword Emperor evenly, nor could I take revenge on my senior's behalf. Hence, I spread the news about the ancient battlefield. Originally, I intended to spread the news about Green Fire World altogether, so that all experts from various forces in Eternal Chaotic World would make trouble with Sword Emperor. However, Jin Wushuang would definitely hear rumors ahead of time. By then, due to high pressure, he might hand out Green Fire World proactively. Then, I would lose my chance to take revenge for my senior. Sir God Shuedao clenched his fists. I see, Great Emperor Colored Glaze nodded faintly. So you came to see me personally because you hoped that I'd kill Jin Wushuang for you? Great Emperor judges judiciously. Sir God Shuedao bowed politely to Colored Glaze Great Emperor. Although Jin Wushuang is powerful, he'd definitely die if it was Great Emperor that attacked him personally. By then, Great Emperor could conquer the entire Green Fire World. It's a win-win situation. Hee. If Green Fire World has the great potential you describe, even I couldn't conquer it on my own. Sanctuary Alliance would definitely get involved. However, if I could conquer Green Fire World, I would receive a great advantage. Great Emperor Colored Glaze smiled. Sir God Shuedao, I promise you that I will kill Jin Wushuang for you if you lead me to Green Fire World. Thank you, Great Emperor. Sir God Shuedao was filled with excitement. He immediately asked, Great Emperor, when do we depart? We won't delay any more. We leave this instance, Great Emperor Colored Glaze said in a cold voice. Sir God Shuedao immediately led the way while Great Emperor Colored Glaze and Emperor God Shi Yu flew to Green Fire World together. The three of them shuttled through the ancient battlefield but didn't stop at all along the way. After some time, the three of them arrived near Green Fire World. Great Emperor, take a look. This is Green Fire World. Sir God Shuedao pointed at the big world in front. As expected, it is really a complete big world. The closer we get, the more intense the spiritual influence of heaven and earth is. It seems that Green Fire World is really in the core of the ancient battlefield. Great Emperor-colored glaze stared at Green Fire World in front of her as joy shimmered in her beautiful eyes. Sure you stay here with Sir God Shuedao. I'll head over to meet Sword Emperor. Great Emperor-colored glaze said and immediately flew off. Vroom vroom. When Great Emperor-colored glaze's original body with divine might appeared at the border of Green Fire World, the higher-ups immediately noticed through the formation. Jian Wushuang recognized the incomer at the first instant. Great Emperor-colored glaze. It's her? Jian Wushuang was surprised. He had once crossed paths with Great Emperor-colored glaze. Back then, in order to take revenge on Soaring Heaven King Palace, he had barged into Colored Glaze Sanctuary to massacre the experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace and corner them in a desperate situation. In the end, Soaring Heaven King Palace had asked Great Emperor Colored Glaze for assistance. The Great Emperor had made an appearance personally and only spoken one sentence. Jian Wushuang had no choice but to back off. Hence, there was barely a dispute between Jian Wushuang and Great Emperor Colored Glaze. At least, Jian Wushuang didn't quite like Great Emperor Colored Glaze. Great Emperor Colored Glaze descended personally. It would be impossible if I wanted to hide the existence of Green Fire World. Jian Wushuang knew that clearly. Just then, Jian Wushuang, the cold voice that contained Boundless, might suddenly rang from Great Emperor Colored Glaze's mouth and reverberated in the surrounding void. Jian Wushuang, who was in Green Fire World, was shocked. Great Emperor Colored Glaze knows of my existence? Jian Wushuang thought. He instantly understood that it was definitely the person who had intentionally spread the news of Green Fire World and himself that informed Great Emperor Colored Glaze. When the news spread, it never brought up me or Green Fire World, but he only informed Great Emperor Colored Glaze alone. The person is worried that I won't take the pressure and abandon Green Fire World. By then, he wouldn't stand a chance to kill me. Jian Wushuang guessed the person's thought instantly. As she already knew of his existence, Jian Wushuang didn't intentionally hide. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang had already leaped out of Green Fire World and come before Great Emperor Colored Glaze. As for the experts from Green Fire World, they stayed back in Green Fire World. A Great Emperor had descended personally. The cultivators from Green Fire World weren't capable enough to deal with it. It's really you? Great Emperor Colored Glaze looked at Jian Wushuang and she looked surprised. She was in doubt of what Sir God Shuedao had said earlier, but then when she saw Jian Wushuang, her suspicion vanished. It seems like the person was right. Your Green Fire World is really unusual. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible to nurture such a top monster. Great Emperor Colored Glaze said coldly. Great Emperor Colored Glaze, as you already know of Green Fire World, and you also know of my existence, then we shouldn't beat around the bush. Tell me, what do you want? Jian Wushuang's face was cold. Then, he was totally different from when he had been on Soaring Heaven Land. Back then, when he had been dealing with Great Emperor Colored Glaze, she had only been a consciousness incarnation. However, he had no choice but to lower his head. But then, although Great Emperor Colored Glaze had come personally, he wasn't fearful of her at all. Very simple. Let me see your Green Fire World, Great Emperor Colored Glaze said. Then, Jian Wushuang asked in a deep voice. If there's nothing unique about Green Fire World, I naturally will leave immediately. If it is just like how the person mentioned, I will stay back in Green Fire World for a while. Great Emperor Colored Glaze smiled. Although she had put it in an indirect way, Jian Wushuang knew the meaning behind it clearly. What if I don't agree? Jian Wushuang said. Don't agree? Great Emperor Colored Glaze's voice was cold. If you don't agree, I will attack directly and conquer Green Fire World. Whoever doesn't yield to me, I'll kill all of them. As for you, Jian Wushuang, I know that there's a mysterious expert, Emperor 13, behind you. Because of him, I will not kill you. But it's good enough as long as I trap you in or suppress you. Then, if Emperor 13 surfaces, I shall pass you back to him. Chapter 1963 Old Woman. To conquer a sanctuary and become an overlord in eternal chaotic world, Great Emperor Colored Glaze wasn't stupid. Plus, she was pretty well informed. The war that had happened in Lineage of Star, she knew about it, and she had naturally heard of the mysterious expert from ancient times, Emperor 13. He was a super expert, and he was definitely related to Jian Wushuang. He absolutely wouldn't allow Jian Wushuang to die. Back then, Abysmal Saint Master had wanted to kill Jian Wushuang. In the end, Emperor 13 had popped up from nowhere. With one stroke, he had almost killed Abysmal Saint Master. His terrifying power was only stronger, not weaker than Emperor Bai's. She wasn't even as strong as Abysmal Saint Master. Hence, she didn't have the courage to kill Jian Wushuang. As for what she had promised Sir God Shui Dao, she merely wanted Sir God Shui Dao wanted to lead her to Green Fire World. She had never thought of killing Jian Wushuang. However, as long as she didn't kill, merely trapped or suppressed, she believed that Emperor 13 wouldn't find trouble with her. Jian Wushuang, do you want me to attack, or do you want to make the choice on your own? Great Emperor Colored Glaze looked at Jian Wushuang coldly. Jian Wushuang wasn't angry but smiled. Colored Glaze, you're an old woman that has lived for God knows how many years. Aren't you too arrogant? What did you say? Great Emperor Colored Glaze's face grew grave. Old woman? Jian Wushuang had said that she was an old woman and said that she was arrogant. That was right. She had lived for many years, and she was considered an old monster. However, she was a great emperor. Even the few great emperors on the same level as her didn't dare to call her an old woman. Who the H*LL did Jian Wushuang think he was? Why? You didn't hear that clearly? Do you want me to repeat it? Jian Wushuang scoffed. I said, you, an old woman, are too arrogant. I respected you and called you Great Emperor Colored Glaze. If I don't, who the H*LL are you? Green Fire World is not a place for people of such a low standard as yourself. If you are wise, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, Jian Wushuang's face turned ice cold. He didn't want to act courteously with Great Emperor Colored Glaze. Courting death. Great Emperor Colored Glaze raged with anger. A great emperor, a high and mighty existence in eternal chaotic world. How dare one offend her? On top of that, not only had Jian Wushuang offended her, he had challenged and even humiliated her. Great Emperor Colored Glaze couldn't hold her anger back. Rumble. Boundless divine might soared from Great Emperor Colored Glaze and filled the universe. Under such great divine might, even the void was quivering in madness as though it was shivering in fear. Great Emperor Colored Glaze's eyes were cold and her face was covered in frost. Her divine might spread and chilliness instantly covered the universe. Walala. Large chunks of void were frozen entirely. Around Great Emperor Colored Glaze, the surrounding void of hundreds of thousands of miles froze. Jian Wushuang was the first to dash forward. The shocking chilliness was almost freezing him to death. Jian Wushuang, don't think that there's a mysterious expert behind your back and I can't do anything about you. Even though I can't kill you, I can teach you a lesson at least. That's something I can still do. Great Emperor Colored Glaze's cold voice reverberated in the universe. At the same time, her jade finger extended slowly. Pist pist pust. The cold ice in the air suddenly stirred and instantly formed 3 cones. The 3 ice cones weren't huge, but contained a chilliness. It was enough to shock any emperor god. Die. Great Emperor Colored Glazes will moved. The 3 ice cones charged at Jian Wushuang at lightning speed. Jian Wushuang stood in the void and felt the surrounding space-time freeze. Even his divine body felt enormous pressure. It was extremely difficult when it came to movement. It would be unrealistic if he wanted to resist the 3 ice cones. Plus, even if he really did block them, the power of a great emperor wasn't something he could match with evenly. However, there was no need for him to take action. Right when Great Emperor Colored Glaze, there was a flowing light that had plunged out from Green Fire World behind him. Wow! As the crimson cloud churned, Jian Yi appeared before Jian Wushuang. Dealing with the 3 ice cones that burst out, Jian Yi slowly raised his hand. Without too much of a movement, he merely snapped his fingers in the direction that the 3 ice cones were flying from. Pack. Pack, pack. The three ice cones burst out simultaneously and filled the air with shattered ice pieces. The attack of Great Emperor-colored glaze collapsed. At the same time, there was a crimson cloud that swept out from Jianyi's body, just like a crimson ocean that surged to the surroundings. Jian Wushuang was engulfed in a crimson ocean, and his movement resumed normal without any restriction. Jianyi, well done. Jian Wushuang looked at Jianyi with a satisfied gaze. Thank you, master, for your compliment. Jianyi smiled and nodded. There was unprecedented enthusiasm in his eyes. Looking at the sight, Great Emperor-colored glaze in the nearby void looked shocked. Great Emperor? Great Emperor-colored glaze looked at Jianyi with a cold gaze. She could feel that Jianyi had divine power and an aura that wasn't much weaker than hers. Besides, Jianyi had attacked and instantly shattered her attack. Judging from the way he broke her frozen space-time, Jianyi was a true Great Emperor expert. In terms of power, he might not even be weaker than her. How could it be? There are only so many great emperors in eternal chaotic world. Previously, there was Emperor 13 out of nowhere. Now, there was another one. Similarly, there was no sign at all. Great Emperor-colored glaze creased her eyebrows. She didn't know that Jianyi was like Emperor 13. They were all experts from ancient times. And they were both from the nearby ancient battlefield. Only Emperor 13 was more mysterious, and he wasn't under Jian Wushuang's control. However, Jianyi had been soul-controlled by him long ago. Soul-controlled, Jianyi naturally obeyed his command. Previously, Jianyi had been severely injured, and he had never recovered his power. Back during the war in Lineage of Star, Jianyi had only recovered to peak middle-stage chaotic realm, but his fighting power was extremely close to Great Emperor. However, compared to Great Emperor, he was slightly weaker. However, ever since Jian Wushuang had returned to Green Fire World, Jianyi had continued to recover his power in seclusion. With the aid of Green Fire World's current increasing spiritual influence of heaven and earth, his power was recovering at a terrifying rate. 12,000 years had passed, and the current Jianyi had yet to recover entirely and resumed the strongest status. However, he had already reached peak chaotic realm. Peak chaotic realm equaled Great Emperor level in eternal chaotic world. Chapter 1964 versus Great Emperor-colored glaze. Humph, no wonder you dared to fight against me. It turns out that besides Emperor 13, you have another Great Emperor expert with you. Great Emperor-colored glaze was cold. However, even though he was a Great Emperor, there is a difference in power. With him alone, can he hold me back? Great Emperor-colored glaze had terrifying chilliness, and it soared up again. Walala. Everything in the universe seemed to freeze. There was suddenly a green spear in Great Emperor-colored glaze. The spear was 3 meters long and gave out a cold aura. Great Emperor-colored glaze moved and was already in action. Hong. There was suddenly a huge ice hole in the space-time. Then, the cracks extended. From the huge ice holes, roar. There was a terrifying roar and a primeval beast substantiated from the ice. Along with billowing power, the primeval beast was already before Jianyi. Jianyi looked cold as he was engulfed in the core of the Crimson Ocean, just like a blood god. He stole a glance at the primeval beast, and he immediately pointed. He pointed and heaven and earth became quiet. The primeval beast that was substantiated from ice suddenly had a hole in its chest. There was boundless divine power, and it instantly shattered the primeval beast into pieces. The primeval beast just broke apart, and there was a tall, cold figure that broke the air. Great Emperor-colored glaze carried no emotions, and the gloomy spear in her hands burst out mercilessly. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. It burst out continuously for a total of 9 times. Every time it burst out, there was a brilliant white light in the void. The speed couldn't be described even with thunder or lightning. Most importantly, the 9 bursts sealed the space-time and locked Jianyi so he had no chance to dodge. Humph! Jianyi's face grew dim, but both his hands moved. Blood Demon Hand. Bang, 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 bang. There were continuous crimson palm prints that appeared. Similarly, He did it 9 times. With every clap, the crimson palm print would turn into a huge mountain. The huge mountain had a churning crimson cloud, just like a volcano. Great Emperor colored glaze stabbed with her long spear, and there was boundless chilliness. The volcano and ice finally collided. Hong! There was a ferocious bang. The entire universe was covered in boundless ice and crimson cloud. It became glorious scenery. Jian Wushuang stood in the nearby void and could clearly feel the clashing of 2 bolts of power. There was a spark in his eyes at the sight. A great emperor's power was much stronger than an emperor god's. In terms of power, it wasn't comparable. Just then, swoosh, there was a figure that burst out of the core of the battlefield. It was Jian Yi. As for great emperor-colored glaze, she was still standing at the core in the universe. The shocking chilliness filled more than half of the universe. It was obvious that great emperor-colored glaze had the upper hand in the fight. Humph, merely the level of a great emperor, and you want to stop me with such a standard of fighting power? Great emperor-colored glaze roared coldly. Then, Jian Wushuang's eyes dilated in shock. Jian had only recovered to peak chaotic realm, but had yet to reach his most powerful status. In terms of power and strength, he was weaker than Great Emperor-colored glaze in the 6th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. However, Jian Yi was an expert from ancient times after all. He had many skills. As expected, after Jian Yi was defeated by Great Emperor-colored glaze, his figure suddenly became ghostly. Then, there were crimson shadows that suddenly appeared from nowhere. The densely dotted crimson shadows clustered in the surrounding void. With naked eyes, or even with soul power, no one could determine which one among the crimson shadows was Jian Yi's original body. Until Jian Yi attacked Wow! There was a palm that appeared behind Great Emperor-colored glaze silently. The palm extended its finger, and the tip of the finger was covered from crimson light as it pointed at Great Emperor-colored glaze's head. Behind Great Emperor-colored glaze, there were ice cones that were 2 meters long that appeared from nowhere. There were a total of 12 cones that flew out at the same time. The ice cones were extremely fast, and he wasn't affected. It pierced Jian Yi's body, but didn't touch his original body at all. Swoosh! Jian Yi's body was ghostly, and he appeared next to Great Emperor-colored glaze again. This person is so fast? The manipulation method of his space-time power is impressive too. Great Emperor-colored glaze creased her eyebrows. But suddenly, Great Emperor-colored glaze's 5 meters tall body extended 2 heads and 4 arms. In addition to Great Emperor-colored glaze's own head and arms, 3 heads and 6 arms, it also contained a unique power superposition method. Both heads and arms could flawlessly collaborate. Her 6 arms held the cold spear and stabbed Jian Yi mercilessly. Besides, on her 3 heads, one of her eyes was shimmering in a strange light which was captivating. The second head roared with her mouth open, and her roar shook the space-time. The last head had the third eye opened in between her eyebrows. Then, there was a resplendent light that contained boundless destroying aura that burst out at Jian Yi. Jian Yi creased his eyebrows. He was forced to retreat once again by Great Emperor-colored glaze's skills. His speed and his manipulation of power of space-time were far ahead of Great Emperor-colored glaze's. With his speed and manipulation of power of space-time, Great Emperor-colored glaze performed 3 heads and 6 arms, and also many other skills during their fierce battle, but couldn't do anything about Jian Yi. Both parties were matched evenly, and Great Emperor-colored glaze barely had the upper hand. Great Emperor-colored glaze lives up to being in 6th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. She is very powerful and she has many skills hidden up her sleeve, Jian Wushuang muttered. It's a pity that Jian Yi's power only recovered to peak middle stage chaotic realm not too long ago, and he is still a little far off his prosperous peak. Otherwise, however, Jian Yi could fight with Great Emperor-colored glaze to this state. It was already good enough. On the battlefield, Great Emperor-colored glaze looked extremely cold. This person's manipulation of power of space-time is so strange. Luckily, he isn't as powerful as I am. Otherwise, I'm afraid I might not be his match. Great Emperor-colored glaze knew her limitations. When she had been fighting with Jian Yi, Great Emperor-colored glaze had constantly looked at Jian Wushuang. However, I can do nothing about this person. There's no point in continuing to fight with him. He obviously is only listening to Jian Wushuang's command. As long as I capture Jian Wushuang, I can control him. Chapter 1965 Retreat. Once Great Emperor Colored Glaze understood that, she made up her mind. Go away. Great Emperor Colored Glaze bellowed, and the chilliness in her body flowed out. The boundless chilliness substantiated before her and formed 3 ice dragons. Every single one of the 3 ice dragons was 10,000 miles in length, and they gave out billowing auras. Any one of them could easily kill an emperor god. Then, as Great Emperor Colored Glaze controlled the 3 ice dragons, they let out a bellow and instantly plunged at Jian Yi. Dealing with 3 ice dragons, Jian Yi didn't act recklessly, but launched a full hit to match him evenly. However, just as he prepared to deal with the 3 ice dragons, Great Emperor Colored Glaze took a huge step back. Then, she turned to charge at Jian Wushuang. A terrifying chilliness and cold aura instantly covered Jian Wushuang. Great Emperor Colored Glaze's eyes, which were fixed upon Jian Wushuang, turned cold too. Looking at Great Emperor Colored Glaze charging at him, Jian Wushuang's eyes dilated in shock, but he didn't panic. He flipped his hand, and there was a bronze mirror that let out an ancient aura in his hand, the 5-Fire Godly Spirit Mirror. He had just gotten the 5-Fire Godly Spirit Mirror not too long ago, and it was his first time displaying its power outside. Rumble. Boundless divine power flowed into the bronze mirror, and the 5 godly spirits in the bronze mirror were woken up by Jian Wushuang. Then, they plunged out. Tall dark shadows substantiated in the void. There was a total of 5. Plus, all the 5 dark shadows were huge, and every single one was more than 5 meters tall. They gave out chilly aura as though they were from Acheron. 5 godly spirits, stop her. At Jian Wushuang's command, the 5 dark shadows lifted their heads at the same time. In their eye sockets, there weren't eyeballs. There was only dancing ghostly fire. That very moment, the ghostly fire was churning, and it seemed rather impatient. Hong, 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 hong. The 5 godly spirits moved simultaneously. In the first instance, they formed a 5-fire formation. Once they appeared before Great Emperor Colored Glaze, the power of the 5 godly spirits and 5-fire formation exploded. After a loud bang, the 5 godly spirits took a step back at the same time. However, Great Emperor Colored Glaze was stopped. What's that? Great Emperor Colored Glaze looked at the 5 godly spirits that had appeared in front of her in shock. She could tell that the 5 godly spirits weren't war puppets, nor were they real. They should have existed in a unique way. Plus, the fighting power of each godly spirit wasn't too strong, and they should be a distance from a great emperor. However, when the 5 godly spirits joined forces with the aid of the formation, the pressure that they brought to her was not weaker than an ordinary great emperor's. In terms of power and strength, they might even be stronger than Jian Yi had been previously. Jian Wushuang has such powerful treasure? Great Emperor Colored Glaze couldn't help but steal a glance at the bronze mirror in Jian Wushuang's hand. She knew that the 5 godly spirits had popped out from the bronze mirror. The 5 godly spirits had joined forces and possessed the fighting power of a great emperor. Die! The 5 godly spirits were raging with anger. They were refined into spirits via brutal methods. All their lives, they wouldn't be able to shake it off. To them, it was absolutely more painful than death. Over the years, they had naturally accumulated boundless hatred and cruelty. The hatred was taken out on their opponents. The 5 godly spirits formed 5-fire formation and fought with Great Emperor Colored Glaze. At the same time, Jian Yi had already taken care of the 3 ice dragons, and he was charging at Great Emperor Colored Glaze. When they joined forces, it equaled the fighting power of 2 great emperors. Although Great Emperor Colored Glaze was on the 6th place on Heaven and Earth's Supreme Ranking list, she was considered the stronger one among great emperors. However, she wasn't capable enough to fight 2 great emperors at the same time. Plus, Jian Yi and the 5 godly spirits displayed fighting power that wasn't weak. In a short while, Great Emperor Colored Glaze was already suppressed. D***** Great Emperor-colored glaze looked cold as there was fire burning in her eyes. However, no matter how angry she was, fighting power was on display. She was really not capable enough to match evenly with Jian Yi and the five godly spirits. Even under Jian Yi and the five godly spirits' pressure, she wanted to find a chance to attack Jian Wushuang, but she had failed to do so. Colored glaze, do you want to continue to fight? Jian Wushuang stood in the void nearby as he humphed coldly. Be *starred. Great Emperor Colored Glaze was angry, but she couldn't do anything to Jian Wushuang. Humph. You're so stubborn. You really think that I can't make you, a great emperor, stay? Jian Wushuang's voice became cold. Don't forget that my sword servant and I cultivated the secret skill of Star Palace. Secret skill of Star Palace? Great Emperor Colored Glaze stunned. She naturally knew about the secret skill of Star Palace. She also knew that Jian Wushuang had cultivated the third volume of Secret Skill of Star Palace successfully. Back then, with that one move, he had wiped out almost 100 Almighties from Almighty's alliance with one hit. His power had already reached the extreme limit of a great emperor. In Eternal Chaotic World, besides Emperor Bai and the mysterious Emperor 13, they reckoned no one could perform such an attack. Now, she was against Jian Yi and five godly spirits. She was already suppressed entirely. By then, if Jian Wushuang were to attack again, attack at that level, her life might be threatened even though she was a great emperor. I will count to 3. If you don't retreat, I'll immediately launch my killer hit. Don't think I'm joking, Jian Wushuang's voice was low. 1, 2. Jian Wushuang had yet to count to 3. Great Emperor Colored Glaze, who was fighting with Jian Yi and five godly spirits ferociously, suddenly retreated. As she retreated, her cold voice resounded in the universe. Jian Wushuang, I am defeated. But don't be too happy just yet. You think you'll be able to protect Green Fire World on your own? You are dreaming. Just you wait. In no time, I will return. Her voice continued to reverberate. Then, Great Emperor Colored Glaze's body disappeared at the end of the sky. In the void in front of Green Fire World, Jian Wushuang stood. His face grew grave when he heard what Great Emperor Colored Glaze said. He hadn't lied earlier. If he were to perform his trump card without scruples, he was confident that he could make Great Emperor Colored Glaze stay forever. However, there was no use if she stayed. The secret of Green Fire World would be exposed. Even if he killed Great Emperor Colored Glaze then, there would be other Great Emperor or experts who would come. He might as well save the final trump card to deal with the upcoming danger. Plus, a Great Emperor expert was associated with many. Anyone's pass would stir a great commotion and inflict a great outcome. Chapter 1966, 3 Great Emperors. Although I forced Great Emperor Colored Glaze to back off for now, in no time, Great Emperor Colored Glaze will definitely bring other experts along again. She might even lead all the experts from various forces in Eternal Chaotic World over. Jian Wushuang's face grew grave. Green Fire World. Its value was really unbelievable. When Emperor God Xia Xin had first discovered Green Fire World and only find out briefly about Green Fire World, he determined that Green Fire World had the potential to become another powerful sanctuary. But in actual fact, the potential of Green Fire World was far beyond what Emperor God Xia Xin and Sir God Xuedao had imagined. Such a place, even Sanctuary Alliance would care about. Forget about the experts from various forces. As for Jian Wushuang, he naturally wanted to protect Green Fire World alone and not let various forces and Sanctuary Alliance carve it up. Hence, he was destined to go against the entire Eternal Chaotic World. Regardless, Green Fire World is my hometown. It is my root. As long as I am alive, I will not allow anyone to take a share of it. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands tightly, and he had already made up his mind. In the void near Green Fire World, swoosh, Great Emperor Colored Glaze's figure appeared again. At that very moment, there was coldness on her enchanting face, and she didn't look good at all. Next to Great Emperor Colored Glaze, Emperor God Shiyu and Sir God Xuedao stood politely. The two of you, keep watch of Green Fire World from today onwards. Watch their every movement. Great Emperor Colored Glaze commanded. Yes, Emperor God Shiryu and Sir God Shwedao nodded. Great Emperor Colored Glaze's figure turned illusionary and vanished into thin air. Emperor God Shiryu looked calm at the sight, but Sir God Shwedao looked curious. I never expected that Great Emperor God Colored Glaze wouldn't do anything to Jian Wushuang when she attacked personally. She was forced to retreat? Sir God Shwedao was surprised. He knew Jian Wushuang's reputation, and he also knew of Jian Wushuang's battle achievement. However, these battle achievements weren't enough to fight with a great emperor. But then, Great Emperor Colored Glaze left. She had definitely wanted to invite other great emperor experts to attack together. However, even if a few great emperors joined forces, I'm afraid they could only force Jian Wushuang to hand out Green Fire World. As for killing Jian Wushuang, I reckon there is no one who dares to do so, Sir God Shwedao thought. In the beginning, he had really thought Great Emperor Colored Glaze would kill Jian Wushuang to take revenge on his behalf. However, he understood from the conversation between Great Emperor Colored Glaze and Jian Wushuang that Great Emperor Colored Glaze had scruples with the mysterious expert behind Jian Wushuang, Emperor 13. She didn't have the guts to kill Jian Wushuang for real. Even though Jian Wushuang had humiliated her on the spot, he had called her an old woman and told her to leave, but Great Emperor Colored Glaze had only wanted to teach him a lesson. In other words, Great Emperor Colored Glaze had only pretended to promise him from the very beginning. As Great Emperor Colored Glaze had scruples with Emperor 13, the other great emperors that she invited should be the same as well. To kill Jian Wushuang for real, Great Emperor Colored Glaze and the emperor gods that she was going to invite wouldn't do. It seems that there is only one final move to take if I really want Sword Emperor to be killed for senior. Sir God Shwedao thought coldly. He didn't react much, so Emperor God Shiryu by his side couldn't see anything different in him. In the vast void on ancient battlefield, Great Emperor Colored Glaze floated in silence. Soon, a dark figure plunged over. The dark figure belonged to Abysmal Saint Master. Colored Glaze, what's the hurry? Abysmal Saint Master appeared before Great Emperor Colored Glaze. Abysmal Saint Master rushed to the ancient battlefield at the first instant. During the 90 years of wandering in the ancient battlefield, he had really obtained some opportunities, but not many. At that moment, he had yet to receive any opportunity that would allow him to improve his power tremendously. His power had yet to recover to his peak by then. I look for you. Naturally, there's a good deal. Great Emperor Colored Glaze looked at Abysmal Saint Master and immediately briefly told him about Green Fire World. Great Emperor Colored Glaze said, and Abysmal Saint Master's gaze became sharp. The ancient battlefield nurtured a big world? Abysmal Saint Master was astonished. Green Fire World does exist, but it's a pity that Jian Wushuang is there. I originally wanted to attack and conquer Green Fire World, but in the end, I was forced to retreat. I have no choice but to look for you, Great Emperor Colored Glaze explained. Jian Wushuang? Why is this boy everywhere? Abysmal Saint Master's gaze was cold. To Jian Wushuang, he harbored murderous intention. If I'm not mistaken, Green Fire World should be Jian Wushuang's hometown, where his roots are. The reason why his cultivation speed is so shocking and why he is so talented, it should be related to Green Fire World, Great Emperor Colored Glaze said. That's right. Jian Wushuang is too eye-catching. I reckon he is much more brilliant than Emperor Bai was back then. Such top genius would be considered unbelievable in the first era, let alone the second era. I think only Green Fire World could nurture such impressive genius. This boy is lucky that he could be born in such a place. Abysmal Saint Master clenched his hand and turned to Great Emperor Colored Glaze by his side. Colored Glaze, you came to look for me to join forces with me to fight Jian Wushuang, right? Yes, Great Emperor Colored Glaze nodded. Jian Wushuang is Green Fire World's biggest reliance. If we want to conquer Green Fire World, we have to get rid of Jian Wushuang first. According to what you said, there was a great emperor with Jian Wushuang, and he has a treasure that could control 5 dark shadows that possess the fighting power of a great emperor if forces join. On top of that, he himself has trump cards to hand. With such fighting power, even if I were to work together with you during my peak time, we might not stand a chance, Abysmal Saint Master said. Great Emperor Colored Glaze's gaze grew dim. That was true. Although Abysmal Saint Master and her were both powerful great emperors, Abysmal Saint Master had yet to recover from his injury completely. With the two of them joining forces, they could at most be evenly matched with Jian Wushuang. Even though they had the upper hand, it wasn't enough. How about this? Let's wait for a while. Let me ask another person, Abysmal Saint Master said. All right, Great Emperor Colored Glaze nodded. Abysmal Saint Master immediately sent a message. The two great emperors waited in the void for a while. Very soon, the third great emperor joined them. With purple robes, a lazy look, and a middle-aged appearance, he looked rather gentle. The purple-robed lazy middle-aged man was Great Emperor Zisu in 5th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. Chapter 1967, known to all. Zisu, it's really you? Great Emperor Colored Glaze looked at Great Emperor Zisu in shock. From what she knew, Great Emperor Ziyu had always been taking an indifferent attitude in fighting for fame and fortune. Like ranking on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, regardless of if he was on the 5th place or the last place, he didn't care. He hardly fought, and he didn't care much about Sanctuary Alliance. He could be said to be a great emperor who was aloof. However, Great Emperor Zisu rushed over. I never expected Great Emperor Zisu, who is widely acknowledged as aloof, would be interested in Green Fire World as well, Great Emperor Colored Glaze sneered. A big world that is nurtured by the ancient battlefield. It's not strange that I am interested in it, Great Emperor Zisu smiled. Humph, don't think that I don't know that you are not interested in Green Fire World, but Jian Wushuang. Abysmal Saint Master looked at Great Emperor Zisu, and there was a strange look. Regardless of if I am interested in Green Fire World or Jian Wushuang, as long as our goal is the same, it will work, right? Great Emperor Zisu smiled. That's right. Green Fire World is very unusual. How could Jian Wushuang conquer such a world with boundless possibilities alone? The three of us might as well conquer Green Fire World first. Then, when the others discover the world, we can discuss then. As long as the three of us take hold of Green Fire World first, the three of us will definitely receive the most benefits, Great Emperor Colored Glaze said. That's right. So, let's not delay any further. Let's depart now, Abysmal Saint Master said. Great Emperor Zisu smiled faintly. The three Great Emperor immediately departed. However, it was not long after the three Great Emperors departed. They still had a fair distance to reach Green Fire World. A piece of news was spreading among experts in Eternal Chaotic World like wildfire. The news was about Green Fire World's existence. Green Fire World, that was nurtured by the ancient battlefield and had great potential. At the same time, it was also the biggest treasure in the entire ancient battlefield. The moment the news spread, the three great emperors who were on the way to Green Fire World found out immediately. D***M in it. The news about Green Fire World has already spread. Abysmal Saint Master's face grew grave, and he reprimanded Great Emperor Colored Glaze. Colored Glaze, what's going on? I thought only you knew about Green Fire World. I never said that I was the first who found Green Fire World, Great Emperor Colored Glaze refuted coldly. The first who found out was Emperor God Xia Xian, and he was killed by Jian Wushuang long ago. As for the news, it was given to me by a Sir God from Colored Glaze Sanctuary who just broke through not long ago. He was Emperor God Xia Zins Jr. He told me about Green Fire World, and the condition was for me to kill Jian Wushuang on his behalf. I agreed with him on the surface, but now, he has found out that I can't kill Jian Wushuang. Hence, he naturally has to figure out other ways. It is normal that he would spread the news. You knew that he would announce the news to the public. Why didn't you kill him directly? Abysmal Saint Master asked coldly. Abysmal, do you think I am as despicable as you? Great Emperor Colored Glaze teased. Plus, I can guarantee that he didn't keep his guard up. If he were to inform the others long ago and hide, so what? The news would spread even sooner if I were to kill him. Although the news spread, at least we have the upper hand. Colored Glaze is right. Zisu by the side spoke too. The big world on the ancient battlefield would be found sooner or later. There's no way to hide it. However, compared to the others, the three of us have gotten a head start. It's good enough. Abysmal Saint Master heard, but didn't speak further. The three of them immediately sped up and rushed to Greenfire World. Then, in Eternal Chaotic World and on the ancient battlefield, there was a great commotion. A big world? The ancient battlefield nurtured a big world? The big world is located right at the core of the ancient battlefield. The spiritual influence of heaven and earth was the strongest there. If we were to be able to cultivate there is limitless possibilities. Greenfire World really carries limitless possibilities. Go, hurry up and go. A big world that is nurtured by the ancient battlefield. I wonder how it looks internally. Countless experts were shaken by the news and made their way to Greenfire World. Not only experts from human territories, but also experts of special tribes, all rushed to Greenfire World at the first instant when they heard the news. Greenfire World was everyone's focus. It was everyone's focus. However, when Sir God Shui Dao spread the news, he brought up Greenfire World, but he not Jian Wushuang. He knew that if the higher-ups in Sanctuary Alliance were to find out that Greenfire World was controlled by Jian Wushuang, the higher-ups in Sanctuary Alliance would definitely find a way to message Jian Wushuang for him to hand out Greenfire World proactively. Regardless of the threats or temptations, Jian Wushuang might be forced to give in if he had no alternative. However, as long as Jian Wushuang had a string of hope and didn't hand over Greenfire World, experts from various forces would charge there altogether. Jian Wushuang might not have the time to regret then. In Greenfire World, although Jian Wushuang was in his secret room, the movement in Eternal Chaotic World and the ancient battlefield, he received detailed information from Lineage of Star. It is widespread now? Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes, but he wasn't surprised. He knew that as long as the ancient battlefield was found out, it would be impossible to hide Greenfire World. Then, all experts from various forces in Eternal Chaotic World were shaken by the news, and they were on their way to Greenfire World. Greenfire World was enduring unprecedented pressure. Until now, the higher-ups in Sanctuary Alliance had yet to get in touch with me. It seems that the person who spread the news only spoke of Greenfire World but never mentioned me. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath. The surrounding battlefield, the opportunities contained on the battlefield, take them if you want. However, Greenfire World is my route. No one should even think about touching it. That's my bottom line. I hope that you don't force me to then. Otherwise, I can only make that move. There was an intense light shimmering in Jian Wushuang's eyes. In Greenfire World, besides himself, there was another trump card. That was the strongest trump card, the final trump card. Jian Wushuang definitely wouldn't use the trump card unless he reached the final stage. If Jian Wushuang were to be cornered, he absolutely wouldn't hesitate to use it. At the worst, they'd fight at the risk of mutual destruction. Chapter 1968 Force. Just as all experts from various forces in Eternal Chaotic World were shaken by the news about Greenfire World. On the ancient battlefield, in an underground ruin not too far away from Greenfire World. In the underground ruin, there was an underground palace. The underground palace was huge, and the interior was mysterious and unfathomable. An elder in a gold robe shuttled through the underground palace. The elder was an ordinary Sir God from Emperor Sword Sect. He had found the existence of Underground Palace by sheer luck. After he found it, he had immediately started to explore to find the opportunities within. However, over the path, he didn't see any opportunity at all until he reached the depths of the Underground Palace. The elder in the gold robe was surprised. He saw that there was a figure seated on the empty land in front of him. No wonder there isn't an opportunity. It turns out that someone found the underground palace before I did. The elder in the gold robe glanced at the figure on the empty land with envy in his eyes. There were opportunities on the ancient battleground, but as there were more people started to wander around, it was normal that many of the opportunities were taken. The elder in the gold robe flashed a bitter smile, then he turned to leave. But suddenly, the figure that was seated on the empty land suddenly opened her eyes. Her pair of eyes were extremely brilliant, just like gemstones. At the same time, she slowly stood up. Her face was beautiful and her body was enchanting. She was in a tight red robe which appeared to be extremely captivating. No doubt, she was a beautiful woman by which any man would be captivated and tempted. However, as the enchanting woman in the red robe stood up, there was a terrifying aura. The terrifying aura covered the elder in the gold robe. The elder in the gold robe was a Sir God. However, under such an aura, he revealed an unprecedentedly horrified expression, and he was shivering in fear. The elder in the gold robe took a deep breath and he bowed politely. I am Jin Luo from Emperor Sword Sect. Emperor Sword Sect? The enchanting woman in the red robe was surprised, but she never spoke. However, she took a huge stride as she walked to the elder in the gold robe. As she walked over, the brilliance in the enchanting woman's eyes became stronger. I'll ask you some questions. Answer me honestly. The enchanting woman in the red robe finally walked next to the elder in the gold robe. Yes, the elder in the gold robe had an absent look. No one could tell if he was in phantasmagoria or in a special state. In a short while, the enchanting woman in the red robe found out about things that she'd like to know from the elder in the gold robe. The ancient battlefield was found by the cultivators from this era? The enchanting woman in the red robe squinted her eyes. As the ancient battlefield is found, Green Fire World was definitely found as well. I wonder how Jin Wushuang is going to deal with it? With a playful smile, the enchanting woman in the red robe moved and flew towards Green Fire World. Not long after she had left, the elder in the gold robe came back to reality. What happened? What happened to me earlier? Where's the Mr. Just Now? The elder in the gold robe looked lost, and he had no idea what had happened earlier. Outside Green Fire World, Great Emperor Colored Glaze, Abysmal Saint Master, and Great Emperor Zisu, the three great emperors had arrived. Looking at the big world in front of them, Abysmal Saint Master and Great Emperor Zisu couldn't help but sigh. Jin Wushuang in Green Fire World had naturally noticed the three great emperors. Swoosh, swoosh. There were two loud air-piercing sounds. Jin Wushuang and Jian Yi came out from Green Fire World and came before the three great emperors. Jin Wushuang, I said earlier that I would return in no time. Great Emperor Colored Glaze looked cold as she glared at Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang only glanced at Great Emperor Colored Glaze, but didn't bother talking to her at all. As for Abysmal Saint Master, he had originally shared great resentment with Abysmal Saint Master. During the war in lineage of Star back then, Abysmal Saint Master had been determined to kill him. Fortunately, Emperor 13 had taken action. Otherwise, most likely, he would have died back then. It was normal that Abysmal Saint Master came to look for him again. Then, Jin Wushuang's gaze was fixed upon the last great emperor, Great Emperor Zisu. He also knew that Great Emperor Colored Glaze would get some help. It was within his expectations that he would invite one or two other great emperors, but he had never guessed that she would invite Great Emperor Zisu. Jin Wushuang knew about Great Emperor Zisu. He was a cold man. As long as the others didn't find trouble in him, he hardly took action against anyone. He was considered mild-tempered. Although he had never met Great Emperor Zisu before, they were connected. Back then, Jin Wushuang wanted to carry out his promise with real God Wu Bei and kill King Demon Heart. King Demon Heart had once sent a message to Great Emperor Zisu to ask for help. But then, Great Emperor Zisu hadn't appeared or stopped Jin Wushuang. It could be considered a favor to Jin Wushuang. But then, Great Emperor Zisu, can you do me a favor again? I would be extremely grateful, Jin Wushuang said. Sword Emperor, I'm sorry. Green Fire World has associated greatly with everything else. So, Great Emperor Zisu had yet to finish his sentence. Jin Wushuang, don't have any unrealistic thoughts. I advise you to hand over Green Fire World directly. Then, we won't attack, Abysmal Saint Master said coldly. Jin Wushuang stole a glance at Abysmal Saint Master, then scoffed. I thought, who was it? It is Abysmal Saint Master. Why? Have you recovered completely? Abysmal Saint Master's face stunned. 12,000 years ago, in the war in lineage of Star, he had been at the brink of death because of Emperor 13. The reason why Emperor 13 hadn't killed him was merely that he wasn't powerful enough to. That was absolutely humiliating to Abysmal Saint Master. Humph, you were nearly killed by Emperor 13 back in Lineage of Star. Now, you have the guts to come here again. Abysmal Saint Master, you really have guts. Aren't you worried that Emperor 13 will take action against you again? Jian Wushuang humphed coldly. Abysmal Saint Master quivered, then he clenched his teeth and said, Jian Wushuang, don't think bringing up Emperor 13 can scare me. Back then when we were in Lineage of Star, I could tell that although Emperor 13 saved you, I reckon you don't even know why he would do that yourself. In other words, you and he aren't that close. It is because of a certain reason he didn't wish for you to die, that's why he saved you. In other words, as long as I don't kill you, Emperor 13 won't reveal himself. I only want Green Fire World. As for if you are going to die, it doesn't matter. As long as I don't kill you. Chapter 1969, Fight a Pitch Battle. Abysmal Saint Master was still fearful of the mysterious expert Emperor 13. At least, before he was confident enough to deal with Emperor 13, he absolutely wouldn't dare to kill Jian Wushuang. However, he thought that as long as he didn't try to kill Jian Wushuang, Emperor 13 wouldn't surface. Let's not waste time with him. Seize the time and suppress him directly. Let's talk after we conquer Green Fire World, Great Emperor Colored Glaze said. Abysmal Saint Master and Great Emperor Zi Su nodded simultaneously. The aura of the three Great Emperor experts immediately spread around. Great Emperor Colored Glaze's chilliness soared and froze the surrounding void. Abysmal Saint Master was as dark as usual, boundless darkness without any light. Great Emperor Zisu was purely imaginary. He made people feel that he was like a cloud that was floating in the air. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The three of them took action at the same time. Jian Wushuang's eyes dilated in shock. Then, he took out a token. The token belonged to Emperor Bai. Mr. Emperor Bai, Jian Wushuang, sent a message at his fastest possible speed. As for how long it would take until Emperor Bai reply his message, Jian Wushuang had no idea either. However, he had to block everyone outside of Green Fire World before that. It naturally included the three great emperors in front of him. Abysmal Saint Master, Great Emperor Zi Su, and Great Emperor Colored Glaze were in the 3rd, 5th, and 6th place respectively. They were all powerful great emperors. Theoretically, their strengths are just like their ranking indicated. However, Abysmal Saint Master was severely injured by Emperor 13, and he has yet to recover fully. Hence, among the three, he was the weakest while Great Emperor Zisu was the strongest, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. Then, he made up his mind. He flipped his hand and 5 fire godly spirit mirrors appeared. He let the divine power flow into the 5 tall, godly spirits in the universe. The moment the 5 godly spirits appeared, the surrounding void immediately became cold. Jian Yi, you are best at manipulation of power of spacetime. You keep Great Emperor Zisu occupied. 5 godly spirits, hold Great Emperor Colored Glaze back. As for Abysmal Saint Master, they'll take care of him. After Jian Wushuang commanded, Jian Yi and the 5 godly spirits took action. Jian Wushuang also drew his Blood Mountain sword at the first instance, and there was sword intention billowing. At the same time, he revealed 8 heads and 16 arms. He immediately charged at Abysmal Saint Master. Both parties immediately collided directly. Great Emperor Zisu was the strongest at the scene, and he was very skillful. His figure was vague and insubstantial. However, Jian Yi, who was in charge, dealt with him and could manipulate power of spacetime far better than everyone else. Although he was weaker, he definitely wouldn't be defeated in a short time. The 5 fire formation formed by the 5 godly spirits was powerful. Great Emperor Colored Glaze already experienced it before. She wanted to break the 5 fire formation, but it was difficult for her as well. The only battle that had an extremely big disparity would be the battle between Abysmal Saint Master and Jian Wushuang. Die! Jian Wushuang was raging with anger. He appeared before Abysmal Saint Master and wielded a sword each with his 18 arms. Every stroke of sword light contained boundless power of reincarnation at a terrifyingly fast speed. Most importantly, it collaborated with his own divine power and the power of ancient tribe bloodline. Then, it exploded with billowing power. However, Abysmal Saint Master didn't care about such an attack. Such a joke. Abysmal Saint Master sneered and casually pointed. Then, boundless darkness flowed out and instantly formed a black hand that grasped the void in front at lightning speed. Jian Wushuang slashed out with many sword lights, but the dark hand broke them apart. Jian Wushuang, you are only a real god. No matter how powerful you are, you could only have the fighting power of a peak emperor god at most. How dare you fight against me? Who gave you such courage? Abysmal Saint Master looked at Jian Wushuang in disdain as he spat his scornful remark. Humph! Jian Wushuang humphed coldly as he retreated. Swoosh! 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 There were 5 continuous resplendent golden lights which appeared next to Abysmal Saint Master. The 5 golden lights were extremely fast. Abysmal Saint Master raised his eyebrows, and a dark protective barrier substantiated. The 5 golden lights hit the dark protective barrier, and it shattered into pieces after 4 loud thuds. Then, the final golden light aimed at Abysmal Saint Master's head without hindrance. Abysmal Saint Master looked surprised, but his figure turned illusionary and he dodged the golden light easily. Abysmal Saint Master regained stability in the void and couldn't help but look at the 5 golden lights. Is this your infamous golden sword? You only had 4 previously, but now you have 5. Plus, they look like they have become much stronger. It seems that you have improved greatly, huh? Abysmal Saint Master looked at him with a cold gaze. It was true. It had been a total of 12,000 years since the war in Lineage of Star. To the ordinary almighties, the time span was naturally nothing. However, to Jian Wushuang, his power was of course different. During the 12,000 years, his comprehension towards doctrine had heightened massively. His comprehension of space-time doctrine and extermination doctrine had reached the extreme limit of the 8th level. He was only 1 step away from the 9th level, and his soul power became much stronger too. As a result, his control of Hong Jun Golden Sword had grown too. Not only could he drive the 5th Hong Jun Golden Sword, but his Hong Jun Golden Sword power increased tremendously. Previously, one of his Hong Jun Golden Sword equaled the power of an attack of a peak emperor god. Now, the power of his Hong Jun Golden Sword was equivalent to a peak emperor god's full hit with unique skill or secret skill. With the collaboration of 5 swords, they were of course fierce. I really belittled you. With 5 Hong Jun Golden Swords, you should be able to be on par with an underworld god. However, you are still nothing in front of him. Abysmal Saint Master smiled coldly. Rumble. A huge dark whirlpool appeared behind Jian Wushuang. The dark whirlpool was unfathomable and contained boundless extermination power. At the very moment it appeared, Jian Wushuang's body was pulled and dragged greatly as though he was going to be swallowed by the dark whirlpool. In the middle of the dark whirlpool, Abysmal Saint Master stepped on a dark demon dragon as they plunged out. Roar! The demon dragon let out a roar and its roar shook the sky. Layers of dark ripples spread in the air as Abysmal Saint Master waved. Chapter 1970. Do you need help? Vroom. He waved and a large dark cloud pressed at Jian Wushuang. The dark cloud covered the sky, and the power that it contained was far stronger than an emperor god. Jian Wushuang's eyes were bloodshot while a terrifying sword intention swept out from his body. Among his 18 arms, there were 4 that were holding a sword at the same time. The swords were naturally Blood Mountain swords. Then, Blood Mountain sword was roaring for blood in madness. It contained boundless unyieldingness. King Sword Principle, first move. Slash. He was just like a monarch high and above as he raised the sword in his hand. When the sword slashed, there would be hundreds of millions of heads that would fall to the ground. Quang. A terrifying sword light was instantly magnified and engulfed tens of thousands of miles when it was slashed out. The sword light was shimmering in gold, looking rather eye-catching. It immediately hit the dark clouds above that were pressing down. Hong. The sword light pierced it. Then, the large dark cloud immediately dispersed. Huh. Abysmal Saint Master looked at Jian Wushuang in shock. He could tell that Jian Wushuang's power had reached the level of a great emperor. He had never used the secret skill of Star Palace, nor did he break any ancient star. But his sword principle itself had reached such level? Of course, the king's sword principle was originally fierce. As Jian Wushuang's comprehension of sword principle increased, the power of his sword principle naturally became even stronger. The stroke was Jian Wushuang's strongest stroke. After that stroke, although Abysmal Saint Master's attack was blocked, Jian Wushuang didn't let loose, but he flicked his wrist and a scroll painting appeared in his hand. Then, he threw the scroll painting in the air, and the scroll painting blended into the void. Suddenly, the sky above immediately churned. A captivating world of mountain and river appeared in the sky. Mountain River as Palm and 9 Provinces seal. The third move, overwhelm the rain. Rumble. A vast land descended mightily. With Jian Wushuang's power, he performed the seal of overwhelm the rain without holding back. The power of the descending land barely reached the threshold of a great emperor. Looking at the descending land, Abysmal Saint Master's gaze was cold and a few dark lights suddenly burst out. Hong, 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 hong. A few dark lights piercing the land and the entire lofty land immediately shattered into a few pieces. Boy, your skills are not too shabby. However, too bad. It's useless. Abysmal Saint Master's voice was cold. Jian Wushuang's face grew dim. King's Sword Principle. 9 Province Seal. The third seal. They were both his strongest attack skills. However, even though he had performed with his all, he had barely reached the threshold of a great emperor. Compared to a true emperor, he was nowhere near one. Just then, Abysmal, what are you doing? Why don't you hurry up and suppress that boy? There was a low bellow from the surrounding battlefield. The one who had spoken was naturally Great Emperor Colored Glaze. Great Emperor Zisu and herself were held back by the 5 godly spirits and Jian Yi. In a short time, it would be difficult to defeat their opponents. The only breaking point was with Abysmal Saint Master. Only if Abysmal Saint Master suppressed Jian Wushuang, and then he had an extra hand to join forces with them, Jian Yi and the 5 godly spirits could be defeated in an instant. By then, the battle would end. However, Abysmal Saint Master had yet to take Jian Wushuang down since the beginning of the war. Hearing Great Emperor Colored Glaze's roar, Abysmal Saint Master's corner of his lips twitched. He couldn't help but resent it. However, he couldn't do anything to Jian Wushuang. He was a top Great Emperor on the top 3 on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. Even though he had yet to recover fully from his injuries, he was still much stronger than many other Great Emperor. He was far beyond Jian Wushuang as well. Most importantly was that he held scruples when he fought with Jian Wushuang. He was afraid that he might kill Jian Wushuang by accident if the hit was too powerful. Hence, he held back when he attacked. But in the end, because he held back, he couldn't take down Jian Wushuang. Son, look at how I am going to trap you in. Abysmal Saint Master's voice was cold, but he had finally revealed his true power. There was boundless darkness that swept over and formed a huge black chain. The black chain was extremely sturdy, but they extended from all corners of the void without any symptoms, especially in the void around Jian Wushuang. There were dark whirlpools that appeared from nowhere. The black chains were moving to entangle Jian Wushuang simultaneously. Jian Wushuang's face changed, and the sword lights continuously swept out from him. His fighting power exploded to its extreme limit. He wanted to break apart those chains that were flying towards him. However, the chains were too flexible, too fast, and too plentiful. One slash after another extended over again and again. In a short while, the black chains formed a huge prison to seal off the space-time that Jian Wushuang was in. It naturally trapped Jian Wushuang within as well. T. Jian Wushuang looked shocked, and the sword intention swept out to slash the surrounding prison. However, no matter how he attacked, the black prison didn't move. When he performed King Emperor skill again, it could only shake the dark cover, but it was not enough to break it. After Jian Wushuang was trapped in the darkness prison, Abysmal Saint Master had the free time to fight elsewhere. Swoosh! Abysmal Saint Master's body moved, and he obviously moved to where the other 2 battles were. T. Jian Wushuang suddenly thought, and the 7 ancient stars in between his eyebrows lit up. He knew that as soon as Abysmal Saint Master had the bandwidth to join other battles, he would be defeated. Hence, he had to perform his trump card to break the darkness prison and keep Abysmal Saint Master occupied again. He had 2 kinds of trump cards, the secret skill of Star Palace and the Star Destruction skill. The secret skill of Star Palace was extremely important, but it had yet to reach the time to really perform it. He naturally could only perform Star Destruction skill. Just as Jian Wushuang was preparing to break his ancient star to increase his power, it's so noisy here. There was a burst of faint laughter from the nearby void. The voice contained a special power. When it spread over to the battlefield, everyone who was fighting ferociously stopped instantly. Abysmal Saint Master, who had been hurrying to the other 2 battlefields, also stopped his footsteps to look at the direction of the source of the voice. Jian Wushuang also looked in the direction of the source of the voice. In the void, there was an enchanting woman in a tight red robe leaping over. Her footsteps were very slow, but every step she took leaped over a very long distance. Merely after a few steps, she appeared on the battlefield. The moment she appeared, her beautiful eyes looked at Jian Wushuang directly. Jian Wushuang, long time no see. Do you need help? Chapter 1971 Powerful Assistant. Jian Wushuang, long time no see. Do you need help? The incomer's faint laughter reverberated in the universe. Everyone at the scene was astonished. Abysmal Saint Master, Great Emperor Zisu, and Great Emperor Colored Glaze saw the incomer and their eyes dilated in shock. No doubt, they had never seen an enchanting woman in a red robe. However, the enchanting woman in the red robe gave out an aura that wasn't weaker than theirs. She was definitely at the level of a great emperor. The moment she appeared, she brought about great pressure to the other 3 great emperors. She was obviously not only a great emperor, but an extremely strong great emperor. Previously, there was a mysterious Emperor 13. Then, Jian Wushuang's sword servant reached the level of a great emperor. Now, there's another great emperor? She obviously knew Jian Wushuang personally. Since when did great emperor experts become so invaluable? Great Emperor Colored Glaze muttered. However, they didn't know that Jian Wushuang was quite shocked then. He looked at the enchanting woman in the red robe, and it stirred a great commotion in his heart. The enchanting woman in the red robe. He of course knew her. Lord Spirit Sound. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but clenched. It's her. King of Venomous Worms, who was living on Jian Wushuang, was shocked too. That was right. The enchanting woman in the red robe, who had suddenly come, was Lord Spirit Sound, who had stayed in Star Foggy Sea back then. Back then, before Jian Wushuang had yet to leave Green Fire World, he had once received a great opportunity. It was in Star Foggy Sea. Through the test on Star Island, he became a disciple of Star Palace in Lineage of Star. Then, Star Foggy Sea was under Lord Spirit Sound's control. When Jian Wushuang first saw Lord Spirit Sound, he thought Lord Spirit Sound was from Lineage of Star, and it was Master of Star Palace who had intentionally arranged to pick disciples for Lineage of Star. Even Lord Spirit Sound had said that herself. When Jian Wushuang passed the test and became a disciple of Star Palace in Lineage of Star, Star Foggy Sea had been within Jian Wushuang's control. Then, Lord Spirit Sound left, and Jian Wushuang had no idea where she went. In the beginning, Jian Wushuang never minded much. But later on, when he really arrived in Lineage of Star, then became the new Palace Master of Lineage of Star, and after he had found out more about the environment of Green Fire World, he noticed the unusual. Firstly, everyone from Lineage of Star, including Master of Star Palace, had no idea who Lord Spirit Sound was. Hence, it was even more impossible that it could have been Master of Star Palace who arranged it. Secondly, under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for Star Foggy Sea to appear in Green Fire World. After knowing this, Jian Wushuang started suspecting Lord Spirit Sound's true identity. He had even asked King of Venomous Worm about that before. After all, King of Venomous Worms had stayed in Star Foggy Sea for a very long time, but he had said that he wasn't sure either. Just then, Lord Spirit Sound reappeared in front of him again. Jin Wushuang had finally determined that Lord Spirit Sound was from a great background. As for controlling Star Foggy for Master of Star Palace, it was a plain joke. After all, the aura that Lord Spirit Sound had displayed was of great Emperor level. During the Master of Star Palace's peak, he was only a peak Emperor god. How could he command Lord Spirit Sound? Jin Wushuang took a deep breath. He didn't think further but answered, Lord Spirit Sound, lend me a hand. I, Jin Wushuang, and Green Fire World will remember this. No problem, Lord Spirit Sound smiled faintly. After that, she suddenly pointed with her delicate finger. Rumble. The space-time shook. The dark void where Jin Wushuang was instantly dispersed, and the vast darkness prison around him broke apart. There was boundless light that filled the universe. Jin Wushuang moved, and he immediately shook off the darkness prison. The sight shocked Abysmal Saint Master. She broke my darkness prison so easily. This person's power is not any weaker than mine. Swoosh, swoosh. Great Emperor Zisu and Great Emperor Colored Glaze appeared next to Abysmal Saint Master. As for Jin Yi and the 5 godly spirits, they naturally came behind Jin Wushuang. Lord Spirit Sound, thank you, Jin Wushuang expressed his gratitude. Hee, don't worry about it. I have stayed in Green Fire World for so many years, and I do have feelings for the place. How could I just sit and watch outsiders trying to conquer Green Fire World? Lord Spirit Sound said with a smile. Jin Wushuang nodded, and he looked at the 3 great emperors again. Lord Spirit Sound, could you please help me keep one of them busy next? Jin Wushuang asked. Sure, Lord Spirit Sound nodded, and then she pointed at Great Emperor Zisu. Among the 3, this person in the purple robe is the strongest. I will keep him occupied, so he doesn't have extra time to attack. As for the other 2, you can take care of them. No problem. Jin Wushuang nodded heavily. As long as Lord Spirit Sound could keep Great Emperor Zisu occupied, Jin Yi, the 5 gods and himself could deal with Abysmal Saint Master and Great Emperor Color Glaze. Let's do it. Lord Spirit Sound didn't waste any more time but flew out. Hey, you in purple robe, your opponent is I. Lord Spirit Sound flashed a malicious smile at Great Emperor Zisu. There was a strange light in her eyes. Great Emperor Zizu's heart skipped a beat. His face instantly grew solemn, and he lost the relaxed look earlier. Oh, you could resist my magic. Not too shabby, Lord Spirit Sound commented. Then, there was an evil-looking crimson sickle in her hand. Wow! From a very far distance, the crimson sickle in Lord Spirit Sound's hand was swung out. Just like Death Sickle. Wow! 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 The 3 sickle lights swept out simultaneously and instantly formed 3 brilliant sickle rivers in the void. The 3 sickle rivers were beautifully magnificent. They were captivating. The sickle river flowed over and Great Emperor Zisu instantly felt that he was in a billowing sickle ocean that he couldn't shake off. He instantly counterattacked. Every time he broke a sickle light, there was another brilliant sickle light that flew at him again. In an instant, Great Emperor Shisu of the 5th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list was suppressed by Lord Spirit Sound. So strong? Abysmal Saint Master and Great Emperor Colored Glaze's faces changed at the sight. They could tell that although Lord Spirit Sound was far below the mysterious expert Emperor 13, she was much stronger than all the ordinary Great Emperors in Eternal Chaotic World. If they have to list her in terms of ranking and power, she absolutely could fight with Red Dragon King in the 2nd place. Even if I were to be at my peak status, I reckon I would still have the lower hand when I fought with this person, Abysmal Saint Master said. Then, Jin Wushuang, Jin Yi, and the 5 godly spirits moved at the same time. Chapter 1972 Hometown? Hong. Both parties continued to fight again. However, it was different then. Great Emperor Zisu were suppressed by Lord Spirit Sound. There was only Abysmal Saint Master and Great Emperor Colored Glaze left. Jin Wushuang sent Jin Yi to keep Great Emperor Colored Glaze occupied. As for Abysmal Saint Master, Jin Wushuang had dealt with him with the assistance of the 5 godly spirits. Previously, it was only myself, and I was not your match. But now, Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold. At the same time, the first ancient star in between his eyebrows immediately broke. Among the 7 ancient stars, he had only broken one. It was nothing, as it was quite easy to recover it. With the breaking of the ancient star, Jian Wushuang's overall power instantly increased tremendously. In addition to that, he had the 5 godly spirits with him. Besides, Lord Spirit Sound, who already suppressed Great Emperor Zisu, as she suppressed Great Emperor Zisu, she could perform some sickle light occasionally to the surrounding battlefield. That gave some Jian Wushuang some assistance. Fight! Jian Wushuang was billowing with murderous intention, and they fought with Abysmal Saint Master directly. Then, Abysmal Saint Master wasn't as relaxed as before. It would be impossible if he wanted to trap Jian Wushuang as easily. A minute. My power had yet to reach my peak status. Alone, it would be impossible for me to take Jian Wushuang down. Abysmal Saint Master's face grew grave, and he couldn't help but steal a glance at the battlefield by the side. He realized that Great Emperor Colored Glaze's situation was quite similar to his. As for Great Emperor Zisu, it was one-sided. Where did Jian Wushuang find such powerful assistance? Abysmal Saint Master was roaring in his head. Previously, he had had the terrifying Emperor 13 to help him. Now Jian Wushuang had another Great Emperor expert who was only stronger, not weaker, than when he was at his peak. How long had Jian Wushuang lived for? How could he be that capable? We're in big trouble. Great Emperor Colored Glaze looked cold as he looked around. With the assistance of that person, the 3 of us couldn't even lay a foot in Green Fire World, let alone conquering Green Fire World. That was true. The 3 of them were held back entirely. It was impossible to barge into Green Fire World. On top of that, one should know that the news about Green Fire World had spread all over. Although the 3 of them had rushed there, the speed of other experts from various forces absolutely wouldn't be any slower. As long as they couldn't conquer Green Fire World at the first instant, it would be difficult for them to achieve the greatest advantage. As expected, the experts from Eternal Chaotic World arrived in a short while. Those who rushed over were merely 3 ordinary Sir Gods. They were closer to Green Fire World, and they rushed over when they had found out about the existence of Green Fire World. When they arrived, they saw Green Fire World, and they also saw a shocking battle. My goodness, this is... Great Emperors. There are so many Great Emperors. Abysmal Saint Master, Great Emperor Zisu, and Great Emperor Colored Glaze. Also the infamous Sword Emperor, his sword servant, became a Great Emperor as well? As for the enchanting woman in the red robe, I don't know her, but she is powerful. She could even suppress Great Emperor Zisu directly? What are they doing? Why are they fighting? The few Sir Gods were astonished but mostly confused. Very soon, they spread the news about the war. Most of the experts from various forces that were rushing over to Green Fire World were shocked at the news, and they traveled at an even faster speed. On the battlefield, regardless of if it was the 3 Great Emperors or those from Jian Wushuang's side, they noticed the surrounding experts. Jian Wushuang didn't care much. However, Abysmal Saint Master and Great Emperor Colored Glaze's faces grew grave. They knew that it might be only a few Sir Gods who had arrived, but in no time, there would be more experts. Even, in the end, the entire Sanctuary Alliance or the entire Eternal Chaotic World would be there. That was fact. There were more and more experts gathering around Green Fire World. Most of them were Sir Gods and Emperor Gods. In no time, rumble, a vast figure descended from the sky, and there was an aura of Great Emperor level that spread. Purple Moon? It's Great Emperor Purple Moon. Every expert was impressed. Experts from both parties were fighting a battle, and they noticed the arrival of Great Emperor Purple Moon. Abysmal Saint Master, Great Emperor Zisu, and Great Emperor Colored Glaze were unhappy. But as Great Emperor Purple Moon had already arrived, it would be impossible if the 3 of them wanted to conquer Green Fire World first. The 3 of them immediately stopped. Why? Don't you want to continue the fight? Jian Wushuang's face was cold as he glared at the 3 Great Emperors. Jian Wushuang, you're just lucky. You got help from all the experts all the time, Abysmal Saint Master said coldly, and he couldn't help but look at Lord Spirit Sound. Until then, Lord Spirit Sound had seemed to be extremely at ease all this while. He wondered if she had really revealed all her power. Regardless, whatever power she displayed would be enough to gain Abysmal Saint Master's attention. Humph, being able to get help from experts is my skill as well, Jian Wushuang replied coldly. Even though they had stopped fighting, both parties were still oppositional. Everyone, please calm down. Great Emperor Purple Moon walked over and said with a curious look as he watched both parties. What's going on? What's going on? Asked Jian Wushuang. Abysmal Saint Master said coldly. He carries a big secret with him. Big secret? Great Emperor Purple Moon was confused. It seems that Purple Moon has yet to know. Let me tell you, Green Fire World is Jian Wushuang's hometown. When I found out Green Fire World's unique point, I wanted to check it out at Green Fire World at the first instant. But in the end, he chased me out. I had no choice and asked Abysmal and Zisu to come along with me. But in the end... Hee, you saw that yourself. Great Emperor Colored Glaze smiled coldly. The moment Great Emperor Colored Glaze said that, everyone at the scene was stunned. There were gazes that were redirected to Jian Wushuang in shock. Green Fire World was Jian Wushuang's hometown? Was it a joke? Looking at the gazes that flew to him, Jian Wushuang had no intention of hiding. He replied, yes, Green Fire World is really my hometown. As such, without my permission, don't even think about entering Green Fire World. All experts at the scene went quiet when they heard that. Even Great Emperor Purple Moon's face changed. If Green Fire World was really as magical as the rumor said and had limitless possibilities, Sanctuary Alliance definitely would try to figure a way to conquer it. Then, make some changes to make Green Fire World a brand new sanctuary. In other words, Sanctuary Alliance would take control of everything there. However, Green Fire World was Jian Wushuang's hometown. Chapter 1973. All parties arrived. After a while, Great Emperor Purple Moon finally spoke again. Everyone, this is very serious. From my point of view, let's wait until the others arrive before we discuss this. Then, Great Emperor Purple Moon stole a glance at Jian Wushuang. From the bottom of his heart, Great Emperor Purple Moon would be on Jian Wushuang's side. However, Green Fire World was associated with many parties. He, who was an ordinary Great Emperor, couldn't do much. Hearing what Great Emperor Purple Moon had said, the three of them nodded simultaneously. All right then, let's wait until the others arrive. Abysmal Saint Master looked cold. Their initial plan had failed anyway. It would be impossible if they wanted to conquer Green Fire World and get the biggest advantage. However, even if they couldn't get the biggest advantage, they absolutely wouldn't want to see Jian Wushuang continue to conquer such a great treasure. As for Jian Wushuang, he stood there without saying a word. He knew that it was a matter of time until he would have to deal with experts from various forces in Eternal Chaotic World. Hence, he had been well prepared since long ago. As time flew past, there were more and more experts that came to the void around Green Fire World. The experts who came saw Green Fire World, and they found out about the relationship between Jian Wushuang and Green Fire World. Suddenly, there was shock and astonishment. No wonder Sword Emperor was so talented. It turns out that his hometown is Green Fire World. It is only a unique place like Green Fire World that could nurture a genius like him. Plus, before the news of the ancient battlefield spread, Green Fire World possessed it. Sword Emperor definitely received great advantage from the ancient battlefield. That's a definite. I have heard of Sword Emperor's billowing skills long ago. I think all his skills are from this ancient battlefield. Previously, during the war in Lineage of Star, they brought out so many Dao soldiers, and where were they from? There's no doubt they were definitely obtained from this ancient battlefield. Countless experts were talking about it. Then, most of the experts who were wandering in the ancient battlefield had already arrived outside Green Fire World. Even great emperors, besides Great Emperor Purple Moon, there were another three, including Abysmal Saint Master, Great Emperor Zisu, and Great Emperor Colored Glaze. The 15 Great Emperors on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, there were 7 of them there. As for the remaining Great Emperors, either they cultivated in seclusion all year round, or they were staying back to guard eternal chaotic world. Plus, these were merely human cultivators' camp. Those special tribes also had a large number of experts rushing over, especially the top 4 peak tribes that had great emperors standing guard. The 4 peak tribes conquered a piece of sanctuary each among the special tribes. Their positions and foundations were extraordinary. The 4 peak tribes were ancient gods, sky-devouring clan, god-eater, and black water dragon. Among the 4, ancient gods were widely acknowledged as the best at close body combat. On top of that, they were also recognized as the most prosperous tribe. Their ancient god emperor was once known to be the top overlord in the first era as well. Sky-devouring clan was known to be the most barbaric tribe. They grew through consumption of various bloodline powers. They had the smallest population, but their overall power were second to ancient gods. The remaining God-Eater and Black Water Dragon tribes were ancient, and they were extremely powerful as well. Then, the 4 peak tribes had great emperors attending the scene personally. The great emperor from ancient god tribe, who came had a total of 9 stars in between his eyebrows. Behind the 9-star ancient god, Jin Wushuang saw 2 familiar faces. They were King Gutong and King Gu Yu. King Gutong were friends with Jin Wushuang. It could be said that besides Holocaust Sect and Acheron Palace, who were always in the dark, all experts from various forces in Eternal Chaotic World were there. And they only had one target, which was Green Fire World. However, if they wanted to step foot in Green Fire World, they had to first wipe out the only hindrance, which was Jin Wushuang, who blocked the Green Fire World. Jin Wushuang, Lord Spirit Sound, and Jian Yi stood side by side. His gaze was cold as he glared at the thickly dotted experts in front of him. He felt an unprecedented pressure. I'm impressed. So many chaotic realms. I think more than half of the cultivators of the chaotic realm from this era gathered here. Lord Spirit Sound was astonished. She looked at Jin Wushuang and asked, Jin Wushuang, there are so many people who are eyeing Green Fire World. Are you confident you can protect it? I don't know. Jin Wushuang shook his head. You don't know? Lord Spirit Sound creased his eyebrows. I really don't know, but I can play a bet. Jin Wushuang squinted his eyes, and there was determination in his eyes. Jin Wushuang's body immediately moved, and he flew to the experts in front. When he arrived before the experts, Jin Wushuang stopped and took a deep breath. He bowed to the experts and spoke, I greet you all. Everyone should be here for my Green Fire World. However, it's a pity that Green Fire World is only a small temple. It can't contain so many experts. Hence, I apologize for the shortcomings in our hospitality. Sword Emperor. There was a cold voice. A tall man who was red-skinned as though he was covered in flames stood out. The tall man was called Yin Zun, one of the great emperor from Sanctuary Alliance. However, there were 15 great emperors on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, and Yin Zun happened to be in the 15th place. Then, Yin Zun said with a loud and clear voice, Green Fire World is the core of the battlefield. It contains boundless potential and magic. Such an important place shouldn't be conquered by you alone. Please hand over Green Fire World. You are also a member of Sanctuary Alliance. As long as you hand over Green Fire World, Sanctuary Alliance won't mistreat you too. We can discuss to let you keep territory in Green Fire World. What do you think? Keep territory? I wonder, Mr. Yin Zun, how about the cultivators in Green Fire World? Jin Wushuang asked. This, Yin Zun thought for a while and answered, if Green Fire World were to be that magical, Sanctuary Alliance would definitely remake a brand new sanctuary that is far better than any one of the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. It might even surpass Thunderbolt Island. However, such an important place isn't suitable for any ordinary cultivators there. However, don't worry. We will find a way to relocate all your cultivators in Green Fire World. I assure you that they will continue to cultivate and grow. Although it was Yin Zun's speech, he had been in Sanctuary Alliance long enough that he was certain that the result would be as such after the discussion among the higher-ups from Sanctuary Alliance. However, the result was definitely not something Jin Wushuang wished for. As expected, Jin Wushuang's face grew cold. Chapter 1974 Bloodline is of paramount To make Green Fire World into another cultivation sanctuary far beyond Thunderbolt Island? Jin Wushuang believed that Green Fire World absolutely had the potential. It might be even better. However, to create Cultivation Sanctuary, it would require all cultivators in Green Fire World to relocate. Firstly, these cultivators were nurtured in Green Fire World to begin with, and it was their hometown. Why would they need to be relocated? Who would be willing to leave their home? Besides, Green Fire World was a big world. It contained many ancient worlds in different sizes. In accumulation, how many cultivators would there be? With so many cultivators, even if they really relocated, just how difficult would it be? During the process of relocation, it was inevitable that a large number of cultivators or innocent people would die. The people had been plunged into an abyss of misery anyway. The condition that Yin Zun proposed was considered generous in Sanctuary Alliance. If it wasn't for Jin Wushuang, they would have conquered Green Fire World by force with thunderous measures. As for cultivators in Green Fire World, Sanctuary Alliance would at most leave those who were stronger and more talented. The remaining, including countless living spirits in ancient worlds, would be wiped out straight away. That was Sanctuary Alliance's cruelty. To Sanctuary Alliance, they only cared about the safety of the entire eternal chaotic world. As for cultivators in the big world, they wouldn't care. Sanctuary Alliance didn't care, but Jin Wushuang could not care, because Green Fire World was his hometown. How about the special tribes? Jin Wushuang looked at the experts who were from special tribes. Sanctuary Alliance want to make Green Fire World into a brand new sanctuary. We naturally want to stop them. However, if Green Fire World were to be that magical, the few of our special tribes would only need Sanctuary Alliance to agree to segregate a territory for us to cultivate. The great emperor from Sky-Devouring Clan spoke. Sanctuary Alliance and the special tribe had always been keeping a mutual position. Plus, there were times where if it concerned the safety of Eternal Chaotic World, both parties would work together. Hence, there wasn't any hatred nor resentment. Just like Green Fire World, a special place, as the special tribes listed their conditions, Sanctuary Alliance would mostly agree. It seemed that the cultivators in Green Fire World are destined to be relocated. Jin Wushuang's voice was cold. Jin Wushuang, don't be stubborn. With you alone, you won't be able to keep Green Fire World, Yin Sun advised. Jin Wushuang, do you still want to be stubborn about this? Abysmal Saint Master smiled coldly. He was dying for Jin Wushuang to persist. Then, all experts from various forces would be raging with anger, especially the special tribe that was hot-tempered. It'd be best if they were to kill Jin Wushuang straight away. Sword Emperor, hand over Green Fire World. Considering the fact that you carry the bloodline of Ancient God, I guarantee that if you were to be willing to hand out Green Fire World, they absolutely won't have the guts to do anything to the cultivators in Green Fire World. The 9-star Ancient God who lead the Ancient God spoke loud and clear. Jin Wushuang couldn't help but look at the 9-star Ancient God. He had heard long ago that there was a 9-star Ancient God in Ancient God tribe, but it was his first time seeing one. I wonder how I should address you? Jin Wushuang asked. I am King Luo Yu. The 9-star Ancient God replied. King Luo Yu? The Luo family? Jin Wushuang was surprised. I once received the blood essence inheritance of an 8-star Ancient God, King Luo Zhen. He should be related to you, right? King Luo Zhen? Your Ancient God bloodline is from King Luo Zhen? King Luo Yes face changed. King Luo Yu, I once visited Ancient God Sanctuary, and I know of an Ancient God too. From what I know, Ancient God tribe has an iron discipline whereby bloodline is of paramount importance. Regardless of their strength, as long as their bloodline is stronger than yours, you have to be respectful and you even have to listen to their command. I wonder if that's true, Jin Wushuang said. It is. King Luo Yu nodded. Ancient God tribe is a tribe that honors the bloodline. We believed in Ancient God Emperor from the first era. Over the years, this has never changed. If so, there was a strange light in Jin Wushuang's eyes. Then vroom. There was a boundless bloodline power that exploded from Jin Wushuang's body. The bloodline power was extremely intense and vast. It was also very powerful. Jin Wushuang naturally let his ancient tribe bloodline power to flow out then. Ancient Tribe was one of the 4 god tribes back in ancient times. It was a complete version of Ancient God. Ancient God was merely a faint bloodline that was segregated from Ancient Tribe. In terms of purity of the bloodline, Ancient Tribe bloodline was naturally above Ancient God. Then, as Jin Wushuang displayed his bloodline power, the experts from various forces didn't care but only thought that Jin Wushuang's bloodline power was ferocious. However, the ancient gods at the scene, for instance, King Gutong and King Guyu, and even 9-star ancient god King Luoyu, were instantly dumbfounded. This bloodline, royal bloodline. It wouldn't be mistaken. A bloodline aura that was sufficient for me to yield to. It is absolutely royal bloodline. It might even be purer than royal bloodline. How is this possible? The experts from Ancient God Tribe looked at Jin Wushuang in astonishment. They had known long ago that Jin Wushuang carried Ancient God bloodline and it was royal Ancient God. However, they had never expected that Jin Wushuang's bloodline would have heightened again and reached a brand new level. King Luoyu, do you remember what you said earlier? Jin Wushuang looked at King Luoyu coldly. The expression on King Luoyu's face was complicated. After he struggled for a bit emotionally, he let out a long sigh. King Luoyu lifted his head again, and the look he gave to Jin Wushuang had a tinge of reverence. Sword Emperor, although I have no idea how you obtained the bloodline, no doubt, the purity of your bloodline is above mine. There is no one in Ancient God Tribe that could compare to it favorably. In history, Ancient God Tribe has always honored bloodline above all. If you are willing to, you can head back to Ancient God Sanctuary with me and I will gather all masters of 9 cities to discuss taking you as our new Ancient God Emperor. I believe no one would dare to suspect. Jin Wushuang was surprised by his reply. The surrounding experts from various forces burst into an uproar. Although they had known since long ago that Ancient God honored bloodline the most, King Luoyu was a great emperor. His power was far stronger than Jin Wushuang's, and he should be on the top among Ancient God Tribe. At such a crucial moment, he could totally ignore it if he were to meet anyone who had a higher bloodline than him. However, they never expected that King Luoyu would immediately show his willingness to take Jin Wushuang as the new Ancient God Emperor. Chapter 1975. Astonished. This King Luoyu is so stupid. Many of them thought to themselves. They thought King Luoyu was stupid. However, they weren't people of Ancient God Tribe. They naturally wouldn't understand how much Ancient God Tribe values bloodline. Actually, not only Ancient God Tribe, but also the other 3 peak tribes, they valued bloodline as important too. But just not as ridiculous as Ancient God Tribe. As for Jin Wushuang, he was shocked as well. He never thought that King Luoyu would recognize his bloodline and immediately take him on as the new Ancient God Emperor. King Luoyu, as you recognize my bloodline, who would you stand by if I wanted to protect Green Fire World? Jin Wushuang asked. Of course, by your side, King Luoyu said without hesitation. At the same time, his eyes glowed with golden luster as he looked at everyone around. Listen up. Although Sword Emperor has yet to become Ancient God Emperor, his bloodline is right there. We Ancient God Tribe has to follow his lead from today onwards. Whoever goes against Sword Emperor will be our enemy too. King Luoyu was determined and firm with his decision. He didn't leave any space for negotiation. There were many people who creased their eyebrows at the sight. Ancient God Tribe was one of the strongest tribes among the unique tribes. It was said that there was not only a 9-star Ancient God, there were also 8-star Ancient Gods and 7-star Ancient Gods. With such powerful force, there was no one who dared to ignore them. Humph, so what if the Ancient God Tribe is supporting you? Today, Sanctuary Alliance and many other unique tribes are here to conquer Green Fire World. With Ancient God Tribe alone, you can't stop us. Colored Glaze Great Emperor's cold voice reverberated in the air. The surrounding people looked rather enthusiastic. It was true. Almost all top forces in Eternal Chaotic World gathered there, including Sanctuary Alliance. With Ancient God Tribe alone, he didn't stand a chance for all forces and experts to give way. Jin Wushuang, they'll ask you for the last time. Are you moving away? Colored glazed Great Emperor stared at Jian Wushuang with a cold look. All forces and experts at the scene were staring at Jian Wushuang. There were chilly gleams in their eyes. Just then, Jian Wushuang, who had everyone's attention, lifted his head again. On his cold face, there was a tinge of madness. He didn't speak and only beckoned to Green Fire World nearby. Jian Nantian in Green Fire World's formation saw Jian Wushuang's signal, and he immediately plunged to Jian Wushuang. When he appeared next to Jian Wushuang, he waved and took out a pearl. The pearl looked murky as it contained a unique aura. Looking at the pearl, the madness in Jian Wushuang's eyes flowed out. He glared at the countless experts before him. These experts could almost represent the entire eternal chaotic world. Then, he was fighting against the entire eternal chaotic world alone. Even so, he wasn't nervous or afraid. There was only determination and madness. Everyone, let me show you something. You'll definitely be very emotional after you see it. Jian Wushuang smiled maliciously and handed the blurry pearl over. All the experts at the scene couldn't help but look at the pearl. Everyone started to feel it using their soul power. Through the pearl, they could instantly sense the existence of the surrounding ancient battlefield. Not only could they sense it, but they could also recognize it clearly. The boundless ancient battlefield was before all experts' eyes then. So huge. This ancient battlefield is so vast. It's too vast. The area that we searched is only a drop in a bucket compared to the entire ancient battlefield. With such a vast ancient battlefield, it is at least 10 times bigger than the one in ancient Mystery Land. All experts at the scene were astonished. After a short while, they noticed a huge object on the ancient battlefield. Skull. An extremely huge skull. A skull that was countless times bigger than any other worlds. Just like Green Fire World, it was a world that considered quite large in size. However, Green Fire World looked only like a small spot in between the eyebrows of the skull. How is this possible? Unbelievable. This is simply unbelievable. Who is this? Whose head is this? Whose head could be that huge? Could it be a head of an expert from ancient times? Impossible. Even though there were countless experts during ancient times, there shouldn't be any expert's body that could be that huge in size. Dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded. They were shocked by the huge skull. Actually, they couldn't be blamed. When Jian Wushuang first saw the skull, he was shocked too. He found it unbelievable too. The skull was too shocking. Compared to the boundless ancient battlefield, the skull was even more astonishing. The few great emperors at the scene, such as Abysmal Saint Master, Great Emperor Zisu, Colored Glazed Great Emperor, Yen Zun, King Luo Yu, and other great emperors from the other 3 special tribes, were all gawking at the sight. As great emperors, they were extremely experienced. However, it was their first time coming across such an unbelievable sight. However, after a short while of astonishment, all experts at the scene burst with excitement. Excitement. Yeah, excitement. They had previously only known that the ancient battlefield contained boundless opportunities, but they couldn't determine just how impressive the place was. However, as they saw the entire ancient battlefield through the pearl then, they had a better understanding of the ancient battlefield. Merely the boundless territory size was enough to make them go crazy. The unbelievable skill shocked them even further. One should know that the more astonishing it was, the more unusual the skull was. There was no doubt that the territory where the skull was located absolutely contained unbelievable opportunities. At the same time, they saw that the location of Green Fire World was right in between the eyebrows of the skull, while the skull was located in the core of the ancient battlefield. Even a silly man could see the value of Green Fire World. It was absolutely much greater than what they had guessed earlier. It was truly a huge treasure that could drive the entire Sanctuary Alliance crazy. The experts' gazes were burning with enthusiasm. It was unprecedented enthusiasm. Even the great emperors were burning enthusiastically. Jian Wushuang smirked coldly at the sight. Hee. All of you are enjoying the view of this ancient battlefield, enjoying the discovery of the huge skull? Didn't you notice anything different in the surrounding void on the ancient battlefield? Everyone was caught off guard. Then, they looked into the surrounding void on the ancient battlefield. Chapter 1976 Grand Formation, Space-Time Storm. The experts fixed their gazes upon the ancient battlefield, but they had never bothered with the surrounding void on the ancient battlefield. When they heard Jian Wushuang's comment, they looked at the surrounding void on the ancient battlefield through the light. Then, they noticed the difference in the void. Space-time storm? Such a huge space-time storm, and this space-time storm covered the entire battlefield? My goodness, such a huge space-time storm. I have lived for over 1,000,000 of years, but it is my first time seeing this. Many experts at the scene exclaimed in surprise. The ancient battlefield was huge, but the space-time storm could engulf the entire battlefield. Its size could be well imagined. Of course, with such a huge space-time storm, the energy contained was definitely shocking too. Just a space-time storm? Jian Wushuang scoffed. Among the experts, there were people who immediately found the unique point of the space-time storm. No, not just a space-time storm, there is also a grand formation. In the surrounding void on the ancient battlefield, there is a grand formation. The formation merged into one with the surrounding space-time storm. That's why it is hardly noticeable, an Emperor God explained. The Emperor God was an accomplished one in formations. He said, and the other experts had found the trace of the grand formation. There is really a formation, and the formation is profound. A huge formation merged flawlessly with the space-time storm? Who set up this grand formation? Unbelievable. The grand formation is simply unbelievable. There were experts exclaiming in surprise again. The exclamations were mostly from those who were accomplished in formations. Because they had a better understanding of formations, they knew how difficult it was to set up such a huge formation. To be able to merge the formation with the surrounding boundless space-time storm flawlessly, it was shocking. Impossible. This is impossible. How could such a terrifying space-time storm merge with the formation flawlessly? Forget about us from the Second Era. Even in the First Era, there was absolutely no one who could set up such great formation. Even in the Ancient Era, he would definitely be a top almighty in formations to be able to set up such a great formation. Everyone was astonished. All their gazes were surprised. Regardless of if they understood formation or not, as long as one was experienced, they should be able to tell how unbelievable the grand formation was. At least to all experts in Eternal Chaotic World, it was simply a dream to merge a grand formation to space-time storm. But then, someone had done it. Jian Wushuang looked at the expert's response in front of him with a faint smile. His voice slowly reverberated in the universe. Can you all see clearly? Are you astonished? Are you excited? Do you find it unbelievable? His voice had a tinge of disdain. All experts became quiet. All the gazes were fixed upon Jian Wushuang again. They didn't know what Jian Wushuang's purpose was when he took out the pearl and showed them the true appearance of the ancient battlefield, the surrounding space-time storm, and the grand formation. At that very moment, Jian Wushuang waved and his willpower moved. Rumble. Heaven and earth quivered. There was a life-destroying aura that suddenly spread from the void above. The experts at the scene were stunned and looked towards the light. In the end, they saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. They saw in the surrounding void on the ancient battlefield the huge space-time storm that was originally stable, all this while suddenly became extremely violent. Walala. Boundless space-time storm started churning in madness to destroy the Earth. The extermination aura that filled the universe and the entire ancient battlefield was from the space-time storm. At that very moment, everyone could feel the aura that the space-time storm gave out, an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. At the same time, they could faintly feel the power contained in space-time storm. Plus, the power had already started brewing and becoming very aggressive, and it continued to accumulate. It was as though the entire space-time storm would rain down on the ancient battlefield the very next moment. The scene shocked everyone. What is going on? Such terrifying power. If it were to rain down at the ancient battlefield, I wonder if the ancient battlefield could still survive. Gone. It'd be gone. If the power were to explode, the ancient battlefield would absolutely turn into a flatland. There wouldn't be anything left. Many experts answered. Then, all the gazes turned to look at one person. Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang. It was him who made the space-time storm violent. What is he trying to do? The experts at the scene were staring with anger as they questioned him. Then, there was unprecedented madness in Jian Wushuang's eyes. His face grew red and his burst of malicious laughter suddenly filled the air. Ha ha! You finally knew to be anxious? Knew to be worried? All of you seemed pretty aggressive earlier. Jian Wushuang, what did you do? Colored Glaze, Great Emperor roared. What did I do? Colored Glaze, Great Emperor still can't tell? Actually, it's nothing. It's very simple. I merely manipulated the formation around the ancient battlefield so that the formation could shake off the space-time storm. But the space-time storm is so powerful that it is inevitable that there is going to be power that overspills. Jian Wushuang chuckled and spoke casually as though it was just a petty matter. However, many experts who studied formation at the scene stared as they heard Jian Wushuang's reply. No, no. The Emperor God who noticed the formation roared. This formation was merged with the space-time storm using an immeasurable method. The grand formation has become one with the space-time storm. How could they be separated? Once they are separated, the grand formation will collapse instantly. Then the space-time storm will lose its balance and stir up a great commotion that will destroy the universe, destroying everything within the space-time storm. The ancient battlefield has no space to struggle, but will instantly be squashed into dust by the space-time storm. All opportunities and treasures on this ancient battlefield, even all of us, will vanish in an instant. Stop it, Sword Emperor. Hurry up and stop it. Chapter 1977. Fight to death, but not give in. Stop, stop it. The Emperor God started shouting at him. The others quickly responded as well. Jian Wushuang, stop. Stop it. Sword Emperor, don't act on impulse. We can discuss this. Jian Wushuang, what are you trying to do? Don't forget that Green Fire World is on this ancient battlefield too. Many started bellowing in anger, while there were angry gazes on Jian Wushuang as well. In their anger, there was a faint tinge of fear. The power of the space-time storm was too terrifying. Why? Do you know how to be afraid now? Jian Wushuang sneered, but the space-time storm didn't stop and became even more violent. The extermination aura from the void above and the surrounding became more intense. There were many experts at the scene who were shivering with fear because of the extermination aura. Jian Wushuang's malicious laughter continued to reverberate. Actually, I didn't want to use this trump card, but it's a pity that you all are such bullies. You really think I am just a softie from Green Fire World? That everyone could pressure me as they wish? So what if you are Sanctuary Alliance? So what if there are unique tribes? Even if the entire eternal chaotic world's forces and great emperors gather here? So what? Green Fire World is my hometown. Whoever dares to lay a finger on it, I will kill him. You want the countless cultivators in Green Fire World to relocate and leave Green Fire World. I, Jian Wushuang, am the first to disagree. The billions of cultivators in Green Fire World absolutely wouldn't agree as well. The ancestral experts from Green Fire World that died would be even more against that idea. We of Green Fire World would rather become ashes with the ancient battlefield. We strive to fight a life and death battle. Until the very last person dies, until the very last drop of blood is shed, we will never give in. Come on. If you have guts, come on in. His voice was like thunder, reverberated in the universe. Behind Jian Wushuang, in Green Fire World, large number of cultivators stood together as Jian Wushuang's hysterical laughter resounded in their ears. At that very moment, they clenched their hands together as hopelessness filled their eyes. They were roaring from the bottom of their hearts. They were born in Green Fire World. It was where their roots were. Countless ancestral experts saved Green Fire World for them. Forget about the further history. Merely tens of thousands years ago, when the troops of Jin Kingdom came, Green Fire World relied on themselves. Countless cultivators had advanced wave by wave and sacrificed countless experts. In the end, under Jian Wushuang's lead, they had won and survived. Then, Green Fire World's potential was gradually unearthed and growing to prosperity. There were experts in Green Fire World who had put in painstaking effort, especially their leader, Jin Wushuang. Then, the so-called experts from Eternal Chaotic World wanted to take away their hometown and chase them to other territories? To make them leave their homes? They swore to not yield. Fight, fight, fight. All of us are willing to following Wushuang City Master to fight a life-and-death battle. Until the very last person, until the very last drop of blood. We will never give in. At worst, we will all meet death together. There were angry roars with unprecedented determination and will that resounded across the sky. Although the countless cultivators in Green Fire World were nothing before the experts from Eternal Chaotic World, they were willing to fight to the death. There was soaring war intention that shook heaven and earth. At the far front of Green Fire World, countless experts from Eternal Chaotic World gathered there. That very moment, the experts exchanged a look and became quiet. They could feel Green Fire World's war intention and their determination. Most importantly, it was their determination. Their determination to live or die alongside Green Fire World. It was obvious that Green Fire World wanted to fight till the end of the world with them. The crucial thing was that they had the capital to meet death together. Once the space-time storm power exploded, everything would vanish into thin air. Maybe the few great emperors who were powerful could survive in the space-time storm with their fierce power, but no doubt, the others would all die. The ancient battlefield would vanish into thin air too. What should we do? Abysmal Saint Master, Colored Glaze Great Emperor Zisu, Yen Zun, and the other great emperors from the other three-peak unique tribe gathered. Although the great emperors were powerful, they felt helpless then. They were helpless towards the space-time storm. D***. I wonder who was the one who set up such a terrifying grand formation in the void surrounding this ancient battlefield. Most importantly, the grand formation is in the hands of Green Fire World, Abysmal Saint Master said in a low voice. Then, space-time storm had yet to stop and it grew stronger. There was no one who didn't feel fearful of the space-time storm. With the threat of space-time storm and Green Fire World, who viewed death as an option, many of them were thinking of retreating. However, they were unwilling to just leave like that. Just as the experts were caught in a fix, in the nearby void, a figure in gray robe walked over slowly. With white hair and white eyes, his skin was as terrifyingly fair. He was a man, but he had a beautiful appearance that put all ladies in Eternal Chaotic World to shame. Once he had appeared, everyone at the scene quietened down. Countless gazes turned to him. Emperor Bai. That's great. Mr. Emperor Bai came personally. The strongest one, Emperor Bai? Countless experts at the scene were surprised. Jin Wushuang looked at the incomer too. He's finally here? Jin Wushuang muttered. He sent a message to Emperor Bai long ago, but Emperor Bai didn't reply. Just then, when both parties were in a stalemate, Mr. Emperor Bai finally appeared. Jin Wushuang had a good opinion of him. However, his good opinion aside, Green Fire World had such great potential and Emperor Bai was widely acknowledged as the leader, the strongest one. Jin Wushuang couldn't be certain on which side Emperor Bai would take. Emperor Bai appeared and first looked the pearl in Jin Wushuang's hand. Through the pearl, he saw the changes in the surrounding ancient battlefield and his face grew solemn. Jin Wushuang, slow down the formation first, Emperor Bai said. Then, everyone looked at Jin Wushuang. The great formation was still spinning, and the extermination aura grew stronger over time. It was just like a knife above everyone's head. Jin Wushuang squinted his eyes and looked at Emperor Bai solemnly. He moved his willpower, and the grand formation stopped. The void surrounding the ancient battlefield, including the space-time storm, gradually slowed down. Chapter 1978 Sit down and discuss. As the extermination aura from the surrounding void slowly dispersed, the experts at the scene gradually let out a breath of relief. Emperor Bai looked around and said in a great voice, I already know what happened. If both parties continued to fight, it is definitely a fight with a risk of mutual destruction. I believe that there shouldn't be anyone who wished to see such a situation. So, why don't we both sit down and discuss this? Then, Emperor Bai glanced at Sanctuary Alliance and Great Emperors from the three special tribe. The Great Emperors and Sanctuary Alliance naturally didn't dare to go against Emperor Bai's order. As for the Great Emperors from the three special tribe, they nodded faintly too. They also knew that it wasn't the way to continue in a stalemate situation. Jin Wushuang, how about you? Emperor Bai looked at Jin Wushuang. Sure, Jin Wushuang nodded. If it wasn't necessary, he, of course, wouldn't wish to really use the killer move to meet death together with the experts from Eternal Chaotic World. That's great. Emperor Bai waved. There was a lofty palace that appeared from nowhere. There were layers of prohibition over the palace. Come on in, Emperor Bai's voice reverberated while he entered the palace first. Sanctuary Alliance and the Great Emperors from the three special tribes entered the palace one after another. Jin Wushuang didn't hesitate and entered the palace as well. In the lofty hall, there were thrones towering. At the bottom half of the palace, there were dozens of thrones. The ruler of the bigger forces in Eternal Chaotic World sat there, including Emperor God Tianling from Soaring Heaven King Palace, number 1 Divine King from Divine King Island. The peak Emperor Gods were gathered there. Of course, these Emperor Gods, including Emperor God Tianling himself, were sure that they were only audience in the hall but had no right to speak. Those who had the right to speak were the Great Emperors who were seated on the upper half of the hall. V-room. There were shadows that substantiated one after another. Besides the Great Emperors who came from outside of Green Fire World, those who didn't come personally, their consciousness incarnation were there. The 15 Great Emperors on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list were there. The Great Emperors from special tribes were all there too. The most eye-catching thing was that the Great Emperors were all seated on the left side of the hall. On the right side of the hall, it obviously belonged to another camp. The camp was naturally led by Jin Wushuang. Next to him, there was Lord Spirit Sound, King Luo Yu, and Jian Yi. Compared to the other camp, Jin Wushuang was really much weaker. However, with the existence of Space-Time Storm, Jin Wushuang had great power too. As for Emperor Bai, he was seated in between both parties. Let's begin. Emperor Bai said softly, then he became silent. He even closed his eyes faintly. He obviously didn't intend to be biased. He had been aloof to begin with. He was always high and above. Although he was widely acknowledged as the strongest in Sanctuary Alliance, he was almost never involved in any matter in Sanctuary Alliance. An elder in a simple gray robe stood up. The gray-robed elder first bowed politely at Emperor Bai, then at other great emperors. Then, he looked at Jin Wushuang and said, Sword Emperor, I am Tianchen. Ancestor Tianchen. Jin Wushuang greeted politely too. Ancestor Tianchen was in 4th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, which was right behind Abysmal Saint Master. Most of the matters in Sanctuary Alliance for all these years were taken care of by Ancestor Tianchen and East Royal Emperor. Besides, Jin Wushuang also knew that Ancestor Tianchen was a great emperor who had a good opinion of him and anticipated for him to grow stronger when he had risen abruptly back then. Hence, Jin Wushuang revered Ancestor Tianchen. I believe Sword Emperor knows that I have always had high hopes for your growth. I am certain that Sword Emperor will definitely be one of the greatest fighting powers in Sanctuary Alliance in the future. The truth is as such too. Ancestor Tianchen first gave him compliments. Then he said, however, Green Fire World is unusual. Its value and potential is too great. For Sanctuary Alliance, it would be of great help. Sword Emperor, you are also a member of Sanctuary Alliance. So, I wish Sword Emperor, you could consider on Sanctuary Alliance's behalf. Sanctuary Alliance would definitely remember your contribution. Jin Wushuang grew in distress. Ancestor Tianchen, I am really a member of Sanctuary Alliance, but Sanctuary Alliance is an alliance that is free without restriction. Your goal is to fight against the 2 dark forces and those underlying dangers. What I could do is to help when Sanctuary Alliance is in trouble. To put it in an indecent way, Sanctuary Alliance is nothing much to me. However, Green Fire World is different. It is my route. You want me to abandon my hometown for Sanctuary Alliance? That'd be a joke. Even if I agreed, 1 billion cultivators in Green Fire World wouldn't. Jin Wushuang looked determined, and his voice was extremely cold too. Sword Emperor, is there really no space for negotiation? Ancestor Tian Chun frowned. Of course there is. Otherwise, I wouldn't sit here and talk to you, Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. However, to get the space from me, you have to show your sincerity. You want the countless cultivators in Green Fire World to relocate and hand over Green Fire World? That's impossible. Don't even think about it. I wonder what Sword Emperor would like? Ancestor Tian Chun said. Very simple. I deal at the value of Green Fire World to be put to play in Sanctuary Alliance, but I have a few conditions, Jian Wushuang said. What conditions? Ancestor Tian Chun and the experts looked at Jian Wushuang with full anticipation. The first condition is that Almighties to real gods in Eternal Chaotic World absolutely can't step foot in Green Fire World, Jian Wushuang said directly. However, just as his condition was brought up, impossible. There was a great emperor that slammed the table and stood up from Sanctuary Alliance's side, while there were many glares from the experts too. Jian Wushuang, you want Sanctuary Alliance to show sincerity and that is your attitude? Ancestor Tian Chun stared at Jian Wushuang as his face grew grave. Almighties to real gods couldn't enter Green Fire World. In other words, only cultivators of universe gods level and below could enter. What was the difference from that to no one being able to enter? That was Jian Wushuang's sincerity? Don't be in a hurry. Listen to me. Jian Wushuang looked around with a cold look. Although the experts were raging with anger, they suppressed their anger to listen to Jian Wushuang's explanation. Actually, all of you misunderstood Green Fire World's value. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. All of you thought Green Fire World's value was its unprecedented cultivation environment that was filled with intense spiritual influence of heaven and earth. You wanted to make Green Fire World into a sanctuary that surpassed Thunderbolt Island, but it actually wasted all Green Fire World's resources. Chapter 1979 Condition wasted its resources? The experts looked at Jian Wushuang. That's right. The cultivation environment in Green Fire World now is far beyond Eternal Chaotic World. However, the easiest thing to create in such a cultivation environment isn't peak expert but genius. Jian Wushuang lowered his voice. The more outstanding a place is, the higher the probability of giving birth to a genius. Just like the ancient times, during ancient times, the geniuses were as many as the clouds. It was far beyond our era. If we really want to compare, our batch of geniuses would at most be second grade if put in ancient times. We couldn't even be considered as first-grade geniuses. I believe everyone should know this clearly. Hearing what Jian Wushuang said, the experts at the scene became quiet. The ancient times, the most prosperous first era, and the era that they were in, there were vast differences, not only in terms of experts, but also in talent. There were countless geniuses in ancient times. Any one of them in the current era would be known as a miracle. Sword Emperor, what are you trying to say? Ancestor Tian Chun creased his eyebrows and asked. Very simple. If Green Fire World were to be made as a cultivation sanctuary better than Thunderbolt, it would only benefit the higher experts in Eternal Chaotic World. Although it would help to increase the fighting power of the top experts tremendously, it wouldn't make any changes to the roots. If Green Fire World's value were to be put on the younger geniuses, it would be entirely different. Jian Wushuang's voice was loud and clear. I suggested the condition to not let any experts above real god level enter because I wanted to turn Green Fire World into the #1 genius sanctuary in Eternal Chaotic World, a genius cradle. ID give out a huge territory in Green Fire World. Sanctuary Alliance, special tribes, and all forces in Eternal Chaotic World could send a batch of disciples to the territory. Then, as long as they never break through and become real gods, they can reside there. They can even reproduce there. Although there wouldn't be much of a visible effect in the short term, through generations of reproduction and inheritance, the later disciples would be more and more talented, more and more outstanding. There might even be people who possess a unique constitution in the future generation. Unique constitution? There were many who were surprised. That's right. As long as the cultivation condition is outstanding, Some babies that have just been born will possess unique constitution, just like my father. He has the body of a sword spirit, which is rare. One of my brothers is a celestial elixir. This happened before Green Fire World transformed entirely. As the cultivation environment becomes more outstanding, the unique constitution born in Green Fire World is growing in number. Now, from what I know, among the cultivators in Green Fire World, there are more than 30 of them who have unique constitutions. There are many that have yet to be discovered, Jian Wushuang said. This? Many experts were dumbfounded. Unique constitution was what countless cultivators dreamed of in eternal chaotic world. Having a unique constitution was equal to having the requirement to be a peak expert. Then, one was only required to work hard and obtain opportunities. For instance, the body of a sword spirit was born an expert in sword principle. If a celestial elixir reincarnated, he would only need sufficient resources to nurture. He was destined to become the top elixir maker. He could even become an elixir almighty. These were all unique constitutions that people were envious of. However, such constitutions were too rare in eternal chaotic world. Among the geniuses and experts in the 10 cultivation sanctuaries, the number of cultivators with unique constitutions could be counted on one's fingers. But then, in Green Fire World itself, there were more than 30 of them who possessed unique constitutions in Green Fire World. Just how unbelievable it was. The expert's eyes became green with envy. It was just as how Jian Wushuang had described. Green Fire World could totally become a genius cradle. If it was put to use appropriately, it could totally generate large number of top geniuses continuously. It could even be comparable to the First Era, or even the ancient times. If these geniuses grew stronger, even if among dozens of them, or even hundreds of them, there was only one who really grew strong for real, Green Fire World could still continuously produce more experts in Eternal Chaotic World. It was of a much greater use in making a cultivation sanctuary. Sword Emperor, even if what you said is true, you do not allow any almighties, or even a real god to enter Green Fire World. Only cultivators below Universe God level are allowed to enter. When they enter Green Fire World, wouldn't they be under your control? By then, you can still do whatever you wish. From what I know, Green Fire World already has many real gods. If the cultivators from Sanctuary Alliance didn't even have any real gods in Green Fire World, wouldn't the cultivators from Green Fire World bully our men as they wish? Yen Zun suddenly said, "No one needs to worry about this. I can guarantee that no cultivators from Green Fire World will step foot in the territory that your cultivators are having, nor will they get involved in any affair in your territory. Plus, if you're really worried, I can take another step back. I will allow you to pick 10 almighties to form an alliance of 10 to attend garrison duty all year round. However, these 10 almighties could only be Sir Gods or Emperor Gods," Jian Wushuang said. The surrounding people were in deep thought. Only 10 almighties and only Sir Gods and Emperor Gods. They naturally couldn't restrict Jian Wushuang at all. However, it wouldn't be a problem to restrict the cultivators from Green Fire World. With the 10 almighties, it shouldn't be a problem to protect those who were below Universe God level. As for Jian Wushuang, he naturally had Sanctuary Alliance and experts from various forces to guard against him. He shouldn't act recklessly too. Everyone, this is my first condition. I wonder if all of you agree with it? Jian Wushuang looked around. The great emperors immediately started their discussion. After a short discussion, Ancestor Tian Chen spoke again. Sword Emperor, you do know that Eternal Chaotic World is huge? Sanctuary Alliance alone has great power, let alone the special tribes. Hence, the territory required definitely isn't small. To allocate how huge a territory for Sanctuary Alliance, special tribes, and also various forces, we can talk about this later. I only want to know if everyone is willing to agree with my first condition to only send cultivators below real god level, and have 10 Sir Gods or Emperor Gods form an alliance of 10 to step foot in Green Fire World. Jian Wushuang said, "Yes, we can agree on this condition." Ancestor Tianchen nodded. Chapter 1980. Give an inch, take a mile. Jian Wushuang's eyes glowed with happiness when Ancestor Tian Chun agreed. The first condition was actually the most important condition. The first condition included a crucial question, which was the control rights of Green Fire World over the years. If the experts from Sanctuary Alliance and Special Tribes were to be allowed to step foot in Green Fire World, then even if Jian Wushuang had the Grand Formation, it would be difficult for him to control Green Fire World. But now, only cultivators below real god level were allowed to enter. At most, only the Alliance of 10 would be there. Regardless of which Almighty's Sanctuary Alliance chose, as long as there wasn't a great emperor, Jian Wushuang would be able to suppress them. Green Fire World's actual control rights still belonged to him and belonged to Green Fire Palace. The cultivators from Green Fire World were still the owner. The moment the first condition was done, Jian Wushuang's goal had been achieved. Now, he needed to figure out a way to get the biggest advantage for cultivators in Green Fire World. Sword Emperor, tell us your other conditions. Ancestor Tianqin looked at Jian Wushuang. The Sanctuary Alliance and the few special tribes actually had no alternatives. Jian Wushuang, or it should be Green Fire World's final trump card, was too scary. They didn't have the guts to corner them too much. My second condition is that, from today, all cultivators who are wandering in this ancient battlefield will not step foot in the surrounding area in Green Fire World. In other words, within the huge skull that you saw through the pearl earlier, Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. The moment he said that, many experts' faces changed. Through the pearl, they could see that the huge skull where Green Fire World was located was the core of the ancient battlefield. On top of that, the skull was huge and shocking. It definitely contained boundless opportunities. The attraction of the skill to these experts was far beyond any other places on the ancient battlefield. There were many experts who had already made up their minds that they'd wander on the skull after they dealt with the matter with Green Fire World. However, the condition that Jian Wushuang suggested was to prohibit them from entering the territory of the skull. Everyone, I'm afraid you don't know that Green Fire World has been nurtured by this ancient battlefield for many years, over 40,000 years. Over the years, the cultivators from Green Fire World had been wandering in the surrounding ancient battlefield, and the region that they wandered was mostly around the skull. In other words, 90% of the skull was already searched through by cultivators from Green Fire World, including myself. As for the opportunity in the skull, Jian Wushuang smiled but didn't finish his sentence. The experts at the scene heard, and they were surprised again. Although they didn't truly believe in Jian Wushuang's speech, they could make their own judgment. Green Fire World had been on the battlefield for such a long time, and they definitely would search for the surrounding opportunities and treasure. It was normal that they would search through the area around the skull battlefield that had already been searched through. Even though they didn't find any opportunities, the value was not as high as they thought it was. Plus, everyone, please don't only think about yourself. Think about your disciples and juniors. If they intend to grow in Green Fire World, they will need a training ground. But a universe god could easily wander around the dangerous places in Green Fire World itself. There was no effective training. They naturally only could place their hope on the ancient battlefield. Hence, the territory that the skull took up, live for your younger disciples and the cultivators in Green Fire World. What do you think? Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. He sounded reasonable. But in actual fact, he knew clearly. At the territory where the skull was, there were boundless opportunities that had yet to be unearthed. However, he did so for the cultivators of Green Fire World. Of course, all forces in Eternal Chaotic World that allocated cultivators to the territory of Green Fire World definitely wouldn't reap the same advantages. The experts at the scene exchanged a look, and they seemed a little hesitant. Then, Emperor Bai, who sat in the middle, suddenly opened his white eyes. This condition is agreeable. Then, he closed his eyes again. Emperor Bai spoke himself. Even though the experts hesitated, they never spoke again. They finally agreed to this condition as well. The third condition, Jian Wushuang looked at the surrounding people. I hope that the experts who wandered in the ancient battlefield would give a certain amount of doctrine gem or resources of equivalent value to Green Fire World as rewards. What? You are asking for doctrine gem? How could you? Get an inch, want a mile. Everyone's faces changed, and a few great emperors stood up in anger. Jian Wushuang, we have already comprised. Aren't you going a little overboard now? Ancestor Tianchun said in a deep voice. Overboard? Am I really overboard? Jian Wushuang scoffed. Everyone. Do you think this ancient battlefield could be so stable all the time? For you to wander and search for opportunities at ease? Why don't you think about the grand formation surrounding the ancient battlefield? Without it, how would the ancient battlefield be? Everyone stunned. Without the grand formation, they naturally knew the outcome. They shivered in fear at the thought. Because the grand formation restricted the surrounding space-time storm, and the ancient battlefield could be maintained without effect. Plus, the outstanding cultivation environment is also affected by the formation. You have to think about how many resources we Green Fire World has spent in order to maintain such an unbelievable formation. How much treasure? Do you think it's easy? Jian Wushuang humphed coldly. Many kept quiet when they heard what he said, especially those who were good with formations. The grand formation surrounding the ancient battlefield was simply unbelievable in their eyes. The stronger the formation, the greater the energy required to maintain it. The grand formation was so unbelievable. Hence, the resources required to maintain it would definitely be a sky-high number. Then, Jin Wushuang added, the grand formation was a huge burden. Previously, our cultivators from Green Fire World took turns to wander in the surrounding ancient battlefield to obtain resources and barely maintain the formation. But then, we handed over the ancient battlefield and only kept the territory where the skull was. The resources that we could get naturally diminished tremendously. At this time, if I didn't ask for resources from you, who else could I ask? Chapter 1981 Give Way. Jin Wushuang delivered an impassioned speech and spoke with confidence. He spoke with confidence because justice was on his side. There was a drastic change on the ancient battlefield, and Green Fire World had such great value. It was all the work of the Grand Formation. Plus, the Grand Formation did stabilize the space-time storm. If there wasn't the Grand Formation, everything would just be empty talk. However, he didn't share one thing. The Grand Formation wasn't maintained by the energy provided by various resources and treasure. It had merged into one with the space-time storm. Hence, the energy source to maintain the formation was actually with the space-time storm. It was also the brilliant skill of the person who had created this formation, Jin Wushuang's master, Xian Yi. Over the years, Green Fire World had been manipulating the formation. In actual fact, they didn't need to spend any resources to manipulate the formation. He had said it required an enormous resource to maintain because he wanted to get more benefits for Green Fire World from the experts before him. Plus, whatever he said, the experts in front of him had to agree. As expected, East Royal Emperor from Sanctuary Alliance, who had studied intensively in formation, spoke. To maintain such a huge formation, the required resources are beyond one's imagination. Even to Sanctuary Alliance, it wouldn't be easy. Green Fire World would require a decent amount of resources and treasure to maintain the formation. It is pretty reasonable. Although the other experts were unwilling, they had no choice but to agree. Sword Emperor, tell us, how many doctrine gems? Ancestor Tianchen asked. Not many. Any almighty who enters the ancient battlefield once will need to pay 2,000 doctrine gems as payment, Jian Wushuang said. Pay attention. I meant per entry. In other words, regardless of how long you stay, tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, as long as you don't leave, you only have to pay 2,000 doctrine gems. However, if you only stay on the ancient battlefield for a few hundred years, or even a dozen years, and you leave in between, you will still have to pay 2,000 doctrine gems when you enter again. I will allocate an expert to collect doctrine gems at the space gap that is connected to the ancient battlefield. The experts at the scene exchanged a look and nodded in silence. Only 2,000 doctrine gems. Any top chaotic real god who was rich could easily pay. To almighties, it was nothing. So, they could easily accept it. However, it was nothing if there was only one person paying 2,000 doctrine gems. However, the almighties from eternal chaotic world who could wander in this ancient battlefield numbered more than 1,000, and every one of them would pay 2,000 doctrine gem each. It would be a sky-high number if all added up. Plus, if they were to leave in between, They would have to pay Doctrine Gems again when they re-entered the ancient battlefield. To Green Fire World, it was simply a huge income. Sword Emperor, we agree with your 3 conditions, Ancestor Tianchan said. Don't be in a hurry. I have a 4th condition. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. More. Ancestor Tianchan creased his eyebrows. Sword Emperor, don't you have too many conditions? Don't worry. The 4th condition has nothing to do with anyone's benefit. It is merely a personal matter. Jian Wushuang spoke, but his gaze turned cold. Green Fire World, was obviously framed. We were nearly exterminated because of this. I naturally have to deal with this. Hence, my 4th condition is to wish for everyone to tell me, who is it that exposed the existence of the ancient battlefield and then pushed Green Fire World to the toughest point? Jian Wushuang's voice was cold, with a tinge of murderous intention. The experts on the spot let out a breath of relief. They thought Jian Wushuang was going to bring up some strict conditions, but he was merely looking for the person who had exposed the secret of the ancient battlefield. It had nothing to do with them, so they naturally didn't mind. I know that person. There was a cold voice. Everyone looked to the source of the voice. The person who spoke was Colored Glaze Great Emperor. Jian Wushuang wasn't surprised at that. Colored Glaze Emperor was the first to reach Green Fire World among all great emperors. Plus, when she reached Green Fire World, she called out his name straight away. She obviously already knew the actual situation in Green Fire World, and someone had definitely told her. The person who spread the news about this ancient battlefield and schemed against Green Fire World is a Sir God in Colored Glaze Sanctuary who has just broken through. Sir God Xuedao, Colored Glaze Great Emperor said. Sir God Xuedao? The experts at the scene revealed confused expressions. They obviously had never heard of Sir God Xuedao. Sir God Xuedao is Emperor God Xiezin's junior disciple. Sword Emperor, you should know why he schemed against Green Fire World, right? Colored Glaze Great Emperor said. Jian Wushuang's gaze turned cold, and he understood. Emperor God Xien was the first person who had discovered the ancient battlefield, but in the end, he had died by Jian Wushuang's hands. Before Emperor God Xien died, he had definitely sent a message to Sir God Xuedao, which had led to the following agenda. As Sir God Xuedao is an almighty from Colored Glaze Sanctuary, I wonder if Colored Glaze Great Emperor would stop me if I wanted to kill him, Jian Wushuang asked. No, Colored Glaze Great Emperor answered. Sir God Xuedao is very cunning. I was framed too. That's great. Jian Wushuang nodded. Sword Emperor, you don't have to do anything about Sir God Xuedao personally. Sanctuary Alliance will figure out a way to capture him alive and send him to you. Even if he is killed by accident, we will send his dead body over too. What do you think? Ancestor Tianchan said. Thank you, Ancestor Tianchan. Jian Wushuang thanked him and said, That's all. As everyone agreed with my conditions, let's talk about the territory that Green Fire World will give out. Jian Wushuang immediately started another discussion with the great emperors. During the discussion, it was inevitable to go through haggling, but in the end, they reached a mutual agreement. Green Fire World would give 30% of their territory to the junior disciples from various forces in Eternal Chaotic World. Then they could continue to reproduce there. Green Fire World was huge, and 30% of their territory was huge enough to take on a large number of cultivators. Of course, Sanctuary Alliance and Special Tribes initially wanted more territory, but Jian Wushuang was holding a strong position, and it ended up with such an outcome after a fierce negotiation. Then, both parties reached a mutual agreement. Of course, both parties compromised in order to achieve a mutual agreement. However, they had no other alternative but to give way. After all, both parties had scruples. Chapter 1982 The Origins of Star Foggy Sea. Jian Wushuang represented the entire Green Fire World. Comparing Green Fire World to the entire Eternal Chaotic World, it was at a disadvantage. Green Fire World was too valuable. After Green Fire World was exposed, Jian Wushuang understood that Green Fire World had to give way. He used up all he could to protect the benefits of the cultivators in Green Fire World. Although Green Fire World gave out 30% territory, Green Fire World was finally under his control. They kept the ancient battlefield where the skull was, where the Green Fire World was located. On top of that, experts from various forces had to pay a certain amount of doctrine gems and supplement some resources that Green Fire World needed. That was good enough. As for Sanctuary Alliance and Special Tribe, because they were worried that Jin Wushuang would fight at the risk of mutual destruction, worried about the formation that blended with the space-time storm, they had no choice but to compromise. Dealing with a space-time storm that could instantly wipe out the entire ancient battlefield and all experts at the scene, they couldn't be aggressive. After they reached a mutual agreement, experts from various forces left and made their own preparations. One thing for sure was that Sanctuary Alliance, Special Tribes, and various forces in Eternal Chaotic World had to discuss how many cultivators below real god level could head into Green Fire World. Also, they would have to discuss who would make up the Alliance of 10. All those would go through some arguments. Of course, that had nothing to do with Jin Wushuang. In the lofty palace, Jin Wushuang, Emperor Bai, who closed his eyes and never spoke, finally opened his eyes. Mr. Emperor Bai, Jin Wushuang immediately looked at Emperor Bai. I never thought that your hometown would be on this ancient battlefield. If I am not mistaken, Emperor 13 should be formed on this ancient battlefield, right? Emperor Bai asked. Yes, Jin Wushuang nodded. As expected, Emperor Bai smiled faintly. He then said, I heard that your power has improved tremendously over the years. How far away are you from the 7th step? I am very close, Jin Wushuang answered. I see. Emperor Bai creased his eyebrows and said, although I know it is about luck to break through, I hope you could break through sooner. After all, Eternal Chaotic World is becoming more and more unstable. The two hidden dark forces continuously popped out one after another. If I'm not mistaken, in no time, the two hidden dark forces will take major action. Jin Wushuang was shocked, and he immediately nodded. I understand. Jin Wushuang bid farewell soon after. After Jin Wushuang left the palace, he plunged in the direction of Green Fire World. Before he got close to Green Fire World, Jin Nantian, Wang Yuan, Su Rou, and the others who had been waiting for very long in Green Fire World greeted him. Shuang, how did it go? Jin Nantian asked closely. Third brother. The others looked at Jin Wushuang. All their gazes were filled with anticipation. Jin Wushuang smiled faintly. It's okay. A simple reply made all cultivators in Green Fire World be filled with excitement. One should know that all of them viewed death unflinchingly and wanted to fight at a risk of mutual destruction. They had already prepared to die in the battle. But then, they were fine? Everything had been solved? Really? Wang Yuan found it unbelievable. Of course, Jin Wushuang smiled and looked at Jin Nantian. Father, please gather all higher-ups in Green Fire World for a discussion. All right, Jin Nantian nodded and immediately went to make the arrangement. Jin Wushuang brought King Luoyu and Lord Spirit Sound to a remote void. King Luoyu, Lord Spirit Sound, thank you so much. Jin Wushuang expressed his gratitude. Lord Spirit Sound shrugged but didn't say much. King Luoyu said solemnly, Sword Emperor, you are welcome. We of ancient god tribe value bloodlines the most. You have our royal bloodline, and you should be our new emperor. I wonder when Sword Emperor will follow me back to ancient god tribe? Ancient god tribe? Jin Wushuang couldn't help but smile. You can tell that I am very busy now. Wait for a while. Until Green Fire World and the ancient battlefield stable down, I will head down to visit ancient god tribe. All right, this is my communication token. When Sword Emperor reaches ancient god tribe, send me a message directly. King Luoyu passed Jin Wushuang his token and he left. From the beginning until the end, King Luoyu had revered Jin Wushuang from the bottom of his heart. After King Luoyu left, Jin Wushuang looked at Lord Spirit Sound again. Lord Spirit Sound, it has been so long. There are many things that I am confused about. I wonder if you could answer them for me. Sure. Go ahead and ask, Lord Spirit Sound replied with a faint smile. She knew that Jin Wushuang would definitely ask her some questions. She was well prepared. Lord Spirit Sound, you should know what I want to ask, right? Jin Wushuang looked at Lord Spirit Sound. Firstly, it's about where you are from. If I'm not mistaken, Lord Spirit Sound shouldn't be related to lineage of Star at all. Previously, you said that you controlled Star Foggy Sea to select disciple for lineage of Star. I'm afraid that's not the truth, right? That's right. I am not related to lineage of Star at all. As for controlling Star Foggy Sea, someone wanted me to do that, Lord Spirit Sound said. Who? Jian Wushuang asked closely. Xianyi. You should know this, Lord Spirit Sound smiled. Jian Wushuang was surprised when he heard the name Xianyi. As expected, Jian Wushuang sighed. He had already guessed so in his head. As for where I am from, I think you could guess it too. I am from the surrounding battlefield, as are the cultivators from ancient times that you were talking about. However, I was only a small figure in ancient times. I somehow or other got involved in the war back then. Back then, the war darkened the sky and obscured everything. Countless terrifying existences passed away. Although I got involved in the war, I was lucky. At least, I survived, Lord Spirit Sound said. Although I survived, I was in bad shape. I was in a deep sleep in the depths of this ancient battlefield. I had no alternative until I met the mysterious expert named Xian Yi. He woke me up and helped me to recover my power. As an exchange, I have to control Star Foggy Sea on his behalf until someone can pass the final test in Star Foggy Sea. Then, I will gain my freedom. As for the excuse of manipulating Star Foggy Sea on behalf of the Master of Star Palace, it was instructed by Xian Yi. I don't even know what lineage of Star is, so why would I control Star Foggy Sea on their behalf? Chapter 1983 Turning Point. Actually, Star Foggy Sea was in Green Fire World so long ago. It should be Xianyi that took it over through some method. I only needed to take care of Star Foggy Sea on his behalf and lied that I was taking care of it for lineage of Star. As for the rest, you should know them. Lord Spirit Sound said, and then looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes and asked, as you are an expert from ancient times, do you not know Xian Yi? No, Lord Spirit Sound shook her head. I was only a small figure back then. If I were to be put on the battlefield, I would be just like an ordinary soldier. I might not even be a soldier. But as for Xian Yi, although I saw him back then, I felt that he was very weak. His skills were far beyond mine. I am sure that he was a big figure back in ancient times. Such a big figure is not someone I would know. Jian Wushuang was astonished. Lord Spirit Sound and Jian Yi were the same. They were only small figures in ancient times, the kind that drew no attention. Jian Wushuang was at least a spy back then. Hence, he had heard of Xian Yi. Lord Spirit Sound had never even heard Xian Yi's name. I understand now. Thank you for telling me, Lord Spirit Sound, Jian Yi said. Like I said, you don't have to be so polite, Lord Spirit Sound smiled. Oh yeah, I'll be staying in Green Fire World for a while. In no time, I will be wandering in the surrounding battlefield. This is my communication token. If you were to run into any trouble, send me a message. Okay, Jian Wushuang accepted the token straight away. In the vast void of Green Fire World, all rulers of various forces in Green Fire World, including the higher-ups, gathered together. In one glance, there were at least a few hundred people. Jian Wushuang sat on a lofty throne right in the middle of the crowd. Everyone, Jian Wushuang's voice was loud and clear. It spread. The experts from Eternal Chaotic World came and cast greedy eyes over Green Fire World and its boundless potential. They attempted in vain to conquer Green Fire World. However, as they are worried about Green Fire World's biggest trump card, they have already retreated. Plus, I had a discussion with them and we compromised and came to a mutual agreement. As for the content of the agreement, Jian Wushuang went through the conditions in detail. Then, the void was in a temporary silence. Give 30% of our territory? Many cultivators in Green Fire World frowned. 30% of their territory was quite vast. Plus, there were countless cultivators that lived in 30% of the territory. To Green Fire World, it definitely was a huge price to pay. However, most of them understood that Green Fire World's strength was weak before various forces from Eternal Chaotic World. They were simply not worth mentioning. If the other party didn't care about Green Fire World's final trump card, Green Fire World might not even have the capital to negotiate. Then, Green Fire World had only lost 30% of their territory, and they kept their location at the skull on the ancient battlefield. From then on, they would receive many doctrine gems and resources too. It was already a great outcome. They believed that Wushuang City Master might play a major factor in it. If it was any other person who had gone for negotiation, one should know that the strongest person in Green Fire World was only a real god. A real god dealing with a bunch of almighties, and even great emperors might not even lift their heads to look at the other party, let alone bringing up terms and conditions. Only the legendary Jian Wushuang from Green Fire World had the guts and had the qualifications to negotiate with the entire Sanctuary Alliance, the countless experts from Eternal Chaotic World. Father, Brother Wang Yuan, you go ahead and arrange for the 30% territory. Try to complete the reallocation of cultivators in Green Fire World within 100 years. If I'm not mistaken, the cultivators that Eternal Chaotic World sent will be arriving one after another the next few hundred years, Jian Wushuang said. Okay, Jian Nantian and Wang Yuan nodded simultaneously. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and suddenly looked at the cultivators in front of him. Why? Are you not happy with this? Jian Wushuang's voice was cold. He saw many people had lowered their heads. Of course, they were unhappy about it. Green Fire World was their hometown, but they had no choice but to give the other party 30% of their territory. If it wasn't because of their trump cards, the countless cultivators in Green Fire World would have to leave their home to head to other territories. However, they didn't dare to say much. Actually, I feel the same. I am unhappy too, but I have no alternative. We of Green Fire World are at a disadvantage, Jian Wushuang said coldly. Eternal Chaotic World is much bigger than Green Fire World, and they have many more experts. Almighties alone, there were more than 1,000 of them from Eternal Chaotic World who came to the ancient battlefield. On the other hand, there isn't even one Almighty that grows up from Green Fire World. Don't look at me. Although I have the power of an Almighty, I really didn't reach the level in terms of the realm. Jian Wushuang paused and then continued. With such power, what qualifications do we have to fight against various forces in Eternal Chaotic World and Sanctuary Alliance? Everyone went quiet. The law of the jungle, they knew the theory very well. Wherever they were, they spoke with fists. Jian Wushuang looked at everyone's expressions and then he smiled. However, don't worry too much. Green Fire World has just started to rise, and we are really not comparable to Eternal Chaotic World. However, Green Fire World has great potential, far beyond the cultivators in Eternal Chaotic World. That is also the reason why they tried so hard to conquer Green Fire World. With time, everyone here, including the disciples under your lead, as long as they are willing to put in effort, the overall power in Green Fire World will advance by leaps and bounds. We can take back those that belong to us. Everyone clenched their hands when they heard his speech, and their eyes were filled with hope. There was fighting spirit that ignited in their hearts. That scene happened to be what Jian Wushuang wanted to see. Regardless of what Green Fire World went through, it didn't matter. However, the fighting spirit of the cultivators in Green Fire World, their unyieldingness absolutely couldn't be diminished. As long as they continued to grow in their unyieldingness, Green Fire World would reach the level that he was talking about. Then, Wang Yuan spoke again. Actually, although Green Fire World paid a great price, we removed the initial danger anyway. Yes, Jian Wushuang's eyes were shimmering with joy. The danger had been removed. Ever since he found out that Emperor God Xia Xian had discovered the ancient battlefield, he had been worried, especially when the ancient battlefield in Green Fire World was exposed. Jian Wushuang became even more tense as he was worried that Green Fire World would take a damaging hit. He had been trying to figure out ways, and he put in his biggest effort. When he was negotiating with experts from Eternal Chaotic World, he was also trying his best to get the biggest benefits for Green Fire World. Then both parties reached a mutual agreement, and everything was decided. Although they had given out 30% of their territory, at least they managed to keep Green Fire World. We kept Green Fire World. I managed to keep it in the end. I risked my life back then for Green Fire World. I risked everything for all my ancestors. I didn't disappoint any of you. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. At the same time, his constantly worrying mind finally relaxed. The relief wasn't only in his divine body, but he was entirely at ease. But the sudden relief caused Jian Wushuang's heart to skip a beat. This feeling. Jian Wushuang's eyes were wide opened. He had experienced this feeling multiple times ever since he had started cultivating. He naturally wouldn't find it foreign. This was a feeling of having a breakthrough. It was time. He had been in ultimate real God stage for so many years, and it was finally time for a breakthrough. Chapter 1984. 1984 Breakthrough. Jian Wushuang had been too tense. He was too stressed. The life and death of Green Fire World had been upon him previously, and he hadn't dared to lower his guard and act recklessly. After all, with the difference of one step, Green Fire World would be doomed forever. Now, Green Fire World was finally safe. The danger had been removed, and there would be no trouble. Jian Wushuang finally relaxed. However, the sudden relaxation fully enlightened Jian Wushuang. The bottleneck in his body finally loosened up. He was going to break through. I have something urgent. I have to cultivate in seclusion immediately. Father, Brother Wang Yuan, please take care of the rest of the matter, Jian Wushuang exhorted. No problem, Jian Nantian and Wang Yuan nodded heavily. Jian Yi, assist them with all you can, Jian Wushuang commanded. Yes, master, Jian Yi replied politely. After that, Jian Wushuang immediately returned to his secret room in Wushuang City. In the secret room, Jian Wushuang sat there while billowing divine power swept out madly. A turning point is hard to come to. If I were to miss it, no one would know how long it would take until I got the next chance. Hence, regardless, I have to break through. Jian Wushuang clenched his hand and closed his eyes. He started focusing on getting onto the seventh step in reverse cultivation. Just as Jian Wushuang was breaking through in seclusion, Green Fire World and various forces in Eternal Chaotic World were making arrangements according to their mutual agreement. Firstly, Green Fire World gave out 30% of their territories. When the higher-ups in Green Fire World announced it and started execution, it stirred up a great commotion within Green Fire World. There were countless cultivators who were raging with anger, especially the cultivators who were located within the 30% territories. There was a vast surge of public feeling. Many of them were unwilling, and they caused short-term chaos within Green Fire World. However, the chaos gradually settled down as Jian Nantian and Wang Yuan led the 9 major forces to suppress and comfort them. The cultivators who were at the bottom might not have known the ins and outs of the story, and thus they couldn't understand. But at least, the cultivators who were more powerful knew how helpless and difficult it was for the higher-ups in Green Fire World. The cultivators who were located within the territories relocated to other region under the allocation of the higher-ups. Within a dozen years, the cultivators within the 30% territory were completely relocated. Besides, the higher-ups from Green Fire World even set up a great formation within the 30% territory. They even told the cultivators from Green Fire World that they were prohibited to step foot in the 30% territory. As for the cultivators in the 30% territory, Green Fire World didn't care if they could exit. After all, besides the 10 Almighties, the cultivators in the 30% territory were all below real God level. Even if they came out, they couldn't dream about making trouble within Green Fire World. Within 100 years, Green Fire World had already completed all necessary arrangements. On the other hand, Sanctuary Alliance, special tribes, and various forces from Eternal Chaotic World went through a dozen discussions, and it took almost a decade until they reached a mutual agreement on the number of cultivators that they could send. Then, only they started preparation. When Green Fire World was ready, they selected 100 million of cultivators from various forces in Eternal Chaotic World to move to Green Fire World. 100 million. Sounded like it was a huge number. However, compared to the boundless cultivators in the vast Eternal Chaotic World, it was so few. It was just like a drop of water in the ocean. In any ordinary big world in Eternal Chaotic World, the number of cultivators was far greater than this number. However, various forces in Eternal Chaotic World knew that the first batch of cultivators to Green Fire World should have higher quality than quantity. In terms of numbers, 100 million cultivators could definitely increase by 10 or 100 times after reproduction. However, various forces had to ensure the first batch of cultivators that they sent possessed a certain level of talent. In other words, the 100 million cultivators had to be geniuses in their own force or sect. A total of 100 million cultivators. Just as they were transporting the 100 million cultivators into Green Fire World, there was a problem that arose. It was their travel route. Various forces in Eternal Chaotic World had originally intended to send their geniuses to Green Fire World through the space gap in Ancient Mystery Land. Very quickly, they realized that it was impossible. After all, the space gap wasn't a wormhole that had stable spacetime. Almighties or real gods who were more powerful could rely on their personal power to shuttle through the space gap forcibly. However, the geniuses weren't even cultivators above real god level. How could they travel through the space gap? The 100 million geniuses, there might be 90% of them who would die in the space gap. Just as all forces in Eternal Chaotic World were deeply distressed about that, Jin Nantian informed them another route to enter Green Fire World on behalf of Green Fire World. They had to enter through Dayu World and Snow Kingdom. When they arrived outside the spacetime storm, they could pass through Green Fire World formation to enter the ancient battlefield. However, according to Jin Nantian, it wouldn't be easy to open the formation. On top of that, they had to transport a total of 100 million cultivators. Hence, as an exchange, various forces in Eternal Chaotic World paid a large amount of Doctrine Gem to Green Fire World again as compensation. As the 100 million cultivators from Eternal Chaotic World resided in the 30% territory and started reproducing, Green Fire World finally settled down. From then on, Green Fire World and the cultivators living in the 30% territory lived their own lives without getting involved. Both parties were utilizing the environment in Green Fire World to grow. On the ancient battlefield, all experts continued to wander and search for opportunities. However, due to the previous agreement, no Almighties dared to enter the territory where the huge skull was located. Whoever barged in without permission and was detected would be exterminated by Sanctuary Alliance, special tribes, and various forces. No one had the guts to go against the rules. The ancient battlefield finally steadied. The time flew past. In the blink of an eye, the agreement between Green Fire World and Eternal Chaotic World had been running for 3,000 years. Jin Wushuang had also been cultivating in seclusion for 3,000 years until then. Hong! There was loud thunder, and Jin Wushuang, who had been cultivating in the secret room, suddenly quivered and his eyes shot open. There was unprecedented joy in his eyes. I spent 3,000 years and I finally leaped over. Seventh step of inverse cultivation, chaotic supreme. I did it. Chapter 1985. 1985 Chaotic Supreme, the seventh step of inverse cultivation, almighty level. In ancient times, the level was named as Chaotic Realm. In inverse cultivation, it was called Chaotic Supreme. Right at the moment that he broke through and leaped to the step, Jin Wushuang's divine body and divine power was transforming at a shocking speed. Especially his divine body. This feeling? Jin Wushuang was surprised. He realized that his divine body had started collapsing. Yes, collapsing. Without any influence from the outside, he had broken through and his divine body had started collapsing. Of course, such a collapse was necessary to be reborn. Virum. Jin Wushuang's divine body completely collapsed and became a bolt of energy that dispersed in the void. There was only his heart that was floating in the air, and the heart contained boundless light. Jin Wushuang's consciousness and soul were in the heart too. Then, walala. An enormous amount of pure energy swept towards the heart from all directions. Jin Wushuang's divine body gradually recovered again. It first collapsed, then recovered. It was reorganization. Divine body reorganization, from limbs and organs to pores and cells, everything resubstantiated. Jin Wushuang also noticed that the reorganization was completely purely with divine power. Merely divine power had substantiated a divine body. Transformation. From the beginning to the end, he had transformed completely. The moment his new divine body was reorganized, Jian Wushuang could tell that his reorganized divine body was unusual. At the same time, Jian Wushuang was recalling the information about the seventh-step inverse cultivation. The seventh step of inverse cultivation, Chaotic Supreme, completed the perfect chaotic divine body. A perfect chaotic divine body would be immune to poison, water, and fire, and be immortal. The biggest difference between a seventh step of inverse cultivation cultivator and an ordinary cultivator was the perfect chaotic divine body. The perfect chaotic divine body was a constitution, a unique supreme constitution that could make everyone feel visibly moved. The constitution was enough to shock the world. Jian Wushuang knew about the seventh step inverse cultivation, and he also knew about the perfect chaotic divine body. However, he didn't know how impressive the perfect chaotic divine body was. Just then, merely at the beginning of his transformation, he was shocked. In the process of his divine body reorganizing, time continued to fly past. In the blink of an eye, 1 month's time passed. His divine body completely reorganized and transformation ended. He truly became an almighty as an inverse cultivator. In the secret room, Jian Wushuang continued to sit cross-legged. Then, both his hands were like lightning. The original 7 ancient tribe star in between his eyebrows became 8. Just as he broke through and reached the 7th step, his ancient tribe bloodline enhanced again in the process when his divine body reorganized. Jian Wushuang didn't bother with the 8th ancient tribe star then, but he focused on his divine body. He looked at his hands as he felt the energy-fueled divine body. His eyes were glistening with joy. This is the perfect chaotic divine body? This is the 7th step of inverse cultivation? Jian Wushuang muttered, and he was excited. He had completed his transformation, and he could feel his divine body was special. That was why he was surprised. Let's head out to give it a try. Jian Wushuang suppressed his excitement and appeared in an independent space. Jian Wushuang stood in the boundless dark void quietly while there was another figure in front of him. The person was Jian Yi. 3,000 years passed and Jian Yi's power was only slightly behind his peak status. He would need at least 2,000 years more until he recovered his power to its peak. Jian Yi's fighting power shouldn't be weaker than Abysmal Saint Master when he recovered to his peak. He might even be stronger than Abysmal Saint Master. Jian Yi, give me your all and fight with me. Jian Wushuang clasped his hands together when he said, "Yes." Jian Yi nodded. Then, Jian Wushuang and Jian Yi launched an attack simultaneously. Jian Wushuang didn't draw his sword and only punched with his right hand. His fist brought about pure divine power after his transformation on the 7th step of inverse cultivation. Hong. A simple punch formed a terrifying storm and tore up the surrounding dark void at ease. Then, it revealed a space black hole that was a few 100,000 miles wide. Jian Yi didn't go easy on him either. He punched and exploded his divine power of one in peak chaotic realm. Both parties didn't use unique skills or secret skills. It was purely a competition of strength. Bang! There was a loud bang and the independent space seemed to have exploded and it trembled in balance. Jian Wushuang's body grew heavy and he took a few steps back. As for Jian Yi, he only took 1 step back. Judging by his look, it was obvious that Jian Yi had the upper hand. Jian Yi, did you exert all your strength? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes. Jian Yi nodded solemnly. Jian Wushuang was surprised when he heard that. Jian Yi was an expert from ancient times. His divine power was extremely pure. Even though he had yet to recover to his peak, his power was stronger than any ordinary great emperor's. But Jian Wushuang's divine power was only slightly weaker when they collided directly. From this result, it could be said that his divine power strength could be comparable to an ordinary great emperor's. I stepped foot on the 7th step and my divine power increased tremendously. Previously, my divine power was at Emperor God level, and now I can compare to a great emperor favorably. Jian Wushuang smiled. One should know that it was purely the power of divinity. His strength was not only relying on divine power alone. Jian Yi, let's do it again. You continue to use all your strength, but be more careful this time, Jian Wushuang reminded him with a smile. Then, there was billowing divine power concentrating in his right hand. At the same time, His fierce ancient tribe bloodline power had already reached the 8-star level. Come on. Jian Wushuang laughed and took a stride forward. Then, he punched directly without any other moves. Jian Yi also punched like lightning to give full play to his power. Bang! There was another loud bang. However, it was Jian Yi who stumbled and fell backward for quite a distance. Jian Wushuang didn't even take a step back. It was obvious that Jian Wushuang absolutely had the upper hand. As expected, there was excitement glistening in Jian Wushuang's eyes as he looked at his right hand. In terms of divine power explosion, I can compare to an ordinary great emperor favorably. With the addition of ancient tribe bloodline power, my strength might be stronger by a notch than an ordinary emperor god's. Among the 15 great emperors on the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, forget about Emperor Bai for now, my strength might be able to compare favorably with Red Dragon King, who is in second place. Chapter 1986. 1986 Unrivaled. Unmatched. Red Dragon King, the second place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. He was second to Emperor Bai. Red Dragon King was known for his fierce power. The other great emperors, besides Emperor Bai, were all weaker than him. In terms of strength explosion, Jian Wushuang was stronger than an ordinary great emperor by one notch. Although he might not have been able to compare favorably with Red Dragon King, he could at least be his match. Divine power is at this level. Next, let me see my divine body. Jian Wushuang was very excited. His divine body had just been through reorganization. He could feel that his divine body was very strong and peculiar. However, he would need to check to know which level he was at. Jian Yi, hit me with your all, Jian Wushuang said. Attack you? Master, this? Jian Yi creased his eyebrows. When I tell you to, you should just do it. You shouldn't be in doubt. Jian Wushuang smiled and he looked rather confident. Jian Yi didn't hesitate anymore. He moved and appeared before Jian Wushuang. He then punched Jian Wushuang's chest with his right hand. There was a fierce power that formed. Jian Wushuang stood there but didn't move an inch. His divine body wasn't affected at all. Jian Yi, how much strength did you use? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows and asked. 50%, Jian Yi answered. He, of course, didn't dare to use his full force when he was attacking his master. Do it again. This time, use full force. On top of that, you can use unique skills, Jian Wushuang commanded. It wasn't because he was arrogant, but he was really confident. At least, the earlier punch was like scratching an itch. He didn't feel it much. Yes. Jian Yi nodded. Jian Yi didn't hold back that time. He used 100% of his strength. There was a cloud churning around his body and boundless crimson cloud permeated his palm. Hong. The crimson palm slammed into Jian Wushuang without hindrance. The billowing power was terrifying. Even a peak emperor god could be easily killed with that slam. Jian Wushuang didn't intend to dodge the palm at all. Bang! The crimson palm slammed Jian Wushuang, and it was 10 times stronger than Jian Yi's earlier punch. Even so, Jian Wushuang only took one step back and his expression still looked rather relaxed. This palm could barely move me. It is not enough to hurt me. Jian Wushuang shook his head. How about this? Jian Wushuang had a thought in his mind. The 5-gem armor that he had always been wearing shrunk and appeared on his palm. He then put it away in his Qin Kuan ring. I will not wear any armor. I'll just take the hit with my divine body. Give it a try again. Jian Wushuang smiled. 5-gem armor was a treasure given to him by an ancient tribe expert, Wu Hun. Although it was broken, its defensive power was above any ordinary chaotic divine treasure. For instance, 5-gem armor could cut down Jian Yi's attack by 90%. Jian Yi naturally couldn't hurt him. Hence, he wouldn't be able to examine his current divine power's strength. So, he decided to take off his 5-gem armor directly. Master, are you sure about this? Jian Yi hesitated. Don't talk rubbish. Just do it. Jian Wushuang smiled. Jian Yi let out a sigh, and he attacked again without hesitation. He used the same move, the same crimson palm that contained terrifyingly strong power. Again, Jian Wushuang didn't block the attack at all. The crimson palm hit Jian Wushuang's divine body again. Hong. The terrifying power impacted Jian Wushuang's divine body. The power strangled everything madly, and it tore a big hole in Jian Wushuang's chest. There were some organs that shattered into pieces too. Master, this? Jian looked distressed. However, Jian Wushuang, who had a big opening on his chest, smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't die." Just as he said, Jian saw Jian Wushuang's divine power churning and recovered his open chest, and also the shattered internal organs in an instant. Everything became undamaged again, and Jian Wushuang's fighting power stayed at its peak. "Hit me again, and this time hit me harder. It'd be best if you could shatter my divine body entirely." Jian Wushuang looked at Jian Yi. Yes, Jian Yi wasn't in doubt anymore. As Jian Yi launched another attack, Jian Wushuang's divine body collapsed and became a cloud of crimson fog. Under such circumstances, an ordinary cultivator would have been dead. But Jian Wushuang, Virum. There was boundless divine power that reorganized. In an instant, Jian Wushuang's figure appeared in the void again. As expected, Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. A perfect chaotic divine body is completely substantiated by divine power. As long as divine power is inexhaustible, no matter how great the damage to the divine body is, it can be recovered. Even if my divine body were to collapse entirely, it could be reorganized and resubstantiate with divine power again. Jian Wushuang was filled with excitement. As long as divine power was inexhaustible, even if the divine body were to collapse entirely, it could be reorganized. What is this? This is immortality. Back then, when Jian Wushuang had been on the third step of inverse cultivation, eternal realm, he had a power that was extremely close to immortality. It was an unprecedented life force. As long as there was flesh, he could recover himself with time. However, as he was on the seventh step, he truly possessed immortality. Immortality allowed him to have no scruples during fierce fights. No matter how badly injured he was, even if his divine body collapsed, he could reorganize it and continue to battle. As long as his divine power was inexhaustible, he wouldn't die. Of course, when his divine body collapsed, it would be a huge expense to his divine power to reorganize it. Jian Wushuang noticed that he had used up almost 1/4 of his divine power whenever he reorganized his divine body. In other words, his divine body could at most be reorganized 4 times during a fight. But even so, he could be recognized as being in defiance of nature. He could reorganize his divine body 4 times. It meant that he had 4 extra lives. He could be killed for 4 times. Just how ridiculous was that? Plus, he was only on the 7th step of inverse cultivation and merely the first stage of the 7th step. It equaled Sir God level in almighty rank. Then, he could continue to proceed to the 2nd stage, the 3rd stage. By then, his divine power and divine body would improve further. When he reached the 3rd stage, the final stage of the 7th step, his divine power would be boundless. It would be enough for him to reorganize his divine body a dozen times or more. By then, immune to poison, water, and fire, and he's immortal. This is the perfect chaotic divine body. Unrivaled, unmatched. Jian Wushuang bellowed at the bottom of his heart as his eyes glowed with excitement. Chapter 1987 Exit Seclusion. Terrifying. Scary. It was absolutely accurate to describe him as unrivaled. Jian Wushuang finally understood how Emperor Bai could be high and mighty. He understood why the great emperors from the Second Era didn't even have the courage to taunt him. He also understood why Emperor Bai wasn't afraid even though he had dealt with Emperor 13 and knew that his opponent might be stronger than himself. Because Emperor Bai had been unrivaled long ago. Emperor Bai was also an inverse cultivator and had already stepped foot on the 7th step of inverse cultivation. Plus, he should be on the ultimate stage of the 7th step. His divine power was boundless and enough for him to collapse 10 times and to remain alive. On top of that, he had extremely strong power. Even though his opponent might be much stronger than him, it was absolutely impossible for his opponent to kill him. Because he was invincible, he was unrivaled. I just stepped foot on the 7th step of inverse cultivation, and my divine power could only support me reorganizing my divine body 4 times. I still can't be considered undefeatable, but at least I will be fearless towards the 2nd era, Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. He didn't mention the ancient times or the 1st era. Merely in the 2nd era itself, he was absolutely unstoppable. Dealing with the great emperors in the 2nd era, like Red Dragon King, Abysmal Saint Master, Great Emperor Zisu, and so on, even if Jian Wushuang couldn't win against them, he didn't have to be fearful of them, because even if the great emperors were to join forces to kill him, it would still be difficult. Besides, after reaching the 7th step of inverse cultivation, there was a secret skill that Jian Wushuang could perform. The secret skill was naturally the strongest secret skill of body refinery by the ancient tribe, Immemorial Celestial Body. He had obtained the secret skill long ago, but he hadn't had the qualifications to cultivate it. But now, the strongest secret skill of body refinery. Even compared to the secret skills of body refinery from ancient times, Immemorial Celestial Body could be listed in the top 10. Such a secret skill, even if it is just the 1st volume, it would enable my divine body and divine power to reach a brand new level once I cultivate it. By then, my power will improve tremendously too. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. However, although he had the qualifications to cultivate the secret skill then, he would need some time to cultivate the 1st volume successfully. I shall take my time. After all, I fully comprehended the 1st volume of Immemorial Celestial Body long ago. Even though there are a few procedures that are more difficult, I could definitely cultivate the 1st volume of the secret skill successfully within a few thousand years. Jian Wushuang smiled. Jian Wushuang understood his constitution of the perfect chaotic divine body and also his current power. He didn't further verify them but exited seclusion. In the lofty hall, Jian Wushuang sat on a throne. Jian Nantian, Wang Yuan, Su Rou, and the others gathered by his side. Shuang, judging from your aura, you've broken through again? Jian Nantian looked at Jian Wushuang as his eyes shimmered with joy. I just broke through. Jian Wushuang nodded with a smile. That's great. They were thrilled with excitement. Green Fire World finally has an almighty, Wang Yuan cheered. Although Jian Wushuang was attending garrison personally duty in Green Fire World and he had Jian under him, regardless of if it was Jian or Lord Sound Spirit who had assisted Jian Wushuang, they weren't people from Green Fire World after all. It was only Jian Wushuang who was from Green Fire World. Although Jian Wushuang had great fighting power then, he had yet to reach Almighty Realm. Green Fire World had yet to give birth to an Almighty. Now, they finally had. Father, you should be nearing a breakthrough soon, right? I could feel your soul power growing so quickly. I think you should be able to substantiate a substantive soul soon, Jian Wushuang commented. Should be soon. Within 10,000 years, I'm guessing, Jian Nantian replied. Everyone was surprised at having more great news. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows too. All right, everyone, tell me what happened during the time when I was cultivating in seclusion, Jian Wushuang asked. Then, everyone immediately reported what had happened in the past 3,000 years briefly. In the past 3,000 years, Green Fire World had faintly settled down. Various forces and experts from Eternal Chaotic World had sent 10 million geniuses to the 30% territory. After reproduction for 3,000 years, the number had increased by a dozen times. Just as Jian Wushuang had expected, the people who were born in Green Fire World were much more gifted than those who had been born in other parts of Eternal Chaotic World. Plus, they were getting more and more outstanding through the generations. The 30% territory was given a name of Myriad Noble Region, while the remaining 70% territory was known as Green Fire Region. The two territories were bound by the agreement, and they hardly had dealings with one another. They naturally had conflicts. On top of that, cultivators from both parties were growing at a shocking speed, especially the geniuses. There were too many geniuses across Green Fire World now. It included many who possessed special constitutions. However, because there were too many geniuses, most of them would opt to train themselves in Eternal Chaotic World after they reached Universe God level. On the ancient battlefield, The passion of the experts from Eternal Chaotic World to wander didn't diminish even though 3,000 years had passed. There was a continuous appearance of multiple opportunities. There were many amazing ones, too. It even stirred up many battles and countless experts fought over it. However, the occurrence of battles in order to get opportunities and treasures was only right and proper. All in all, it wasn't too drastic of an incident. Everything was calm. Jian Wushuang understood what had happened in the past 3,000 years briefly, and he didn't ask further. He had already passed down the affairs of Green Fire World to his father, Jian Nantian, Wang Yuan, Su Rou, and the others. Then, Jian Wushuang went to see three other people. They were Hall Master Yuan, Hall Master Gu Xian, and Hall Master Nye Yun. The three Hall Masters of Lineage of Star were there, in Green Fire World. According to the agreement, besides the 10 Almighties who were in charge of looking after Myriad Noble Region, the other experts from Eternal Chaotic World above Almighty level were prohibited from entering Green Fire World. However, the three Hall Masters were special. That was because the three of them were Jian Wushuang's men. Hence, Jian Wushuang had already sent a message for Wang Yuan to bring the three Hall Masters into Green Fire World when he knew they had arrived. Palace Master, you have finally exited your seclusion. Hall Master Gu Xian was obviously excited to see Jian Wushuang. Palace Master, your aura, did you break through again? Hall Master Yuan's eyes glowed. I did. However, you don't have to announce this. Only the three of you need to know this. Jian Wushuang smiled. That's great. The three Hall Masters were thrilled with joy. They knew that Jian Wushuang could suppress Emperor God when he was at real God level. Then, as he broke through and leaped on the 7th step of inverse cultivation, his power had definitely improved tremendously. They believed that he could compare to a great emperor favorably with his power. Great emperor. Lineage of Star finally had a great emperor. How could they not be excited? Chapter 1988 Losers are always in the wrong. How are our guest elders in Lineage of Star doing? Jian Wushuang asked casually. Guest elders? Hall Master Yuan and the other Hall Masters exchanged a look. Then, Hall Master Yuan answered, the guest elders in Lineage of Star aren't restrained. When they found out about the news regarding the ancient battlefield, many guest elders couldn't hold back. Even though he gave out the command personally to prohibit them from stepping foot in the ancient battlefield, they agreed on the surface. However, many guest elders went over in secret. Only Emperor God Juyin, Emperor God Xianwu, and two Sir Gods followed your command. This is within my expectations, Jian Wushuang smiled. When he gave a command to the guest elders, it was because he knew he might need them. But in actual fact, the danger in Green Fire World didn't need Lineage of Star to get involved at all. Those guest elders who followed my command can enter the ancient battlefield and Green Fire World as they wish. As for those who didn't obey my command, ignore them. The danger in Lineage of Star has been removed long ago. Those guest elders that didn't act according to my instructions will only become our burden if they continue to stay in Lineage of Star, Jian Wushuang said. I understand. I thought the same too. Hall Master Yuan smiled faintly and said, Palace Master, I have an idea. I wonder if I should say this. Tell me, Jian Wushuang said calmly. Green Fire World is Palace Master's hometown, and they follow your lead. Similarly, Lineage of Star views Palace Master as our leader as well. Palace Master, do you think you could get more resources from Green Fire World on behalf of Lineage of Star? Such as moving the old lair of Lineage of Star, Universe Galaxy, to Green Fire World? Hall Master Yuan asked. Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Nye Yu looked at Jian Wushuang with anticipation. 3,000 years had passed, and the unique characteristics of Green Fire World were revealed. Everyone knew that Green Fire World was a true cultivation sanctuary, the cradle of geniuses. Countless experts were dying to cultivate there. However, the territory was only that big, and there was a limit to the number of people who could enter to cultivate. Because of Jian Wushuang, many core disciples, including experts from Lineage of Star, could enter Green Fire World directly. However, The freedom to enter and exit wouldn't be as great as moving the old layer of lineage of star over directly. Hearing what Hall Master Yuan said, Jin Wushuang was surprised. Actually, after Jin Wushuang had found out how powerful Universe Galaxy was, he had the same idea. However, it was unrealistic back then. Hence, he didn't consider it again. But then, needless for him to say, the three Hall Masters suggested it instead. Jin Wushuang naturally could make it happen. I will immediately make some arrangement for Green Fire World to empty parts of the territory as the old layer of lineage of star. However, Universe Galaxy is so huge, it wouldn't be easy if we wanted to move it here, right? Jin Wushuang asked. Palace Master, you don't know that although Universe Galaxy looks huge, it is just a unique treasure after all. Palace Master, you could refine Universe Galaxy and bring it to Green Fire World. Then, expand it gradually. Hall Master Yuan smiled. He was Universe Galaxy's weapon spirit. He naturally knew Universe Galaxy the best. That's great. Hall Master Yuan, you go ahead and make preparations then. When everything is ready, I will return to Starland to move Universe Galaxy over, Jin Wushuang said. Yes, Hall Master Yuan nodded heavily. Then, Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Nye Yun left too. As for Hall Master Yuan, his original body had stayed in Universe Galaxy as he couldn't leave. The one that appeared in Green Fire World was merely an incarnation that had formed temporarily. When the discussion ended, Hall Master Yuan's incarnation dispersed. In the void outside Green Fire World, a cold-looking middle-aged man, Emperor God Shiryu, stood and waited in silence. Then, there was an elder in Taoist robe that walked out from Green Fire World. The elder in the Taoist robe was Jian Yi. Shiryu under colored glaze, Great Emperor greets Mr. Jian Yi. Emperor God Shiryu bowed politely. Although Jian Yi was only Jin Wushuang's sword servant, his power was on display. He was a true great emperor. Hence, Emperor God Shiryu, of course, had to treat him with respect. This is what my master told me to deliver, Emperor God Shiryu said as he offered an ancient black tower. The black tower looked ordinary, but it was actually a powerful suppressing treasure. There was a person in the black tower. The person was naturally Sir God Xuedao. Sir God Xuedao spread the news in Eternal Chaotic World back then. He was the culprit who had pushed Green Fire World to breaking point. When they had been discussing terms and conditions back then, Jin Wushuang had said that he wanted Sanctuary Alliance to find the person who spread the news and send him over. Sanctuary Alliance naturally did it. Sir God Shui was very cunning, and he was well hidden. In front of Sanctuary Alliance, he had nowhere to hide. He was found very quickly and suppressed. Then, Emperor Shiryu sent him over personally, after they had found out that Jin Wushuang had exited seclusion. You can leave him here. Then, you can leave. Jianyi glanced at Emperor God Shiryu. Emperor God Shiryu nodded and let Sir God Xuedao out. After that, he bowed to Jianyi and in the direction of Green Fire World. Then, he left. In the vast void in Green Fire World, Sir God Xuedao with crimson hair and a crimson robe was tied up. Even his divine power was restrained. He couldn't even use any strength. He looked hopeless then. V-Room. There was a figure that slowly appeared before Sir God Xuedao. You are Emperor God Xiezins Jr., Sir God Xuedao? Jin Wushuang looked cold as he looked down at Sir God Xuedao. Of course, Jin Wushuang didn't hate Sir God Xuedao as much as before. Although Sir God Xuedao framed him and schemed against Green Fire World, he was actually taking revenge for his senior after all. Jin Wushuang. Sir God Xuedao stared at Jin Wushuang. There was hatred in his eyes, but there was even more helplessness and unwillingness. He was only a Sir God. It was absolutely impossible for him to kill Jin Wushuang. He could only rely on the scheme. He had put in his greatest effort to scheme against Jin Wushuang. He had even led various forces in Eternal Chaotic World to Green Fire World. However, he had never expected that Jin Wushuang would survive even when he fought against the entire Eternal Chaotic World. You and I share no resentment. You were only taking revenge for your senior. You have your reasons to scheme against Green Fire World and I, but I have my reasons to kill your senior, Emperor God Xiaoxian as well. Hence, there is no right or wrong between us, but losers are always in the wrong. Chapter 1989 Sword Geek. Losers are always in the wrong? Sir God Shuedao trembled and he couldn't help but lower his head. He lifted his head at the next moment, but then he shouted hysterically, Jian Wushuang, you are great, but don't get too carried away. I am going to die at your hand, but in no time, you will absolutely die at another person's hand. It is only a matter of time. You will have to die. Sir God Shuedao was frenzied. Jian Wushuang saw and shook his head. There was sympathy in his eyes. Don't worry, I won't torture you. Go in peace. Jian Wushuang said, and then pointed casually. There was a ray of light that pierced Sir God Shuedao's head straight away. Sir God Shuedao died on the spot. Jian Wushuang's face turned cold at the sight. Maybe you are right. It is only a matter of time until I die by someone else's hand. However, as long as the day has yet to come, I will try my best to improve my power. I will try my best to protect everything around me, Jian Wushuang muttered, and there was determination in his eyes. Just then Virum. There was a loud whistle from the sword. Jian Wushuang immediately looked at Blood Mountain's sword on his back, and he realized that Blood Mountain's sword was quivering vigorously. Jian Wushuang was connected to Blood Mountain's sword at heart. At that very moment, he could feel how excited Blood Mountain's sword was. It was definitely because something impressive had appeared. What happened? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. Ever since I received Blood Mountain's sword from my master, this is the first time Blood Mountain's sword is acting this excited. It isn't even a fierce fight, but it got excited without showing any sign. If I'm not mistaken, it should have sensed the existence of something. Jian Wushuang thought for a while, then he took out a token to ask. Very soon, he found out the reason behind it. Earlier, when had he killed Sir God Shuedao, there had been an ancient cave dwelling that had come into the world in the nearby ancient battlefield. In the ancient battlefield, there was a variety of opportunities. There were naturally many cave dwellings that had been left behind by experts from ancient times. In the 3,000 years that Jian Wushuang had cultivated in seclusion, more than a dozen of cave dwellings were discovered in the ancient battlefield. Every time an ancient cave dwelling came into the world, it would stir up a fight among the experts. However, the opportunities in the cave dwellings, some were taken away, but most of them remained in the ancient cave dwellings. It wasn't because the experts from Eternal Chaotic World didn't want the opportunities, but because they couldn't get them. The ancient cave dwellings contained a test. The tests were mostly very strict, and no one could pass them. Hence, the opportunities that came along with the tests were naturally untouched. In the ancient cave dwellings that had just come into the world, there were a few experts that had actually gone in by accident previously and obtained some opportunities. However, as the opportunities were taken, the cave dwelling finally came into the world and it stirred up a shocking commotion, especially towards sword principle cultivators. When the ancient cave dwelling came into the world, not only Jian Wushuang, but also all sword experts who were wandering on the ancient battlefield, their divine weapons sensed it and naturally notified their masters. Juju Sword Mansion? The ancient cave dwelling is named as Juju Sword Mansion? Jian Wushuang went through the information that he had just obtained from Sanctuary Alliance. The first batch of experts who found the ancient cave dwelling naturally had a basic understanding of the ancient cave dwelling. They knew the origins of the cave dwelling, and they also knew the opportunities within. Juju Sword Mansion contained boundless variations of sword principles. The sword principles were stored on 9 sword steels in a peculiar way. The 9 sword steels contained Juju Sword Mansion's biggest opportunity. However, the 9 sword steels were scattered in 9 corners of Juju Sword Mansion. It wouldn't be that easy to get them. In the beginning, the experts who discovered Juju Sword Mansion had found a sword steel by accident. Hence, it had led to the birth of Juju Sword Mansion. It is obvious that Juju Sword Mansion is aimed at sword cultivators. The 9 sword steels contained a large amount of sword principles. These sword principles are all from ancient times. Jian Wushuang licked his lips, and he was obviously tempted. His power had reached such a level. Although he could rely on himself to create a sword-unique skill that was powerful, it was limited. Compared to the shocking sword principle from ancient times, his unique skills were inferior. Hence, if he were to master a few sword principles from ancient times, it would absolutely raise the power of a sword cultivator. just like the number sword cultivator in the First Era, Sword Emperor Dugu. Although he was gifted with sword principle and he had created a sword principle that was suitable for him, his biggest trump card was still King Sword Principle. It was his true power that swept all obstacles away and enabled him to march over the First Era unhindered. King Sword Principle originated from ancient times. Although Jian Wushuang had already mastered the sword principle, it wasn't easy to perform it. On top of that, he had only mastered the first move. So, he could only use it as his trump card. The sword principle from Swordsman Juju was different. The 9 sword steels combined large amounts of sword principle from ancient times. Every sword steel contained a large amount of ancient sword principle. To Jian Wushuang, it was extremely attractive. Jian Wushuang called. Master, Jian Yi's figure appeared next to Jian Wushuang. Have you heard of a sword expert named Juju from ancient times? Jian Wushuang asked. Juju? Sword geek Juju? Jian Yi looked surprised. It seems like you heard of him. Tell me about him. Jian Wushuang was interested. Master, I have heard of Juju. Among solo experts in ancient times, he was considered as a top-grade sword expert. Unless it was necessary, the top forces in ancient times wouldn't offend such an expert casually. Besides, Juju was known as Sword Geek. He truly was geeking out over swords. He was passionate about gathering sword principles, and he wasn't interested in ordinary sword principles, only in sword principles that were exquisite and brilliant. For that, he often challenged the sword experts in ancient times. When he challenged them, he liked to bet with rare sword principle books. If his opponents lost, they had to hand him their strongest sword principles. Over the years, he collected many powerful sword principles. That is also the story of how got his name, Sword Geek. In ancient times, he might have been the one who was proficient in the most sword principles. Many sword experts who were more powerful than him didn't know as many sword principles as he did. Chapter 1990 Juju Swordmansion. Passionate about gathering exquisite sword principles, and he constantly challenged many sword experts to bet with sword principles. He was truly a sword geek, Jian Wushuang smiled. However, regardless of if it was sword principle, saber skill, or other secret skills, it would be about quality over quantity. Even though he mastered countless sword principles, there were definitely many sword experts who were more powerful than he was. That's true. This sword geek, Juju, was considered a top-grade expert in ancient times. But there was a distance between him and the peak in ancient times, Jian Yi smiled. However, if he were to be put in this era, Juju would definitely be a high and mighty existence. There were many great emperors in this era that would only be a nuisance in front of him. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, but he could understand why. Anyone from ancient times was, of course, not someone anyone in the Second Era could compare to. The sword geek, Juju, was definitely a top-grade expert in ancient times. If he were to be in the current era, he could march over unhindered. Regardless, Juju definitely possessed a bunch of sword principles. To me, they would definitely be useful. It seems that I have to fight for the 9 sword steels too. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Jian Wushuang made up his mind and immediately instructed, Jian Yi, you stay back to look after Green Fire World. I will make a trip to Juju Sword Mansion. Master, you don't need me to go with you? Jian Yi asked. There's no need to, Jian Wushuang waved. Ever since he had broken through to the 7th step and possessed the perfect chaotic divine body, he had been different from before. He might have yet to catch up with Jian Yi in terms of power, but in terms of defensive power, even 10 Jian Yis wouldn't be his match. He would be able to deal with everything if he headed over to Juju Sword Mansion alone. If he really couldn't survive when he ran into danger, the outcome would be the same even if Jian Yi helped. Jian Wushuang didn't delay any further but departed. Juju Sword Mansion isn't too far away from Green Fire World. If I rush my journey at my top speed, I will be able to reach it in a few days. I should be able to make it in time. Jian Wushuang was looking forward to it as well. In the ancient battlefield, not only him, but also many sword experts, who had sensed the birth of Juju's sword mansion, received the news and rushed over simultaneously. There were even experts who didn't have expertise in sword principles that rushed to Juju's sword mansion. The 9 sword steels might be useless to cultivators who weren't good at sword principle. However, if they could obtain it and sell it, it absolutely could be exchanged for abundant resources. Hence, there were countless experts that swarmed over it like bees. In a barren land with no vigor in sight. Then, there was a tall pavilion towering in the barren land above. The pavilion door was wide open, and it was mysterious. Swoosh, swoosh. There were 2 figures standing side by side outside the pavilion. The 2 Sir Gods appeared and glanced at the pavilion before they entered it. There are another 2 who want it. Including the 2 of them, there are more than 100 experts in Juju's sword mansion. There are 105 of them. I reckon there are still people who are rushing here. There were 2 purple-robed figures hiding in the void outside the pavilion. They were paying close attention to the pavilion. The 2 of them were assigned to watch the pavilion by Sanctuary Alliance. Not only outside the pavilion, but there were also experts that were assigned to watch from within as well. Sanctuary Alliance would pay close attention to whichever cave dwelling came into the world or any opportunity on the ancient battlefield once it was announced to the public. For instance, Sanctuary Alliance was very concerned about Juju's sword mansion then. Just then, swoosh. There was a flash of flowing light that burst out of the nearby void. It didn't stop but leaped into the pavilion without any pause. The 2 purple-robed figures stared at the pavilion with their eyes wide open. This speed is so fast. This is too fast. Even an ordinary Emperor God wouldn't be able to achieve such speed. He at least should be a peak Emperor God to travel at such a speed. However, the person who just entered, I didn't see his face, but his aura was only of a Sir God? That's weird. Although he was confused, he didn't think much. It looked like it was only a pavilion, but it was a mystery inside the pavilion. It was a huge, barren world. The world was so huge that no one could see its border. This is Juju's sword mansion? Jian Wushuang smiled while he looked around. The biggest opportunity in Juju's sword mansion is definitely the 9 sword steels. Of course, there are only 8 left. The 8 steels are scattered to 8 different corners. I have to take time to find them, Jian Wushuang muttered and plunged to another direction in the void. He wasn't sure of the structure and environment in Juju's sword mansion, so he could only wander around. But it was not long after he entered Juju's sword mansion. Hong! There was a vigorous roar that sounded from the void afar. At the same time, there were ripples of divine power. The loud roar and the ripples of divine power. Jian Wushuang naturally didn't find it foreign. I just entered Juju's sword mansion for a while. I shouldn't reach the 8 sword steels so soon, right? But the ripples of divine power are obviously from a pitch battle. Jian Wushuang was surprised. He didn't hesitate but plunged in the direction of the source of the divine power ripples. At the end of the direction in which Jian Wushuang plunged, swoosh, swoosh, there were 2 figures, a male and a female, traveling forward at a high speed. The 2 of them looked terrified, and judging from their traveling speed, they were running for their lives. Behind the 2 of them, there was a figure that carried an aura that had reached the level of Emperor God who caught up with them. "Mou, I'm sorry that I dragged you down with me," a middle-aged man said as he wielded his sword and carried 2 on his back. It meant that he had carried 3 on his back originally. Now, he was soaring with rage, and there was fire burning in his eyes. "You and I are best friends, and we are wandering together. We naturally have to go through trials and tribulations together. Why did you apologize? It's just that we never expected that the golden-headed lion would be so persistent." Sir God Mou in a simple gray robe clenched his teeth and spat angrily. "Blame me. I shouldn't have offended the golden-headed lion back then. He is a madman." "A madman?" The middle-aged man carrying 3 swords said. "Forget about that for now. We have to figure out a way to shake off the madman. Otherwise..." Sir God Mou was distressed. Although both of them were powerful Sir Gods, the one who was after them was an Emperor God, a mad Emperor God. Chapter 1991 Sword Emperor's Arrival. Just as the two of them were thinking of how to escape, swoosh, there was a figure that suddenly plunged over from afar and appeared in front of them in an instant. Such speed. The middle-aged man who carried 3 swords and Sir Godemo, you were shocked. Then, they subconsciously stopped. They looked at the incomer immediately. Tianjian, it has been a while, Jian Wushuang smiled. Jian Wushuang? The middle-aged man who carried 3 swords on his back, who was the master of Sky Sword Mountain, stared. Sword Emperor? Sir Godemo, you was shocked too. Just as they recognized Jian Wushuang, they noticed the aura that was given out from Jian Wushuang's body. Sir God? Sir God aura? Almighty? The two of them were surprised. One should know that Jian Wushuang could suppress a peak Emperor God at real God level. Then, as he broke through his power, the master of Sky Sword Mountain and Sir Godemo, you took a deep breath and immediately became polite. Tianjian, you look like you are being chased? Jian Wushuang asked. He had dealt with the master of Sky Sword Mountain before. Back when he was still a universe god, he had stayed in Sky Sword Prison under the master of Sky Sword Mountain for a few thousand years. It was the master of Sky Sword Mountain himself that had imprisoned Jian Wushuang. However, Jian Wushuang also knew that the master of Sky Sword Mountain had suppressed him because Hall Master Yuan had intentionally instructed him to do so. He naturally couldn't blame it on the master of Sky Sword Mountain. On top of that, Jian Wushuang had improved tremendously in Sky Sword Prison. Later, when Wu Bai's cave came into the world, Jian Wushuang traded 2 white blaze fruit in exchange for Fiery King's freedom. They had had dealings before, and they could be considered friends. Yeah, someone is after me, the master of Sky Sword Mountain replied, embarrassed. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and looked at the void behind. He had felt a bolt of raging aura rushing over long ago. In the blink of an eye, the figure appeared before Jian Wushuang. The person was wearing a golden top with messy hair. His beard and mustache were all golden, and there was a fire burning in his eyes. The feeling it gave was like a raging beast. Judging from his look, he should be the Golden Lion, right? Jian Wushuang scoffed. Golden Lion was a nickname from experts of the same level. Those cultivators who were weaker would refer to him reverently as Emperor God Golden Lion. Emperor God Golden Lion was mad by nature, and he was quite famous in Eternal Chaotic World. He had only been a top Sir God previously. He had broken through and became an Emperor God when Head found an opportunity on the ancient battlefield. Many years ago, I had a deep enmity with the Golden Lion. Hell stop at nothing to kill me. He was only a Sir God back then, and I wasn't afraid of him. But now, the master of Sky Sword Mountain smiled bitterly. Then, Golden Lion looked over like a beast looking at its prey. His hysterical laughter reverberated in the universe. Tianjian, why aren't you running anymore? Go ahead and run. They'll chase after you no matter how long you run away. No matter where you run to, I will not let you go. Golden Lion, it's my fault that I killed your disciple. But I didn't know his identity then. Plus, I already took the initiative to see you and apologized. Do you have to be so persistent? The master of Sky Sword Mountain roared. Haha. That's a joke. You know my temperament. As you have offended me, don't even dream about getting off the hook just like that. Between you and I, there'll be no end to this. Golden Lion roared coldly. You. The master of Sky Sword Mountain was pissed off. Jian Wushuang looked enlightened as he finally understood the ins and outs of the story. He immediately said, Emperor God Golden Lion, Tianjian and I are friends. Plus, he apologized to you about the death of your disciple. You could take advantage of him, but as for killing him, could you please let him off the hook as a courtesy to me? Let him off the hook? Humph? Who are you? I will kill whoever I want. It is none of your business. It's best if you move aside right now. Otherwise, I will kill you both if I am in a bad mood. Same goes to Sir Godemo you. Golden Lion roared in anger. The master of Sky Sword Mountain and Sir Godemo you heard, and they were shocked. Both of them couldn't help but look at Jian Wushuang. Golden Lion, are you courting death? Sir Godemo you roared from the bottom of his heart. Jian Wushuang's face grew grave, as expected. Humph! A cold thump reverberated in the universe. Jian Wushuang didn't move at all. There was quite a distance between him and Golden Lion, but as he waved, there was a huge hand that appeared in the void near Golden Lion straight away without any warning. The hand contained a terrifying power and instantly froze the space-time around Golden Lion. He couldn't even move an inch in time. Bang! The huge hand slapped Golden Lion brutally, and Golden Lion let out a painful groan. He was slammed onto the barren ground, and no one knew if he was dead or alive. The master of Sky Sword Mountain and Sir Godemo, you couldn't help but gulp at the sight, but they weren't surprised. Golden Lion was an emperor god, a top expert. But what was he in front of the legendary Sword Emperor? Sword Emperor challenged the entire Eternal Chaotic World alone. He had even forced everyone in Eternal Chaotic World to give in. Although it was mostly because of the grand formation in the space-time storm, it showed Sword Emperor's capability. Plus, Sword Emperor had already broken through. Forget about an Emperor God who had just broken through not too long ago. Even a peak Emperor God, like Emperor God Tianling, an invincible Emperor God or Underworld God, had to bow down before Sword Emperor. Walala! There was a large number of shattered stones that dispersed and fell into the huge pit on the ground. There was a miserable figure who slowly got to his feet. The figure was naturally Golden Lion. However, Golden Lion had lost his imposing manner earlier. He only looked to be in a fix and a wretched situation. He also looked more fearful. His gaze was fixed upon Jian Wushuang and was filled with terror. He then slowly spoke. You are Sword Emperor? That's me. Jian Wushuang's face was cold. You're really him. Golden Lion's face changed. He was arrogant and obstinate. He was truly a madman, and he didn't care about the story of the experts in Eternal Chaotic World. He had heard of Jian Wushuang, but he had never watched any mirror image of him before. Hence, he couldn't recognize Jian Wushuang at first glance. The most crucial part was that Jian Wushuang had broken through, and the aura given out was of Sir God level, not real God. Hence, when he saw Sir God, he naturally didn't associate him with Sword Emperor until he attacked. Then, he realized. He understood that he was in big trouble. Chapter 1992 The Early Bird Catches the Worm. Big trouble. Emperor God Golden Lion knew how scary Sword Emperor was. He could offend anyone, but he happened to offend Sword Emperor, and he just hit it directly in vain. Emperor God Golden Lion felt bitter, but mostly, he was glad. He was glad that Sword Emperor held back and didn't kill him directly. Otherwise, Golden Lion, I'm asking you, are you willing to let him off the hook? Jian Wushuang asked with a deep voice, and there was chilliness in his eyes. In the beginning, he was considered gentle. Who knew Emperor God Golden Lion would behave so recklessly and blindly? Jian Wushuang, of course, wouldn't treat him politely anymore. Yes, Emperor God Golden Lion didn't dare to complain further. Hurry up and get lost. Jian Wushuang roared. Emperor God Golden Lion immediately left and didn't delay any further. Thank you for the help, Sword Emperor. The owner of Sky Sword Mountain immediately bowed to Jian Wushuang. No big deal. You and I are friends. Jian Wushuang waved casually. Oh yeah. You came to Juju Sword Mansion for the 9 sword steals, right? Yes, the owner of Sky Sword Mountain nodded. I originally wanted to try my luck. Who knew there was a test at every sword steal, and not just anyone could get it? I was in Juju Sword Mansion for a few days, but I didn't get any sword steal. I met this Golden Lion and nearly lost my life. There's a test at every sword steal? Jian Wushuang was surprised, but it wasn't unexpected. Tianjian, as you have been here in Juju Sword Mansion for quite some time, you should have come across a few sword steals, right? Yeah, I found 3 sword steals in the past few days. But it is a pity that I didn't get any one of them. The owner of Sky Sword Mountain smiled bitterly. Can you bring me to the 3 sword steals then? Jian Wushuang asked. Of course, the owner of Sky Sword Mountain naturally wouldn't refuse. Under the lead of the owner of Sky Sword Mountain, Jian Wushuang immediately went to where the 3 sword steals were located. Jian Wushuang arrived at the first sword steal very quickly. That is the sword steal? Jian Wushuang looked at a green steel towering in the middle of the barren field. The green steel was huge, and it was made of unique green crystals. Even though Jian Wushuang was experienced, he couldn't tell what the green crystal was. The green crystal gave out an ancient aura, and there was a spiraling tunnel underneath. One could enter the sword steel through the tunnel to sit for the test. At the very moment, there were 3 cultivators by the side of the green sword steel. The 3 cultivators were an emperor god and 2 sir gods. When they saw Jian Wushuang's arrival, their eyes dilated in shock. "Greetings, Sword Emperor." "Greetings, Sword Emperor." The 3 of them bowed politely simultaneously. "Come on," Jian Wushuang waved. "There's someone in the sword steel now?" "Yes," the emperor god replied. "Master Wu just went in not too long ago." "Master Wu?" Jian Wushuang was taken by surprise. In Eternal Chaotic World, before Jian Wushuang rose, before Jianyi and Lord Sound Spirit and the others appeared, there was only a total of 15 great emperors. 13 of them were from Sanctuary Alliance, and there were 2 out of Sanctuary Alliance. It was widely known by the public. In the great Eternal Chaotic World, it was normal that there would be 1 or 2 great emperors that people didn't know. For instance, Master Wu wasn't famous back then until the ancient battlefield appeared. He started wandering on the ancient battlefield and gained fame in the public. He was extremely powerful and was listed at the 8th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. Master Wu is good with a sword too. It is very normal that he came to wander in Juju Sword Mansion. Jian Wushuang nodded faintly. Sword Emperor, only 1 person is permitted to enter to sit for the test in the sword steel at one time. As Master Wu is sitting for the test in the sword steel, we can only wait outside, the owner of Sky Sword Mountain explained. All right then, Jian Wushuang smiled but wasn't bothered much. The time flew past. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. There was finally movement in the huge sword steel. The sword steel quivered slightly and was suddenly diminished at a terrifyingly fast speed. Looking at the sight, Jian Wushuang and the others immediately understood that Master Wu had definitely passed the test. So, the sword steel belonged to him. We came late. Jian Wushuang let out a sigh, but he couldn't do anything about it either. Master Wu had already taken the sword steel as he had arrived first. It was Master Wu's ability to pass through the test and obtain the sword steel. Hence, Jian Wushuang couldn't do anything about it. As for the owner of Sky Sword Mountain, Sir God Mo, and the rest could only be envious. The tall sword steel vanished into thin air, and it was replaced by a brawny man who was 3 meters tall. The tall man carried a broad and heavy sword on his back. He himself was just like a mountain, and the fierce aura given out by the mountain not only made one feel pressured, but also eerie. The tall, brawny man was Master Wu. Jian Wushuang stood there with his hands on his back when he looked at Master Wu. Master Wu felt Jian Wushuang gaze, and he looked back. Both of their eyes met, and the void instantly froze. The owner of Sky Sword Mountain, Sir God Mo, and the others around them gulped and held their breaths. Master Wu was a great emperor. As for Jian Wushuang, he was also a superb existence. He had obviously already broken through. His fighting power shouldn't be second to great emperors either. In front of the 2 superb existents, they were, of course, nervous. At the same time, they were surprised. Would the 2 of them fight here? Judging from their behavior, they did look like they were going to fight. But in the end, let's go. Jian Wushuang suddenly turned and told the owner of Sky Sword Mountain. The owner of Sky Sword Mountain didn't hesitate and immediately turned to leave. Master Wu reined in his gaze and left as well. There were only the 3 cultivators, who were waiting outside the sword steel earlier, left standing at the original spot. Then, the 3 cultivators had yet to calm down. Either Sword Emperor would fight with Master Wu over the sword steel, but it didn't seem like it just now. Humph! Master Wu is a true great emperor, in 8th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. But Sword Emperor, although he broke through, I reckon his true power has barely passed the threshold of a great emperor's. His sword servant isn't with him either. What does he have to take things away from Master Wu? That's true. Sword Emperor wouldn't ask for a snub when he knew that he wasn't his match. The 3 of them chatted casually. Chapter 1993 Master Wu. Juju Sword Mansion, in the broad void above. Tianjin, how far away are we from the second sword steel? Jin Wushuang asked. Not too far away. With our traveling speed, we will arrive in half an hour, the owner of Sky Sword Mountain said politely. All right then. Let's head over to the second sword steel. Jin Wushuang smiled. The owner of Sky Sword Mountain naturally obeyed. As for the reason why Jin Wushuang didn't fight with Master Wu to get the sword steel, the owner of Sky Sword Mountain didn't ask even though he was curious. Half an hour later, Jin Wushuang arrived at the second sword steel. But Jin Wushuang only saw a barren land when he arrived. He didn't see any sword steel. How could this be? When I left, the second sword steel was still towering here. Why did it disappear? The owner of Sky Sword Mountain creased his eyebrows. It seems like we are late. Jin Wushuang smiled helplessly. Master Wu had taken the first sword steel earlier. Then, someone else had taken the second steel as well. Then, there was only the third one left. Come on, let's head over to the third sword steel. The three of them continued their journey, and they soon arrived at where the third sword steel was located. It was also the last sword steel that the owner of Sky Sword Mountain knew of. He was lucky enough. The sword steel was still towering there. Although there were people trying to pass the test to obtain the sword steel, they failed to do so. Sword Emperor, the person who sat for the test in the sword steel, came out. The owner of Sky Sword Mountain said. Jin Wushuang nodded. He saw a Sir God exited from the space whirlpool of the sword steel, and he looked disappointed. He obviously hadn't passed the test. Without hesitation, Jin Wushuang walked towards the sword steel. There were a few cultivators around the sword steel. They were looking at Jin Wushuang as he walked over. Jin Wushuang arrived before the sword steel and prepared to enter the space whirlpool to sit for the test. Just then, swoosh, a figure plunged over from afar. In two simple flashes, he appeared next to Jin Wushuang and before the sword steel. Jin Wushuang creased his eyebrows and looked at the person who came. In a black robe, tall and brawny, carrying a broad and heavy sword. It was Master Wu that Jin Wushuang had seen not too long ago. Such a coincidence. Jin Wushuang smiled faintly. Jin Wushuang already met Master Wu at the first sword steel. However, they didn't have any contact then. Then, as he arrived at the third sword steel, Master Wu rushed over too. The test in this sword steel, we'll take it first. You can wait until I am done before you head out to try, Master Wu said coldly in an indisputable tone. You first? Why? Jin Wushuang couldn't help but scoff at him. The test in the sword steel couldn't be taken by two people at the same time. Only one at a time. Under such circumstances, whoever headed in first would have the absolute opportunity. Because if the first person passed the test, the sword steel would belong to him. What chance would the second person have? Jin Wushuang had no alternative for the first sword steel. But, Master Wu, everything in on the basis of time of arrival, Jin Wushuang said coldly. Time of arrival? I'm sorry, there is no such thing in my head. Speak with power. Get out of my way, Master Wu bellowed and intended to take a stride forward. Just then, there was a sudden gale. Master Wu's face grew grave. He realized that there was a shapeless sword intention that aimed at his skull. He hauled his footsteps. Humph. He humphed coldly, and the sword intention instantly collapsed and dispersed. Master Wu's gaze was cold. He looked at Jin Wushuang like an ancient beast. Jin Wushuang, your sword servant is not with you. With you alone, you are not my match. You'd better know where you stand. Otherwise what? Jin Wushuang sneered. Master Wu, you think too highly of yourself? You are courting death. Master Wu was then raging in anger. Hong. There was a boundless sword intention that burst out like a tsunami. The sea of sword intention filled the universe. The entire space-time instantly froze. Master Wu suddenly drew his sword in the middle of the sword intention. The moment he struck the sword, it was as though the entire universe pressed down on Jin Wushuang. The terrifyingly huge sword shadow extended its length across tens of thousands of miles in the sea of sword intention. Master Wu, who was at the 8th place on Heaven and Earth's supreme ranking list, he either won't attack, or he'll attack with full force. The sword principle is pretty imposing, Jian Wushuang smiled faintly, but he didn't panic. The terrifyingly huge shadow that was tens of thousands of miles in length appeared before him, and he pointed with his right index finger. The ancient god's eighth finger, the universe finger. One finger to shake heaven and earth. Rumble. The void gradually collapsed. Under the boundless divine power and power of ancient tribe bloodline, there was a huge finger that looked like it extended from ancient times in the collapsing void. The very next moment, it collided directly with the terrifyingly huge sword shadow. Bang! There was a loud bang and everything in the world faded away. The surrounding void shattered, and the entire universe was lifted. Just like the owner of Sky Sword Mountain, Sir Godamo Yu and the others, they scattered around long ago. Luckily, they had retreated earlier, otherwise the repercussions of their collision could easily have wiped them out. Everything had become nothingness. It was only the sword steel left towering there. Although the repercussions of both attacks were fierce, it couldn't damage the sword steel at all. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The 5 brilliant golden lights suddenly lit up. The 5 resplendent golden lights were like 5 shooting stars that struck across the void and appeared before Master Wu. Master Wu looked cold as he wielded his broad sword continuously. Every stroke contained hundreds of millions of genes that could easily break mountains and split rivers. Clang, 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 clang. There were 5 continuous clanging noises. All 5 Hong Jun golden swords under Jian Wushuang's manipulation of divine power attacked. Although Master Wu resisted the 5 continuous attacks, he couldn't help but take one step back. Jian Wushuang, I belittled you. I never expected you to be so powerful after breaking through and becoming an almighty. You live up to your reputation as an inverse cultivator. However, you must be dreaming if you want to win victory with power alone. Master Wu's voice was cold. Just as he spoke, he raised the broadsword with both his hands at the same time. Vroom vroom vroom. The terrifying extermination aura instantly concentrated on the broadsword. The surrounding universe drowned in an extermination region. Chapter 1994 Face Off. This stroke, Jian Wushuang's expression grew in distress. He could feel that Master Wu's stroke was unusual. It wasn't just how strong the sword intention and sword posture was, but most importantly, the extermination power that it brought about. The extermination power signified that his comprehension of extermination doctrine had already reached the peak in Eternal Chaotic World. He had reached the Level 9 standard in Doctrine Palace. The Level 9 in Doctrine Palace. The extreme limit of doctrine. All great emperors in Eternal Chaotic World reached that level. It was also an important reason as to why Great Emperor was far greater than Emperor God. For instance, Jian Wushuang's comprehension of doctrine was far behind Master Wu's. Because of the addition of extermination power, Master Wu made the stroke even more powerful. It was so powerful that it shocked Jian Wushuang. However, although Jian Wushuang was shocked, he wasn't fearful. Emperor's Sword Principle, V-Room. Jian Wushuang raised Blood Mountain sword high in the sky. There was a bolt of Emperor manner that swept out. In an instant, Jian Wushuang became an emperor that ruled everything, and he was holding the Emperor's sword. As Jian Wushuang wielded the Emperor's sword, he immediately displayed a terrifying power. 2 bolts of terrifying sword intention. 2 strokes of sword shadows that could end the world. One was an Emperor's sword, and the other was an extermination sword. They collided. Vroom. The 2 bolts of sword intention hit, and there was no vigorous bang as one might imagine. There were only noises of sword intention and divine power pressing and shattering. Both Jian Wushuang and Master Wu were raging in anger. At the moment when the 2 sword shadows had yet to call victory or defeat, they competed again. Then, both of them fought in close combat, and they were meeting force with force. You do not know what death is. How dare you meet force with force? Master Wu raged in anger. He was using a heavy sword. A heavy sword was thick and heavy, and it was best at pressing with power. However, it wasn't good in terms of speed. As Jian Wushuang fought in close combat with him, He would have relied on the flexibility of his sword principle and his speed under normal circumstances. But now, Jin Wushuang opted to meet force with force, without any pattern, competing in terms of strength and also power of sword principle. Come on! Master Wu bellowed. No one is afraid. Jin Wushuang roared too. The two of them fought vigorously in the void. Clang, 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 clang. There was a continuous metal clanging noise that was loud and clear. Every single collision contained boundless divine power. The fight plunged the void into complete chaos. The owner of Sky Sword Mountain, Sir Godemo Yu, and the others were dumbfounded at the sight, especially when they saw Jin Wushuang meeting force with force against Master Wu without having the lower hand. They were astonished at the fact that he didn't lose his imposing manner. One should know that Master Wu had gained fame through victory in fierce fights with his opponents. The reason why he won was not only because of his strength and sword principle that were powerful, but more importantly, because his divine power was strong too. The repercussion of the collision was also powerful. After continuous collisions, any great emperor with weaker divine power wouldn't be able to stay standing. However, Master Wu wasn't fearful because his divine power was strong. Even if he were to hit more than 100 times, he would at most have a mild injury. However, although Master Wu's divine power was strong, he didn't know that Jin Wushuang's divine power was even more ridiculously strong than his. He was an inverse cultivator. The seventh step of inverse cultivation gave him a perfect chaotic divine body. His divine body was entirely substantiated with divine power, which was extremely powerful. Maybe, in terms of divine power strength, it might not be able to match Master Wu's. But his defense armor, 5-gem armor, was far stronger than the chaotic divine treasure that Master Wu was wearing. The truly important part was still his constitution. Forget about the fact that it was difficult to damage his divine body when he fought directly with Master Wu. Even if his divine body was injured, he could instantly recover it with divine power. Injury simple didn't exist in inverse cultivator at this step. As long as one's divine power was sufficient, he would never be injured, nor would he die. It was really even more powerful than Master Wu's. As expected, Master Wu and Jin Wushuang already fought forcefully and hit one another, over a few hundred times on the battlefield. Every single hit was a full force hit. The repercussions of the impact caused injury to Master Wu's divine body, and his aura grew weaker. But what about Jin Wushuang? He was still billowing with fighting power. His aura was not diminishing but growing stronger instead. The power in his sword didn't diminish either. How is it possible? This guy is powerful, but how could his defense power be this strong too? We hit one another a few hundred times, but his divine body didn't have any injury at all? How could one have such a terrifying divine body? Master Wu was in disbelief. The situation then shocked him. His divine body was damaged and his fighting power was affected. On the other hand, Jin Wushuang became stronger. If they were to persist, there would be no doubt in the result. Jin Wushuang, I shall let you have this sword steel as you are not weak. Master Wu bellowed and seized the chance to leave immediately. Jin Wushuang stood on the spot as he watched Master Wu leave. He didn't intend to chase after him. 8th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, Master Wu. He is really powerful, Jin Wushuang complimented in silence. Besides the trump cards, like River Mountain Map, Secret Skill of Star Palace, Star Destruction Skill, he used most of his other skills. Even so, he was barely Master Wu's match. In the end, he relied on his advantage in his substitution to meet force with force. Then, he had managed to beat off Master Wu. The fighting power of a great emperor was really unusual. Jin Wushuang could tell that Master Wu had some trump cards that he didn't play. Although I didn't have the upper hand, at least I have a brand new understanding of my power after this fight with Master Wu. With my strength and power that was stronger by one notch than any ordinary great emperor, with all my skills, I should be mid-range among all great emperors on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, but not the ones at the bottom, Jin Wushuang smiled. He had just broken through not too long ago. He merely relied on his transformed substitution and his divine power to reach where he was. From then on, he had great space for improvement. Forget about the others. In terms of sword principle and comprehension of doctrine, he had great space for improvement. One should know that his comprehension of space-time doctrine and reincarnation doctrine was only at the standard of level 8 in Doctrine Palace then. When he was fighting against the other great emperors, they were all on the level 9. Jin Wushuang had the lower hand in terms of that. Don't be in a hurry. I just broke through. I have to take my time. First, the 9 sword steals in Juju Sword Mansion are a great opportunity to me. Jin Wushuang lifted the corners of his lip as he fixed his gaze upon the sword steel before him. Chapter 1995 Sword Steel. The fight between Jin Wushuang and Master Wu earlier was extremely ferocious. God knows how many times the surrounding void had collapsed and shattered. The ground was horrible to look at too, as it had become a ruin. However, after such a ferocious fight, the green sword steel was still towering in perfect conditions. Although there were sword lights that hit the sword steel, it wasn't damaged at all. I wonder what material is the sword steel made of. How could it be so tough? Jin Wushuang thought to himself in astonishment while he passed through the space-time whirlpool and entered the sword steel. In the nearby void, a speeding figure stopped. The figure naturally belonged to Master Wu. Then, Master Wu's face grew grave. I never expected Jin Wushuang would be so powerful after breakthrough. In terms of power explosion, he was much stronger than me. His divine power is even scarier, Master Wu muttered. After the earlier battle, he roughly understood Jin Wushuang's power. Although Jin Wushuang had just broken through, he could still be considered as a Sir God. But his fighting power was absolutely not weaker than a great emperor's, and he was not even the ones at the bottom among all great emperors. If it wasn't because his comprehension of doctrines was weaker, Jin Wushuang absolutely could be at the peak among all great emperors. Luckily, although I fought with him, I didn't offend him. Otherwise, when he breaks through again in the future, or when his comprehension towards doctrine heightened, he'll be in big trouble if he remembers me. Inverse cultivators are so scary. Master Wu complimented and continued to leave. It was an empty field inside the sword steel. The test in the sword steel was actually very simple. There was a sword spirit in the sword steel. The person who sits for the test in the sword steel would be fighting against the sword spirit. The sword spirit would maintain its strength at the same level as the cultivator. Then, it would call victory or defeat judging purely by sword principle. As long as one defeated the sword spirit, it meant that he passed the test. The sword principle played by the sword spirit was according to the realm of the cultivator. In terms of the realm, Jin Wushuang was merely a Sir God, which was an early-stage chaotic realm in ancient times. The sword spirit naturally treated him as a cultivator of that level. Although the sword principle it played was meticulous, it could only compare favorably to an emperor god who was good with swords. As for Jin Wushuang, although his understanding of swords was slightly weaker than a great emperor #S, he was absolutely at the peak of all emperor gods. He defeated the sword spirit with ease, and he naturally passed the test. The moment Jin Wushuang passed the test, he possessed the qualifications to cultivate the sword steel. He spent some time and cultivated the sword steel with ease. On the ruin that was too terrible to look at, the owner of Sky Sword Mountain, Sir God Mou, and the rest waited in silence. In no time, Jin Wushuang walked out of the sword steel. When he walked out, the sword steel diminished in size at a terrifyingly fast speed. Then, it merged into Jin Wushuang's body. The few of them instantly understood that Jin Wushuang had passed the test. Sword Emperor, congratulations. Congratulations. The owner of Sky Sword Mountain, Sir God Mou, and the others came forward to congratulate him, and they behaved politely. Before that, they had already noticed that Jin Wushuang had broken through his realm and guessed that Jin Wushuang already possessed the fighting power of a great emperor. However, it was merely a guess after all, and it had yet to be verified. Even so, they were already very polite to him. But then, they saw that Jin Wushuang and Master Wu had fought before their own eyes. There was naturally no doubt about Jin Wushuang's power. He was absolutely a super expert at the great emperor level. This time, thanks to Tianjin and Mou for bringing me. These Qin Kuan rings are your rewards. There's nothing to do with you next. Goodbye. Jin Wushuang passed a Qian Kuren ring to the owner of Sky Sword Mountain and waved. The owner of Sky Sword Mountain was surprised. He didn't intend to accept it at first. After all, he only guided the way for Jin Wushuang. Plus, Jin Wushuang had saved his life, so he owed Jin Wushuang a favor. However, he didn't reject it when he looked at Jin Wushuang's expression. The owner of Sky Sword Mountain and Sir Godamo you left after that. Jin Wushuang continued his journey in Juju Sword Mansion. On his way, he started fiddling with the sword steel. As expected, the sword steel contains a large number of sword principles, and they are all meticulous and powerful. Their qualities are not found in the ones in this era, Jin Wushuang muttered. He had already cultivated the sword steel, and he could clearly feel the sword principle recorded in the sword steel. Jin Wushuang looked through the sword principles in the sword steel, and there was a total of 136 of them. Any one of the 136 of them could shake the universe if put in the current era. It was enough to make countless sword cultivators go crazy. Regrettably, the 136 sword principles were all incomplete. There was merely a fragment of the sword principle in the sword steel. For instance, there was a sword principle named Brother Peacock. The Brother Peacock sword principle consisted of 6 moves, but the sword steel only had a fragment of the 6 sword moves. There wasn't even one complete sword move. In other words, even if Jin Wushuang obtained the sword steel, he couldn't practice any of those sword principles in the sword steel. He couldn't even cultivate one move. They are all incomplete sword principles. What is Sword Geek Juju trying to do? Jin Wushuang creased his eyebrows. Could the 9 sword steels contain incomplete sword principles each, and only one who could gather all 9 will receive the complete sword principles? Jin Wushuang felt that it was possible. Then, he started sending messages around to inquire. Since Juju Sword Mansion had come into the world, there were more than 5 sword steels that were taken away. If the sword steels were similar to the one Jin Wushuang had, they only contained fragments of multiple sword principles. The few experts who obtained the sword steel shouldn't be calm. The truth was as such too. When the few experts who had obtained sword steels with sweat and tears realized that the sword steels only contained incomplete sword principles and not even a complete sword move, they couldn't calm themselves down and looked around and asked the others who had obtained the other sword steels. In the end, they came to a conclusion. The sword principles and the sword steels did require combining a few steels together for a complete version. However, there was no need to collect all 9 of them. Under normal circumstances, a sword principle would only be split into 2 or 3 sword steels. Only when they obtained the 2 or 3 sword steels that recorded the sword principle would they be able to cultivate the sword principle. In other words, it was useless to get only 1 sword steel. It seems that I need to figure out ways to get more sword steels. Jin Wushuang creased his eyebrows. Chapter 1996, Incomplete Sword Principle. Jin Wushuang continued to wander in Juju Sword Mansion for the rest of the time. The 9 sword steels in Juju Sword Mansion. Although there were 5 that were taken, including Jin Wushuang's, there were 4 remaining that were scattered in various corners. The remaining 4 sword steels were found, but because the test was too strict, they were yet to be claimed by anyone. Jin Wushuang had already found the locations of the 4 sword steels through Sanctuary Alliance. Now, he was looking for them, one by one. However, there were too many cultivators that were eyeing the 4 sword steels. There were more than 100 almighties in Juju Sword Mansion who were eyeing the sword steels. There were many among them who were faster than Jin Wushuang. Among the 4 sword steels, there were 3 that had already been claimed by the others when Jin Wushuang rushed over. Only to get the last one did Jin Wushuang manage to get there in time. There was a green sword steel that was towering there. Among the 9 sword steels, it was the last sword steel with no owner. Before the sword steel, there were many experts. They came for the sword steel, but they couldn't pass the test. Hence, the experts could only watch even though they knew the sword steel was valuable. Swoosh! Jin Wushuang's body suddenly appeared before the sword steel. The surrounding people immediately looked at Jin Wushuang. It is Sword Emperor. He is finally here. The test in this sword steel none of us could pass. Even Master Wu, who was powerful, tried it and failed. In Juju Sword Mansion now, the only one who could possibly pass the test should be Sword Emperor. If nothing unexpected happens, Sword Emperor definitely can pass this test. The experts at the scene were extremely confident in Jian Wushuang. They went to try the test in the sword steel, and they knew the test content of the sword steel. Because they knew about the test content, they were certain that only Jian Wushuang can pass the test out of all the cultivators in Juju Sword Mansion. Jian Wushuang didn't delay any further and stepped foot into the sword steel before everyone. He appeared in an empty land again, and Jian Wushuang was facing a sword spirit again. However, the sword spirit seemed to be different from the sword spirit in the other sword steel. Previously, the sword spirit was purely testing the sword principle, and it would perform a different level of sword principle according to the cultivator's realm. The sword spirit in this sword steel would still perform according to the cultivator's realm, but the cultivator was supposed to take up a skip stage challenge. For instance, Jian Wushuang was a Sir God, but the fighting power that the sword spirit displayed was the level of an Emperor God. Skip stage challenge. In other words, a Sir God had to defeat an Emperor God in order to pass the test. An Emperor God had to defeat a Great Emperor directly. Great Emperor was a Great Emperor, so who knew how powerful the sword spirit that he fought against would be? However, the skip stage challenge might be nothing in ancient times, but in the second era, it was difficult for one at the almighty level to take up the skip stage challenge. It was almost impossible. For instance, Underworld God, who was widely acknowledged as the number Emperor God, could barely fight with an ordinary Great Emperor. In such a situation, there was naturally no one among the Almighties in Juju Sword Mansion who could pass the test. However, the test that they couldn't pass was too easy for Jian Wushuang. Skip stage challenge? For me to defeat an Emperor God? Jian Wushuang chuckled. The sword spirit only recognized realms, but didn't know the scariness of Jian Wushuang as an inverse cultivator. Hence, the sword spirit only revealed the fighting power of an ordinary Emperor God. Jian Wushuang could easily kill an ordinary Emperor God before the breakthrough, let alone now. In an instant, the sword spirit was defeated by Jian Wushuang, and the last sword steel fell into Jian Wushuang's hand as he wanted. Then, Jian Wushuang had 2 sword steels in his hands. 2 sword steels. I hope there will be a complete sword principle. Jian Wushuang was looking forward to it. He started inspecting the new sword steel carefully. After reading through, Jian Wushuang was disappointed. Or it should be said that he was too unlucky. Then, the sword steels that he had gotten then were vastly different from the sword steel that he obtained earlier. Previously, the sword steel had contained 136 sword principles. But now, the new one only contained 108. Most importantly, among the 108 sword principles, only 12 were associated with the 136 sword principles. To make it worse, the associated 12 sword principles were still incomplete. In other words, the 12 sword principles still required another sword steel. He just left behind some sword principles. Does Juju have to make it this troublesome? Jian Wushuang was distressed. A total of 9 sword steels, he got 2 steels alone, which are considered the best. However, even though he got 2 at the same time, he still couldn't cultivate any one of the sword principles, or even one move. Juju scattered the ancient sword principle so complicatedly onto the 9 sword steels. If I were to be unlucky, even if I got 4 or 5 sword steels, I still might not be able to get a complete ancient sword principle, let alone in the current situation where I just got myself 2 sword steels. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. He was sure that even if he relied on his power to grab the sword steels from the others, he might be able to get a sword principle that he was happy with. Even so, there was only one route in front of him. Among the 12 sword principles that are more complete, I shall pick 1 or 2 that are most suitable for myself. Then, I shall ask the experts who got a sword steel one by one. After that, we will negotiate an exchange and I can get the sword steel from them, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. In the beginning, he was thinking of getting a large number of ancient sword principles from the 9 sword steels. At least 10 to 20 of them, but then, he couldn't even dream of getting 10 ancient sword principles. He would be satisfied if he could get 1 or 2 complete ancient sword principles. Jian Wushuang immediately started to choose among the 12 sword principles that were closer to completion. Every one of the 12 sword principles was powerful and meticulous. Even though the 12 sword principles were incomplete, Jian Wushuang still knows some simple information. Ninth heaven stroke, 9 sword move, 1 move to the first heaven. Jian Wushuang looked through the information about the 12 sword principles and tried very hard to pick the one that suited him the most. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.